So we'll say, so interestingly enough, so we see over here that the Brisa calls the Sim Shtaliach that it is Roi to be brought inside the Or Moed. The Mishnah says that it's not Roi to be brought inside the Or Moed. So which one is it? Lokashya, Kan Kodem Hagrala, Kan Acha Hagrala. So we'll say, oh, here's the distinction. One is before the lots are drawn, one is after the lots are drawn. One before the lots are drawn, remember again, you have two identical goats. So they're both fit to be brought inside the Beis Hamikdash. That's what the Brisa is talking about. After the lots are drawn, and one is designated as the Seir La'azazel, it's no longer fit to come in. The Gemara says, 1 second. It's not true. Even after the lots are drawn, the Seir Shtaliach is still brought inside the Beis Hamikdash. Why? Because Halacha L'Maisa, that's where you do the Vidui. That's where the Kohen does the confession inside the Beis Hamikdash. Amrav Mani, Lokashya, Kan Kodem Vidui, Kan La'achar Vidui. You're right. The Seir Shtaliach before Vidui is considered to be fit to be brought inside the Beis Hamikdash. Therefore, if you were to slaughter it outside before Vidui, there would be liability. After Vidui, it's no longer fit to be brought inside the Beis Hamikdash, and therefore, if you were to slaughter it outside, you would not be liable. Incredible. So remember again, an animal that engaged morality. Remember again, I will say that animal is unfit to be offered up as a carbon. Therefore, what? Therefore, halacha l'maisa, if you offered it outside b'chutz, you would not be liable. So the Gemara says, remember again, what ended up happening over there in the Mishnah is that the Mishnah quoted a separate pasuk. Right, the Mishnah quoted the pasuk of Mifnei Mishkan Hashem. So the Gemara says, I don't understand, why are you quoting a new pasuk? Why don't you just use the same pasuk of Al Pesach or Moed Lo Hibidu? You know, so I'm not going to take away Pesach or Moed. I was like, $50. Say, good morning, Rashia. Right? He has 140 ways. So Bishlam Rovea Venirva. So as I said, in the case of Rovea Venirva, Mishkat Hasla, that the Shinu made Kara, the other Rav. So I understand how this case could come up. How so? Because also in the case of Rovea and Nirva, here was interesting. And also, we're going to discuss it as follows. There are some times where halacha l'maisa, the animal is consecrated. And once it's consecrated, you can't do something which will change its status. And then there are other times where after consecration, the status can change. So an example is where an animal was engaged in an act of immorality, where even if the animal was initially consecrated, halacha l'maisa, again, if it was engaged in immorality, it can no longer be used. So the Mishkat Haslav, that the Shinu Kara, it was originally consecrated, the other level, and then it engaged in morality. Ela Muktzah, the Ne'avad, Rabbi say, in the case of where, let's say, the animal was designated for idolatry, or for that matter, again, worshipped for idolatry, I don't understand. If the animal was originally let's put this out. If you have an animal that was designated as a karba, right, and then someone comes along and worships that animal, what's the impact of the worship on that animal? Zero. Why? Because once an animal is consecrated, you can't undermine the consecrated status. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. The Gemara says, Muktzah v'ne'abat ein adam osar davar she'eino shalo. So let's say, so the Maisa, the person cannot prohibit something that does not belong to them. So how can you go ahead and undermine something that was already consecrated? Because remember again, we're just trying to figure out what would be the case of shchut chutz. We're trying to figure out where would there be liability in these cases for sacrificing the carbon outside. You had a carbon that was then offered up outside for the sake of avodah zarah, but that wouldn't work because once it's a carbon, it can't be offered for avodah zarah. But I sort of point out that phrase, "Ein adam oser davar she'eino shalom." The person can't say that does not belong to them. It's one of the most important concepts we have hashkafa. I was saying this concept is the yesod for tshuva. Why is tshuva possible? Because I will say, I have a neshama, and my neshama is uncorruptible. My neshama is unpaintable, which means that no matter how badly I mess up in life, there is always a piece of me which remains holy, kaddish, beautiful, and incredible. Why? I don't understand. Why can't you paint your neshama? I make a really big mistake, like, why can't? What's the answer? Ein adam oser davar she'eino shalom. Because your neshama is not yours. Elokai, neshama shenasata bi tohu. Like the Baal Tanya says, the neshama is the chelas Elokah mima'al manish. The neshama is a piece of Hashem. The neshama is a piece of God that Hashem puts inside me, but it doesn't belong to me. The Vaharaya, what's the proof to that? Hashem takes it back from me every single night, right? And cleanses it and again gives it back to me the next morning. I have a piece of me that doesn't belong to me. Because I have a piece of me that does not belong to me, it is simply uncorruptible. Which means that no matter how badly I mess up in life, there is always a piece of me that is pure, pristine, and holy. And because of that, Shuvah is always possible. Ein Adam Oser Davar She'eno Shalom. You can't mess up something which does not belong to you. The Shalom, piece of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, uncorruptible. Incredible. Let's go right there. We're going to the Kachin Kalim. So what are we talking about over here? We're talking about Kachin Kalim. The Amar Kachin Kalim Mamon Bayi. As well as Rabbi Yossi Agri hold the Kachin Kalim, interestingly enough, a Mamon Bayi. Now, listen, what that means for our purposes is that you can have an amulet, so take, for example, a shlamim, like Kachin Kalim. So Rabbi Yossi holds that Kachin Kalim remain the property of the owner. So on one hand, they have sacrificial designation. On the other hand, they're still considered to be the property of the owner, and therefore, if the owner were to do something with them, the change would actually be effective. Plus, he says he will do something, little bit again, he'll commit me, he'll do something against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Rabbi's Kachin Kalim, this comes to include Kachin Kalim. So this only Kachin Kalim are considered to be the financial property of the owner. Therefore, again, Rova V'nirva D'Reva. So we'll say this is very successful to point out. You understand that on the piece of Rova V'nirva, the animal was somehow participatory in active immorality. That is the one case where halacha l'maisa, even if the animal had a carbonic designation, the carbonic designation becomes voided. Because now the animal can no longer be offered. Right? However, in the case of Muktzah and Avad, in the case of where the animal was set aside for Avodah Zarah or worshipped for Avodah Zarah, so the Gemara says, Avodah Zarah, that's an issue of idolatry. What's the case for that animal to be hid? Kachin Kalim. Maybe Kachin Kalim. Because in Kachin Kalim, I will say, we hold that Kachin Kalim is considered to be the property of the owner, and therefore halacha l'maisa identity can be altered. Incredible. Esnan, Umichir Kilai, Umichir, Kilayim, Yotzi Dolphin. So we'll say, so what about the cases of Esnan, where the animal is given to a harlot for a service? Michir, for a dog, Kilayim, mixed breed, Yotzi Dolphin, very exception. What if cases where it's used to be altered? The blood of custard. This is where these animals ultimately, again, were the offspring of Konos themselves. And Kasava, blood they kachin, Bahamyasan kachin. And ultimately, again, when the offspring of the carbon is in utero, it ultimately, again, is kaddish like the mother, can be offered along. But Allah, the designation can be switched as well upon her. Incredible. Bali woman, also the Espinosa, so remember again, the Mishnah then went on. I'm just going through the Mishnah a little bit over here. So remember again, the Mishnah then went on and spoke about Bali Mumin, right? So remember again, Mishnah spoke about Amum Over, right? A permanent blemish, a passing blemish, right? So once again, if you offered up these animals outside, ultimately you are pater. You are pater. Now again, I will say, now then afterwards, the Mishnah gave more examples. What are the more examples? Torin, right, which are turtle doves that did not reach the appropriate age, or B'nei pigeons that aged out. So you know what I'm saying? All of these cases, the Gemara quotes the Machlokes, Rabbi Shimon and the Tanakama. All of the Machlokes and the Tanakama. Rabbi Shimon says essentially, the Tanakama says, if it's not fit to be offered, you're not chayiv for shechting it outside. Rabbi Shimon says, if it will never be fit to be offered, you're not chayiv for shechting it outside. But if it ultimately will become fit, you are liable. And they have this Machlokes over and over and over in all of these cases. Whenever you see that, the obvious question is, why they need to illustrate the same machlokes with multiple cases? Just say it once, and I got it. So Gemara says, it's true, you need all the cases, I'll tell you why. Ditana Bali Mumin, if it would have just said the case of Bali Mumin, you shouldn't have done it easily, because really most is disgusting. Right? I understand why a Baal Mum, even if it's a Mum over, it's disgusting, it's repulsive. And therefore, Allah myself, it makes sense that we should really see that ultimately you're not trying for shvite clothes. About Poland, the moment you see when it comes to the turtle dogs, like even if they're now too young, since one day they will be old enough, it's not disgusting. Therefore, Rabbi Rabbanan agree with Rabbi Shimon that you are liable. You shouldn't blow a chazi. Furthermore, if we're just in the case of Torah because you're not fit, when therefore they are set aside for non-use. About Bali Mumin, the Ichsu, the Bali Mumin, and we're going to say in the case of the turtle dog that has not yet reached the proper age, it had never had a period of fitness. And therefore, stand right now, to get outside. But Bali Mumin, right, which means once upon a time it was fit, and then it developed the moment it's not fit. Eima Modul Rabbi Shimon. If it was just a these two cases, the psul would be fine because the disqualification is inherent in the body of the carbon. The psul the alba. But ultimately, again, on Soviet spinal, which means you can't check the mother and the child on the same day, that's not an inherent psul in the animal. That's something external to the animal. I would have thought. I would have thought that Rabbanan agree with Rabbi Shimon. Therefore, it's Tzvipa. Therefore, we need all the cases. So bottom line, just understand. What's the point to remember in this? The Machogas of Shimon Rabbanan in the Mishnah is as follows. Everyone agrees that if you have an animal that is not fit to be offered inside the Beis Hamikdash and never will be fit, everyone agrees that if you shack that animal outside of the Beis Hamikdash for Kabbanic purposes, you are not liable. What's the Machlokas case? I have an animal that is presently unfit, but will become fit. Right? Either it has a mum that's going to heal, or right now it's too young and it's going to be fit. So what happens in that case? The Rabbanan say still, you're not chayiv because we look at what it is right now. Rabbi Shimon says no, if it will become fit, ultimately again there is liability for shacking that outside. Incredible. Share Rabbi Shimon over. Because Rabbi Shimon said, again, I will say, remember, Rabbi Shimon's rule in the Mishnah was anything which will be fit to ultimately be offered inside of the Beis Hamikdash, there is liability for shechting it outside. So, my time, Rabbi Shimon, what's Rabbi Shimon's logic? I'm Rabbi Eli, Rabbi Shakish, Tamar Kral, Los is incredible. Los Sasun Kichola Shanachnu Osim Po Hayom. So, remember, Los is incredible. Moshe Rabbeinu says, do not do like everything we are doing here today. Now, what does that refer to? Let's take a few moments to look at Rashi. Very important Rashi. Lo Sasun came about 15 lines up from the bottom. Lo Sasun came. The Sifri Darishtai, listen to this. The Tchila Sa'aretz Yom Anu Mental Kolenas HaMishkan, Banu Asurin Bebama. So Moshe and his slides are like this. Right now, we are beginning our entry into Eretz Yisrael. Now, remember again, in the Midbar, there was a Mishkan. We saw again also from the Mishkan, from the Mishnah, when there was a Mishkan in the Midbar, Bamos were Aser. Right? Individual private altars were Aser. So Moshe Rabbeinu says, so here in the desert, ultimately Bamos are Aser, and we only offer karbanos in the Mishkan itself. Therefore, again, you can offer any karbanos you want in the precincts of the Mishkan. Obligatory offerings, voluntary offerings, communal offerings, individual offerings, everything gets done in the Mishkan. However, Moshe Rabbeinu says, when we come to Eretz Yisrael, Yud Shalom Shal Kibush, Bechiluk, Anu Mutarin B'Bama, V'Sham Lo Sasu K'Chol Asher Nachnu Osim Po, L'Hakriv Chovos. So this is this. Moshe Rabbeinu says, when we come to Eretz Yisrael, remember again, saying, first stop of the Mishkan when we come to Eretz Yisrael was where? First stop? Gilgal for how many years? 14. By 7 years of conquering, 7 years of dividing. Remember, Moshe Rabbeinu says, when you come to Gilgal, Bamos are mutter. Now, once Bamos are mutter, Moshe Rabbeinu says, Lo Sasun K'Chol Asher Nachnu. Therefore, once Bamos become mutter, you can't do then that which we are doing today, meaning L'Hakriv Chovos. When Bamos are mutter, you cannot offer obligatory offerings. What's the only thing you could offer up when Bamos are mutter? Uma anu mutarim ba, ish kala yasha ve'inav, nidarim u'nidavos shiran chova alav, ela shiyashu ve'inav liznade, kilabasan ad ata, achatavu kal minucha l'shino, shava v'shnechazman. So if I will say, Moshe Rabbeinu says like this, the Klal Yisrael, about to enter into Eretz Yisrael, with this chevra, when we were here in the desert, and Bamos were also, because we had the Mishkan, we were centralized service, you could offer whatever you want in the precincts of the Mishkan. Obligatory offerings, voluntary offerings, communal offerings, individual offerings. Now they're going to Eretz Yisrael. Moshe Rabbeinu says, "Lo sasun k'chol asher nachnu osim po hayom." You cannot do everything you're doing today, which means Moshe Rabbeinu says, no obligatory offerings during the 14 years that the Mishkan was in Shiloh. Sorry, in Gilgal. What can you do? Rest of the pasuk. Ish kol hayasher be'ena. You can do whatever is right in your eyes, which means voluntary offerings. Nidarim and Nidavas can be brought during the 14 years in Gilgal, nothing else. Okay, now watch this. Like the Gemara says, good. So I'm going to mention Isaac ki alisa la'aretz, and you come to Eretz Yisrael. Yisharos takrivu. Actually, it's a very Yisharos means Nidarim and Nidavas you could offer. Hovos lo sakrivu. You cannot offer obligatory offering. Now watch this. The Gilgal legabe Shiloh muchosres manu. Now both say, interestingly enough, the offerings in Gilgal, when compared to Shiloh, are like muchosres man. Karbanos which are deficient in time. Because Moshe Rabbeinu was saying, when you get to Shiloh, ultimately all of these things will be permitted. Which means that to go ahead, listen to this, to go ahead and offer, let's say, obligatory offerings or communal offerings in Gilgal would essentially be muchosres man. Would be offering karbanos prematurely. And what do you see? V'kamalu Moshe lo sason. And Moshe says, you can't do this. So what do you see, according to Rabbi Shimon? That when you offer up a premature carbon, a carbon that right now is in doubt, but ultimately again will be valid at a later time, that is allowed. That is allowed. And therefore, again, Rabbi Shimon says in all of these cases in Mishnah, if you offer up a carbon that is presently now not acceptable, too early, it's too young, or it hasn't yet phased in, but will become acceptable later on, that is punishable by Allah. Incredible. On the Rabbi Zera, Shuri says Rabbi Zera, if that's the case, Milton Amiruki, Shkemalkis. Right? It shouldn't just be allowed, you should also get Malkis for that, because then it's allowed. Allah Rabbi Zera, Hakasav Nitkolasek, the one Rabbi Zera saying, no, even according to Rabbi Shimon, ultimately, even though this is a law, but if you offered up, so for example, let's say you offered up a turtle dove right before its proper age, it's too young. According to Rabbi Shimon, that is allowed. If it's allowed, then why don't you get Malchus? Right? Rabbi Zera says you don't get Malchus. How do you get the Rabbanon? Rabbi Shimon hasn't yet. It's going to the Rabbanon, you don't get Malchus. According to Rabbi Shimon actually says you do get Malchus. So Rabbi Shimon is actually not, consistent. He's consistent all the way through. If you offer up a carbon that is presently too young, what he calls mechusar zman, it's not that it hasn't reached the right time, Rabbi Shimon says that is a law, and it is a law, in fact, punishable ultimately again by Malchus. Ramachan by Yitzchak Amar, Panim the Gilgal, Lagabi Shiloh Tichot Dafi. Show a couple of instructions on this. Ramachan says, interestingly enough, offering something in Gilgal is the equivalent of offering something bachot outside of Shiloh. Rabbi Amar Tani Rabbi Shimon. Again, we're just trying to figure out the logic of Rabbi Shimon's position. Rabbi says, Tani Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Shimon Omer, Minay is so interesting. We'll at least start this today. Minay is Avayach Pesach, Babam Siach, Bishas, Israel, Omer, Shimon Osase. How do you know that if you offer up a carbon Pesach on an individual Bama at a time when Bamos are asr? At a time when Bamos are asr, how do you know that you're in violation of a Losase? Tamul Omar, Lo Suchal Mizboach Es HaPasach. It says there are times when you're not allowed to offer up the Pesach. So when can you not offer up the Pesach? When there's an Isser Bamas. You can't offer up the Pesach on your Bama when there's an Isser Bamas. Yochel Ach B'Shas had the Bamas came. You would have thought that this is true even when Bamas are permitted. Maybe you still can't offer up a Pesach even when Bamas are permitted. Tamul Omar, Be'achad Sha'alecha. No, there are times when you can offer up Pesach even in one of your gates. Ultimately, again, I said it's only usher when all the cloud Yisrael ultimately is entering into one sha'ar. And so Gemara says, when is that? Amos. So Gemara says, if he says after chatzos, we're not going to lie. We'll pause over here for today. Excellent job. We'll say excellent job. We did good. Again, so we're picking up, just so we're leaving off with, I don't want to rush that last piece. What we're leaving off with is Shitas Rabbi Shimon. Right? Rabbi Shimon is the one who says in the Mishnah that if you offer up a carbon outside that has not yet reached its permitted time, what's called Mechusar Zman, that is a biblical prohibition. It's a law. We're just trying to Rabbi Shimon, where do you get that from? Where do you get that from? Okay, so far we've had three different options. First one seems to be the most compelling so far. They're really not the most sure. I think it's in part of the throw. The last point is some cover paper. We'll pick up with that tomorrow. Hold there, Rabbi Shimon. Everyone's another great day. Yes, one. It's so beautiful to see. I think the majority, right? The majority now on this student majority self cover. It's just beautiful. Just beautiful. Incredible. Good to see it. Good profession. Let's see. Later here. All right, to go school as well. All right, everyone, say good morning. Good morning. All right, well, Hazel, as she gets here, try to make the volume a little bit. Okay, sorry. Okay, good morning, Rothschild. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's cheer. Okay, you know what, actually, I'm going to put this to thank. Slower. No? No? All right, begin by thanking our. No? All right, we'll try. Thank you for thanking our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves. Haba Ali Latovo Ashimi Schreiber and the source of the first name of four and Yo Ifar Ben Miriam. Michael Kalame Margaret Kalame Margaret. Father, Joseph Shlomo Moshe Shmuel Suyida.
Alright, are you going to the gym today?
Yeah, later.
There you go. Alright, best wishes with the dermatologist. See you later, big man.
All those who get in police, all the
Excellent.
the families in the Hamid for Sark, child resources, and he's strong there. So let's with that, let us do a really, really incredible job ahead of us today. Today's daf is Kufir Gimel 113, and we are up in Eretz Hashem. We didn't quite finish the mission yesterday, so we are up to Kuf Yud Days on the days 112b, and I believe or Kachin, which is 2, right? Is that correct? Kachin? 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, 13 lines up from the bottom. So after we went through really like an incredible and exhaustive reading in the Mishnah about the different stages of right. From the Midbar to Yerushalayim, and they ended up with Ba'ul Yerushalayim. Such a beautiful word. So now the Gemara gets a little bit into some technicalities regarding these different time frames. So the Gemara says as follows. Mishnah says, such an interesting case. So let's say, imagine for a moment you have kavanas and you were makdish and you consecrated them acting with bamas. Okay, so whatever you filmed, like whatever. So you weren't allowed to use a bama. You consecrated a, which means if you can't use a bama. Something going on over there. All right, we'll try testing. Okay, if you can't use. See, it's a good listener. There's always someone behind the curtain who's troubling the curtain. Sometimes it's mentioned, most of the times it comes brought up. Right? But incredible. So remember again. So now the US Halloween case. So if you have a situation, I will say, where there's an Isser Bamas, right? So remember again, I'm not the Shakaran, and there's a Kemer Bamas to Austin, which means where do you have to bring the carbon? Where do you have to bring it? Right? Mishkan Beis HaMikdash. Okay, so watch this case. I'm not the carbon at the time that Bamas were Austin, but by the time I got around to offering it, the Krivan Bishas Isser Bamas. Right? And by the time I offered it, there was still an Isser Bamas. So the first case is straightforward. I was makdish a carbon at the time where there was an Isser Bamas, which means again you have to offer it, let's say in the Beis HaMikdash or Mishkan. I offered it at a time that there was an Isser Bamas, which means same time frame. same time frame, and then I offered up bachutz outside of the base of mikdash. So I will say there is three level liability. I mean, violation of an aseh, positive commandment. We'll discuss which one. A low saseh prohibition, and there's an isur kares for offering up karbanos outside of the base of mikdash. Okay, that's case one. That's a straightforward case. Next, Hekdishon b'shas hatrabamas, v'kivim b'shas israbamas mibachutz. Pulls to this case. Case number two is I was makdish the carbon at a time where bamos were mutter. What's an example of when bamos were mutter? Well, so remember again, it could be multiple times. It could be no givon. Shiloh bamos were aser. It's right. Shiloh, right? Most of the other places would have been correct, right? Shiloh is kind of like me, but again, don't move on. That's what you guys. Let's move on. And so any other time when bamos would have been at mutter. So you must listen to this. So now I was not at a time where bamos were mutter, and then the even b'shas. I didn't get around to do it immediately, but when I went ahead and they got to offering up the carbon, bamos were us. And now what did I do? I offered it up bachutz. So again, I said it's interesting. At the time of consecration, there would have been no problem offering it up at a bama. Time of actual offering, bamos are usher. And now I offer it up essentially on a bama, which is I offered up bachutz. What's that law? Harei Lusa said there was obviously liability because I did something wrong, but it's not the full extent of liability. So ultimately, again, I'm in violation of a positive commandment, a prohibition, but there's no kares. Why is there no kares? Again, we kind of understand this intuitively. Why is there no kares? Because at the time that I was makdish the carbon, bamos were mutter. So because that was true at the time of the hekdish, the ability of kares. Again, what the mechanics of that are, and as Hashem will see in the Gibar. Next case, things are reversed. Hekdishon b'shas isra bamos. So I was makdish the carbon at the time that bamos were ushered, the krivan b'shas hetra bamos, and then when I offer it on a bama outside of the Beis Hamikdash. At a time that bamos were mutter. What's the halacha? Hareilu ba'aseh ve'in b'hem lo saseh. In this case, again, there's only liability for an aseh, not even a lo saseh, and certainly again, no prohibition of or no liability of kares. Again, the mechanics of that I will see. But just keep in mind these three cases essentially where the hekdish, the consecration, and the offering occurred in different stages. Okay, incredible. Next, the Eilu Kachim Kredin Mishkan. So once I said the following Kavanos have to be offered up in the Mishkan, even at a time where there is a Heter Bamas. Right? So the following Kavanos must always be offered up inside the Mishkan. Kachim Shavuk Tishur the Mishkan. So this includes Kachim that ultimately again were consecrated for the Mishkan. Karbanos Tzibor, again we'll discuss what that means. Rashi says over here, actually before we get to Rashi, right? So it says Karbanos Tzibor, communal offerings, creating the Mishkan. The Karbanos Hayachid the Bama. So we'll say here pretty much is the fundamental distinction, right? Communal offerings have to always be offered up inside of the Mishkan. There's no such thing as a communal offering that goes on a bama. What does on a bama? Karbanos yach. Now, again, that statement itself is also going to require a little bit of tweaking because essentially what we're going to see is when we say karbanos yach, you've already seen this, but what does that mean? Really things that should be brought as like the Java, right? Really like the Java type offerings to be brought on a bama. Anything obligatory is going to be much more complicated, but certainly anything communal cannot be brought on a private bama. It can only be brought in the Mishkan. Okay, incredible. The Gemara says as follows: Karbanos hayachid shuk b'shul Mishkan. So this is actually an interesting case. Look at Rashi. Rashi is right across. Karbanos hayachid shuk b'shul Mishkan. Shedirish b'shasek dishan amenas lak rivan l'Mishkan. So let's say again, I'm bringing a private offering. I'm bringing a shlamim. The shlamim is in a dava, but I stipulate in the consecration of the carbon that I'm going to only bring this in the Mishkan. So then halacha l'maisa is in the Mishkan. You have to bring it in the Mishkan. You have to bring it in the Mishkan. The karbanos hayachid the bama, but other individual karbanos ultimately can be brought on a bama. Karbanos hayachid shehuk b'shul mishkan. If mishkan they make even b'bama pater. So again, nevertheless, individual karbanos that you pledged to bring in the mishkan, but you ended up bringing them on a bama, you're going to be kosher for doing so because technically speaking, they can be brought on a bama. So you're fine. Also, that's in that discussion. Now, obviously, that's going to require a lot of definition in the Gemara. So also, the Gemara ends up with a very important definition over here. I'm sorry, the Mishnah. So in general, now, what is the difference between a bama? Well, the Mishnah calls it a bamas yachid and a bamas sibor. Just so we're clear on terms, a bamas sibor means the mizbeach in the Mishkan, or the mizbeach in the Beis Hamikdash. That's called the bamas sibor, as opposed to a bamas yachid, which literally again is colloquially called a bama, your own private altar. So where lies the fundamental distinction between those two things? Now, again, remember, we've already partially with that question, namely that karbanos sibor go on a bamas sibor can never be offered up on a bamas yachid. Okay, that's the major distinction. Now the Mishnah ends off with a couple more. So where it says smicha, for example, smicha, which is the act of leaning on the animal before it is slaughtered, that is only done by a bamas sibor, not a bamas yachid. Shlitas tzafim. Spent a lot of time on this. The obligation to the chef certain karbanos in the north to the mizbeach, which means always again in bamas sibor and not bamas yachid. Top of Kufta Gimel 113a, Umatan Sadid. So most of this is actually very interesting. Remember again, so Rashi changes it to Matan Sodid. So this is, remember again, we learned by string kavanos that when sprinkling, there's an obligation to do one sprinkling that looks like two, like Achas Shtayim Shtayim Shein Arba. So that's unique sprinkling that's done by the corner of the horn of the mizbeach. If you do it on the side, do it on the corner, it spritzes on two sides. That's a din only in the communal bama, i.e. mikdash, mishkan, not a din in an individual bama. Tnufa, waving up the karban, hagasha. Now tnufa and hagasha are both halachas by mincha offerings. So tnufa is the waving of the mincha, hagasha is the bringing of the mincha close to the mizbeach. And the Omer says, a mincha b'bama. That's interesting. We'll have to obviously unpack that a little bit. And Yehuda says there is no din of mincha by bama, which is fascinating. So apparently for Yehuda, only animal sacrifices go on a bama, not a mincha. The key one, first of all, there's no din of kahuna. Right? By a bama, anyone is permitted to go ahead and offer up the karban. There's no din of kahuna. Big day sharis. Furthermore, again, remember again, both in the Mishkan as well as in the Beis Hamikdash, there's a din of clay shards. It's a din by halacha, so you have to go ahead. Big day sharis, sorry, you have to wear special kohanic clothing. Clay shards, service utensils. Ultimately, again, specific service utensils for the Mishkan and for the Beis Hamikdash don't apply in a bama. Reach and koach. So this is actually interesting. If you look at Rashi says reach and koach. The first of the short lines, Kidaminon. The parak case Shammai, we should Ibarim Hazebach Nizach, the Shem Leah, Lapuki Ibarim should slaughter the Halvar and Shem Barim should wreck the car. So remember, we had this Gemara that when you offer up a carbon, you're supposed to have in mind six things. Amongst those 6 things, you have to have in mind that the carbon is being offered up, the Leah Nicholah, as a pleasing aroma. Everyone said, what does that mean? So is that kavana? There the Gemara discusses is you shouldn't pre-roast the sacrificial parts. And because if you pre-roast them, then ultimately again the smell, like the good smell, will not be unlocked in the same way when you put them on the mizbeach. Okay? So apparently that's a din by the mizbeach, not a din by a baba. Next. Good. Eats like nothing. These are the first two on his back. Remember again in the Mishkan or on the Beis Hamikdash, there was a chota sikra, there was a red line. Certain blood applications are done above, certain below. That is a thing only in the above the Gola, the Beis Hamikdash Mishkan, on your baba. This was the diagram, right? Washing of your hands and feet. So remember again, a Kohen has to do that before doing levels. That is only in the Beis Hamikdash, not a din in a bama. Abalazman, and no ceremony, shaven bazeh. that most of the halachos ultimately again any time-related issues. Here, over here, that's nine. Is actually reference to pickle. That if you have in mind that that you are going to eat it, burn it outside of in the brain, that invalidates the carbon. There's the carbon being offered out of the notes are because carbonic material left over passes for many time. Tame, which are in the halachos of not concerning carbonos or the individual office, shove and bazel that. Apply both to a baba as well as to a baba. Incredible, I will say. Fantastic Mishnah, that's pretty much all the halachos we need to know. Navigate between baba and baba. Incredible. So now let's go back to the beginning of the Mishnah. The beginning of the Mishnah seems like very long time. Remember again, the first part of the Mishnah spoke about the idea that if you go ahead and you burn the para azuma, chutz migita. Because remember again, our topic is still what happens if you do certain sacrificial rites and rituals outside of your permitted area. So the Mishnah was the para azuma is burnt outside of the Beis Hamikdash, and apparently there was a designated area for the burning of the para azuma. Let's say you burned it outside of its identified or prescribed area. Right? So the Mishnah calls that demarcated area gat, right? The depression in the ground. So the Mishnah said, if you burn the para aduma outside of its gat, you're not chayiv. You're not chayiv. The shkutei folks, right? Remember again, why not? Because the only time you're chayiv for shkutei folks to do something outside of the Beis Hamikdash is when the parallel act would have been done inside. But by paraduma, that's not a true thing. Because by paraduma, there is no parallel act inside, because paraduma is only done outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Okay, so once it's now, this is really, I think today's Gemara is just off the charts. Off the charts. So now puts me guitar. So what's it? Gemara says, what does it mean outside of its gat, outside of its press? Like what? Or I keep saying press, but outside of its pit, outside of its depression. So into this, Amr Shlakish, chutz mikom habodl cloth. So this is incredible. So Shlakish says that it means it like this. In general, the Shlakish is assuming that in the area where you go ahead and, remember, there's two things that happen with paratuma. There's the slaughtering of the para, and there's the burning of the para. We're going to see right now, the Gemara is kind of using these products a little bit interchangeably. So in the area where they did the paraduma, they must have inspected it first. Inspected it for what? For bodies, right? Which must mix. Because you can remember, I will say, can you imagine you do the paraduma and then you find the bone? Right? You find the bone, the human bone, you find human remains somewhere over there. Can you imagine again that invalidates the entire thing? So Shlakish, therefore, they must have done an exhaustive and just investigation about the site. So therefore, according to Shlakish, chutz migita means outside of the area which was inspected for the process of paraduma. So if you go ahead and you perform the paraduma process outside of the inspected area, halacha l'maisa, again, now the para may be invalid. That's possible, but you are not liable for what we'll call shchutei chutz, for doing avoda outside the Beis Hamikdash. Okay, so the Gemara says, I'm going to be open. V'alo kol Eretz Yisrael b'tukai. What are you talking about? All of Eretz Yisrael is inspected. Right? All of Eretz Yisrael is inspected. So what exactly that means, we'll have to see. I'm going to be open. Says, rather, what does it mean? Puts me guitar. You don't shafta lifnim min chomas Yerushalayim. Oh, fascinating. Rabbi Yochanan says, no. Puts me guitar means you shafted it in the wrong place. What does it mean you shafted it in the wrong place? You shafted it in the walls of Yerushalayim. So let's say, what happens if you shaft the part inside the walls of Yerushalayim and validates the Torah? It's supposed to be shafted outside of the walls of Yerushalayim. Remember again, you shafted on Har HaMishkan, on Har HaZeisim. Har HaZeisim is outside the walls of Yerushalayim. So you're both saying, when the Mishnah says, if you shaft the para chutz migita, the para itself may be invalid, but you are not liable for performing sacrificial service outside of the confines of the Beis Hamikdash. What's the definition of chutz migita? Reish Lakish, outside of the pre-checked area. Rabbi Yochanan says, no, you're wrong, because all of Eretz Yisrael is pre-checked. Right? All of Eretz Yisrael is pre-checked. Rabbi Yochanan says, what does it mean outside of its gat? It means you moved it inside the walls of Yerushalayim, which is an invalid space. Okay, let's see, here we go. I don't understand. The lukma, you don't shishakta foot the fumash and looking at that. Why do you have to be so dramatic that you're shifting the cover inside the walls of the Yerushalayim? There's a simple case. You could stay outside the walls, but what? Not opposite the entrance. Because remember, again, I will say, the way cover Pesach works is that halacha l'maisa is that the cover is supposed to be shifted opposite the entrance of the Harabait, which means you're supposed to be standing on Harazayim. Remember again, Harazayim is so Beis Hamikdash, Harabait is on a note. There's a valley in between, right? Now, Kidron in between. So which means that when you say you could see directly into, well, depending on where you're standing, but you could see directly into the entrance way. You can see the entrance way of the base. I mentioned this before. We know the area where the Para Aduma was placed. In fact, today, fortunately, there's a monastery there, or a former monastery there. So again, you could go to the monastery to spot. You can go there and you could look and you could literally see a clear shot into Harabayis and again into what would have been the entrance into this entrance. So why do you have to set it up so dramatically that you're going ahead and coming and doing a part of it inside the walls of Yerushalayim? Just say you're doing it on Harazayim, but you're doing the wrong side of Harazayim. You're not doing it opposite the entrance of the Beis Hamikdash. The Amr of Adam Abba, Shaka Shalom Kineged Apesach, Sulam. As again, Rabbi says, that if you check the Paraduma, ultimately again, even though you're doing it outside the Beis Hamikdash, on the Harazayim, but if you don't do it opposite the entrance of the Beis Hamikdash, the para is hustle. Why? Shne'emar b'shachat v'hiza. Because the pasuk says you shall slaughter it and you shall sprinkle it. Now, both those are two consecutive psukim. Hazza asa kineged apera. Just like the sprinkling of the paraduma mixture is done opposite the entranceway of the Beis Hamikdash. So therefore, again, Shita Kineged Apesach. So the Shita must also be done opposite the entranceway of the Beis Hamikdash. The Rikim Rav, Bilo Makish. Maybe you'll say we don't compare sprinkling to slaughtering or slaughtering to sprinkling. I thought Ikmar Shakta Shlo Kineged Apesach. Oh yeah, we learned that if you check the paraduma, not opposite the entranceway to the Beis Hamikdash, the Yochanan Amar Psula. The Yochanan says ultimately again it's possible. Why? The shakat v'hiza, because what I said is a juxtaposition. You shall share and you shall sprinkle. Yet, what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, there's a connection between the two. Just like the sprinkling must be done opposite the entrance of the mikdash. So too again, shmita was done opposite the entrance of the mikdash. Rish Lakish says no, even if you didn't do shmita opposite the entrance way, it's still kosher. Why? Okay, what if you burnt the paraduma not opposite the entrance of the mikdash? The Yochanan says that it's possible. The Roshaya Amar Shera. The Yochanan says that it's kosher. The Yochanan Amar Psula. The Yochanan says that it's possible. Why? Misara Hiza, because he compares the burning of the paraduma to the spit like sprinkling is done after the entrance of the mikdash, so too burning is done after the entrance of the mikdash. The Rosh says it's kosher. Why? Even if you burn it not after the entrance, right? So this is actually very interesting. It says Al Pir Yisrof. Sorry, looking again, I will say Al Pir Shah literally means with its waist. What that means is when it's actually by other kabbos, or often after exactly starting it up, they would squeeze out any waste from like the intestines. By paraduma, you don't do that. By paraduma, you burn the food. You got the carbon. You don't flay it and like cut it up into pieces. Instead, you just burn it whole. That's what it's called al pir shah. Interesting enough, the Moshe has an interesting drasha. Al pir shah yisrof makom sheporeshes Nisa Champei Shefasa. Where literally again it separates from life and goes that's deeper. In other words, that must take place the same place as Shita. In the same way that Shita ultimately again has to go ahead. The same place where the animal dies, that's where it can be burned. Now both sides. Even if there's a din that shkita has to be done opposite the entrance of the base of the Mikdash, there's no din which dictates where the animal itself actually dies. In other words, let's say you shut the animal and it moves to a different spot, and that's where it finally dies. That's fine. So Shavuot, that's where it's going to be burned. I mean, just like again, there's no hada, there's no insistence that it die opposite the entrance of the Mikdash, so you can burn it anywhere as well. So what's the point of that is, remember again, let's just keep on. What's our question? That if you go ahead and you slaughter the para aduma, put the gita, ultimately you're not liable for shusei chutz. We're asking fundamental question, simple question: what is gita? What does that mean? What does that mean? It's prescribed area. So Shlakish says the area that was pre-checked for tumah. Rabbi Yochanan says, no, you don't need that because Eretz Yisrael is pre-checked. We don't know what it is. We'll come back to that in just a little bit. But Rabbi Yochanan says, you shefted it inside the walls of Yerushalayim instead of outside the walls. The only Gemara was just bothered by Rabbi Yochanan. Why such a dramatic definition? Just say instead that what? You shefted it outside of the walls, but not opposite the entrance way of the Beis HaMikdash. Because what we've just proven is that the Yochanan requires para aduma to be shefted outside the entrance of the Beis HaMikdash. So just keep it simple. You shefted it outside of the walls of Yerushalayim, but not opposite the entrance way to the Beis HaMikdash. Which the Gemara says, you're right. Here we go. Lo mi boy cover. Lo mi boy fits in the former. Luchos the former. So it goes down saying in front of Yochanan, if you shefted the para aduma outside of walls of Yerushalayim, but not opposite the entranceway of the Beis HaMikdash, that is possible. That is possible. And that's how it has to have a Lamaisa. Right? Paraduma must be shefted on Harazisim, on the Mount of Aretz, Haramishka, on the elevation opposite the entranceway of the Beis HaMikdash, and if you don't do that, it is possible. That's how he passed it. So what's the Yochanan Chiddush? The Karube Karba, the Iman Piskasha. I would have thought like this. Let's say, instead of checking it outside the walls, you brought it in the walls and you checked it there. I would have thought that maybe it's only going to be kosher, right? Why? Because you're bringing it closer. In other words, it's a pretty beautiful logic. If the paraduma has to be on Harazisim, opposite the entrance of the Beis HaMikdash, and a lot of walls check the entrance certainly be good because it's even closer to the entrance of the Beis HaMikdash. Kamash Malan, no. Kamash Malan, no. Kamash Malan, no. Say that what? That's the halacha is paraduma is only kosher if you go ahead and you check outside of the walls of the Beis HaMikdash, and ultimately again opposite the entrance. Incredible. So both sides. So and as I mentioned, that is halacha. My supposed to there's a trend supposed to ask on that also. Like sometimes one of the most interesting and sometimes difficult things in Yiddishkeit is there may be many different things that make sense to us included, and sometimes we feel like certain things should be a certain way in Yiddishkeit. And Baruch Hu tells us no, do it like this. It is important. One of the most important yisodos in Yiddishkeit is the ability, the willingness to sometimes bend our view of individuality through the framework of conformity of the Ribono Shalom. Baruch Hu asks us to do things in a certain way, even though again I'd say, but wouldn't it be so much better if you do it like this? Maybe there's logic to that, but sometimes what it means to be a Jew is to be a good soldier, to execute the orders of the Ribono Shalom as they are given to us. Incredible. You would think so much nicer to bring the paraduma inside of the Beis HaMikdash, inside of the walls of Yerushalayim. It's even closer to the entrance of the Beis HaMikdash. Beautiful thought, but that's not what God wants. Don't do what you think God wants, but do what God actually wants. Big tension that all of us encounter in Yiddishkeit. One of the hardest things about giving us a good Muslim. I'm back. So now we got it. Remember the Mishnah says you have to check the current things you have to check the paraduma in its place Seventh place. Reish Lakish rechecked the Tumah. Rabbi Yochanan said, no, and they said opposite the entry. Reish Lakish said, what's the definition of Gat? Area pre-checked for Tumah. Rabbi Yochanan said, all the very top is pre-checked for Tumah. Right? So what's going on? I'm a Rabbi Yochanan, I'm a so so we'll say, what is it? I obviously want to say right now, understand what's happening over here. Lakish seems to feel Tumah. Now, what's the refers to as the whole. Tumah is the whole general concern that graves, like there's people buried in random places. So Reish Lakish seems to be concerned about that, and therefore you need to pre-check an area of Tumah. On the other hand, Rabbi Yochanan does not seem to be worried, and he says all of Israel is pre-checked. So what are they arguing? Okay, let's get ready for this. Michael Sabar, Yorad Mabul Eretz Yisrael, Mar Sabar Lo Yorad. Wow. They both say, what's the machlokas? The machlokas is the Mabul, the flood, which destroyed the Noah flood. Right? Did the Mabul affect Eretz Yisrael or not? Did the Mabul ravage Eretz Yisrael or not? That's the machlokas. Mar Sabar Yorad. So Reish Lakish holds, yes, it did. Yes, and I will say, by the way, what happened as a result of the Mabul? Humanity is obliterated, which the Pashtus means there are corpses all over the world. Right? That's the Pashtus, what it means, even in Eretz Yisrael. Reish Lakish says Eretz Yisrael was not spared the effects of the Mabul, and therefore, again, you have to assume that there are random dead people buried in Eretz Yisrael all over the place. And therefore, in order to do Paraduma, you need to pre-check an area. On the other hand, Rabbi Yochanan holds, Rabbi Yochanan says, no, it's not true. The Mabul impacted the world. The Mabul did not impact Eretz Yisrael. Did not impact Eretz Yisrael. Richard will say, by the way, it's such a fascinating thing, right? Because if you think about it, say in the Shivas of Yochanan, that the Mabul didn't impact Eretz Yisrael, that might be the only world event that did not impact Israel. Right? The most important is how everything in the world comes back as well. So you saw the headlines, right? You saw this like news that what Trump did, with Maduro, right? So you saw what the vice president said in Venezuela. This has a Zionist root to it. What? Literally, we have absolute. What are you talking about? Right? But again, I'll say it's such an incredible thing. It's almost like all roads always lead back to the Jewish people of Israel. Somehow, some way, we're at the epicenter of everything. On one hand, again, we Eretz Yisrael, could go ahead and make rain, could make water in the desert, and we could do that. But somehow we're also behind the kidnapping of dictators. A whole bunch of it's just so interesting. Rabbi Yochanan says the Mabul didn't impact Eretz Yisrael. Okay, it might be the one event in all history of mankind that didn't somehow have its roots in Eretz Yisrael, but everything else did. Okay, that's not my focus also. That's not my focus. I'm not going to So I'm not going to So I told you, I promised you Gemara. I promised it to you. Here it is. You'll say, sir, what is this? Did the Mabul impact Eretz Yisrael or not? So Gemara said, and both of them dash one pasuk. What the pasuk? Fascinating. It's a pasuk from Yecheskel. A pasuk in Yecheskel. What does Yecheskel say? Ben Adam. So Yecheskel's talking to us. Ben Adam. Amar Allah. As ha'as lo metuara. He lo gushma biyom za'am. So one says, listen to this. So the Gemara says, so Yecheskel says, Ben Adam man. So the land is not pure. Now again, Yecheskel is rebuking Klal Yisrael. Now we're going to see the shaila is how to punctuate this passage. Let me translate it, then we'll see how to punctuate it. Right? The land is not pure. Did it not rain there, or has it not rained there on the day of wrath? Okay, so obviously what Yecheskel is making reference to, Klal Yisrael not doing the right things. They are defiling Eretz Yisrael, and he speaks about the rain on the day of wrath, which is a reference to the Mabul. So watch this. So ultimately, according to Rabbi Yochanan, the pasuk is to be read as a question. Eretz Yisrael, Milo Matura, at Klum, Alecha Yisham Yom Zam. According to Rabbi Yochanan, so Yechezkel saying that the land is defiled. The land is defiled. Did rain there on the day of wrath. So what the person is saying, who scared Eretz Yisrael, he spared it from the Mabul. Despite the fact that Hashem spared it from the Mabul, you go ahead and defile it. But it's a question mark. Was Eretz Yisrael impacted by the rain on the day of wrath? No, it was not. It was spared rather because of the Mabul. Reish Lakish Savar Kipashtes. Reish Lakish reads the passage just as a statement. Eretz Lo Mitzvara. So the Gemara says, Milo Yard Lachat Nishamim Yom Zad. According to Reish Lakish, it is read much more as a straightforward statement. That ultimately, again, the land has been defiled, and did it not rain there on the day of wrath? Meaning that the rain did fall in Eretz Yisrael during the Mabul. So it says, Reish Lakish and Rabbi Yochanan about the Mabul of Eretz Yisrael. Reish Lakish says, yes, because he didn't have to. So that there are people from the time of the Mabul buried random even in Eretz Yisrael, because that's what happened to the dead of the Mabul. They were embedded in the earth. So therefore, according to Reish Lakish, if you go ahead and you do the paraduma, you need to check an area to make sure that it is free from any corpse tuma. The Mabul did not impact Eretz Yisrael, and therefore, again, all of our, in fact, the Mabul, Eretz Yisrael was the only place that the Mabul didn't. And therefore, again, all of Eretz Yisrael is pre-checked. It doesn't mean that the dead aren't buried in Eretz Yisrael. Again, it means that Eretz Yisrael, when we're dead, we are careful to demarcate graves, and there is absolutely no need to assume that there's random graves, unmarked graves anywhere in Eretz Yisrael. So let's say, here we go. Ace here, Rabbi Yochanan. So Rabbi Yochanan, this is great. This Gemara before in the second sukkah. Listen to this. Kaseros halyubinuyos halasela. Most of this is incredible. Especially constructed courtyard in Yerushalayim that were built on Sarah. They are built on bedrock. Now, let's say, what that means over here is. What that means over here is that they were built on bedrock in a way that it was clear that the earth was never disturbed. Right? Remember again, the Eretz Yisrael is a lot of the soil is not typical soil; it's rock. It's rock. So when you go ahead and you dig down, you can see whether or not the rock has ever been disturbed or not. So they would build these special cities upon undisturbed bedrock. With that, they it may care about the home. They would also make sure that, again, when constructing these particular courtyards, you'll see that they will leave an opening. They will leave an opening of a tefach right between the top of the city and anything below it. Meaning, I will say, there's a halakha like this. Tuma, in general, ola bokas. Tuma goes straight up. Right? Tuma just ascends straight up. It goes as high, keeps going higher and higher. If there is, however, a space on the tefach, let's say a corpse, and then there's like roof on top of the corpse, that keeps the corpse tuma in. So what they would do is, we're going to see these were specially constructed courtyards that would prevent any transference of tuma. So first they would build it on undisturbed bedrock. That would seemingly eliminate the concern that there was somebody buried deep down. Furthermore, they would also create these cities, these courtyards on top of an opening of a tefach, space of a tefach. That way, for some reason, there was some type of subterranean corpse or subterranean grave. That opening of a tefach would contain the tumah from going up. Okay, so what happened? Over there, Nashim Ubaros, the Yogos Umagadmos Sham the name Lapara. What happened? They would bring pregnant women there to have their babies in this place. And then the women would raise their children in this particular courtyard. Why? These were the children who were going to be passed ultimately again with going ahead and taking care of the process of Hara Aduma. So they would go to Magalo Shamanay, so they would give birth there to their sons. That must say before go on. Take a look at Rashi. When Magalo Shamanay, and Rashi is right across in process Lo Yara Mabo. So this is the Hara. משום דמקמן הסכוין הסורף הספרה מפני שאר מלוס הרבה שאין אחד הכהנים נוגעים בו כל שבע סמיך ראשון Okay, so let me just tell you what's happening with that. There's a lot to unpack here. A lot to unpack here. So there was a ridiculous thing that they did by Paraduma. What was the ridiculous thing? Okay, just get ready. Let's take a deep breath. Right before they went ahead and the Kohen did the process of Paraduma, they would be the Tameh. Specifically, they would make him a Tvul Yom. Now, remember what the Tvul Yom? So let's say, for example, they give him a sheret. They say, here, hold this. Right? He would hold the sherets. What happens when you hold the dead sherets? Become tamei. How do you rectify that trauma? Go to the mikvah and what? Wait till nightfall. The halacha is a Tvul Yom is permitted to do the process, to do the avodah of paraduma. That's the halacha. We're going to get to that's the halacha. Now, this was a big point of contention, right, between the Sadducees, right, and the Rabbanim. So let's listen to this. So the Rabbanim instituted that, Chazal instituted that in order to show that the Tzdukim were wrong, we would go out of our way to make the Kohen into a Tvul Yom to show that a Tvul Yom is kosher to do paraduma, which is pretty wild, pretty wild. Now, what was the concern with that? The concern with that was that if you're going to allow Kohen who's a Tvul Yom to do the avodah paraduma, then people may end up treating the whole thing leniently. How do you avoid that? By essentially being super ridiculously machmir by the rest of the process. So that's how you balance the. So on one hand, we need the Kohen to be a Tvul Yom, but we don't want the fact that the Kohen to be a Tvul Yom to be something that disparages the general spirit of the avodah. So instead, it will just be ridiculously machmir about the rest of the process. To the point that we'll say that during the days leading up to the paraduma, when the Kohen Gadol, when the Kohen was tar, none of the other Kohen could touch him. Who would be the ones who would sprinkle paraduma ashes upon the days of the lead to the new paraduma? These children. These children who were birthed in these specially created Tara courtyards were the ones who essentially handled the Kohen Gadol. That really is actually the strong Kohen Gadol who's supposed to be paraduma. And so these children would be the ones who would handle all of the processes leading up because they were absolutely unequivocally tahar. There was an interesting enough. Well, we'll get into more details over there. So go back to the right now. It's really incredible. How would they transport these kids around the courtyard? They would bring oxen, and on the back of the oxen, they would put a door, right? And the kids would sit on top of the door, on top of the oxen. Watch the shot, because in the event somehow that there was somehow, the door actually acts as an ohar, as a barrier to a tumah. So if he was on top of the door, ultimately, again, he's not going to become tamei. So let's see, understand. Especially constructed courtyards, ultimately, again, with undisturbed bedrock, there's still a cover there. You put a space between the top of the courtyard and the bedrock, the tata, that keeps the tumah clean. Furthermore, whenever these kids would go place to place, like they will play day, wherever they're going, right? On the shvan, they have a door on top of it. If they only sit on top of the door, that is no problem. These will be the children who will be actively involved in the Torah Aduma process. And the leverage the fact that he would be the time of the Kohen as a Tvul Yom. The Kohen shall have him be Yagan, and ultimately again they only use stone utensils. Only stone utensils, ultimately again for the process of the product. Because it was another again, that's what he points out. Not simply stone, it's actually utensils made out of dried dung, because they're not makabel tumah. Will be all done. The mom will be up in common. And ultimately, again, they will go ahead and look at that. Going to be essentially requires two ingredients. Well, a couple more ingredients. The ashes and spring water. They will draw the water. Then again, we'll say, when are they going? When are they going on these oxen with the doors on the back? And they have to draw the water for the paraduma. That's pretty much what these kids are primarily used for. The drawing of the water and some of the sprinkling on the Kohen. So they would go down to the spring on these oxen with the doors on their backs. Like that, we prevent tumah, and they would use these stone utensils, which could not be makabel tumah as well. So what's that? So really, absolutely, I'm not going to make it sure. Rafuna said, ultimately, so bottom line, so obviously, remember, sometimes like something is so visible that you kind of use it in a problem. So I don't know, I lost the train of thought. What are we talking about again? Oh, remember again. The Shlokish are the Parsha or the Milpana, right? Because the Shlokish says the Mapple happens in Eretz Yisrael. You have to be concerned about random dead people buried in Eretz Yisrael. What's the proof to that? These specially constructed courtyards. Because the Milpana, if you were right that Halacha L'Maisa, if you are the Halacha L'Maisa, the Mapple didn't impact Eretz Yisrael. Therefore, there's no random buried people in Eretz Yisrael, then this whole thing is unnecessary. Like you have to be concerned that there are just random graves. But I don't know, you see what you are. Because the Milpana will respond, no. So I'm going to be here, I'm going to be sure, Maila Asibapara. This is the Kumra, that's how I do it. So again, if you test an arrival with argument, just because we said before, since we're making the we go out of our way to be ridiculously machmir by other aspects of our argument. Okay, what's the value that happens to be? So like that's something amazing. Remind me, I told you I'm going to come back on this today. I need to have this. Right, so again, there's a beautiful honor. We're there on the piece of milk for some of you. I'm going to come back to it. But we're not time today, but we'll get back to it. Let's go over the Bible. But Yochanan brings back to his office. Yochanan said, no novel Israel. He is taking down his office. Come after this. That's a summer solution. Can you imagine this? One time in the Samikdash, they found human bones in the chamber of the wood chamber. The wood chamber. Now, this is like the sound. It's one of the four chambers in the very called organization stuff. And that is where they kept the wood. Right? One time, they found human remains in that chamber. The most of the two living and they want to get up and say, all of the Yerushalayim is coming. Which, again, now what is that? They say, what really are on your mark 3. In the Yerushalayim, which of course changes our entire approach. Rabbi Yeshua, not Rabbi Amar. And Yeshua stood up and he said, well, who so clean as you run it? So again, Yeshua stood up and he said, what are you talking about? How can you not be embarrassed to go ahead and declare this blanket summer on the city of our forefathers? That's what he's talking about. What are you talking about? You think there's Tumah Yerushalayim? Of course not. Where are the dead of the Mabul? Where are the dead of Nebuchadnezzar? Talks to the first place on Mikdash. That wasn't a Gemara says, now, what it sounds like what Yeshua is saying is, the Mabul never fell upon Eretz Yisrael, and therefore there are no dead from the Mabul in Eretz Yisrael. Here's the problem. For the Taneh, now, are you going to say that there are no dead in the time of Nebuchadnezzar? And also, we know this. We know that scientists, we know when you see like this in the Kingdom of Ishmael, when Nebuchadnezzar destroyed the base of Mikdash, there were over 1 million Jews slaughtered in the conquest of Yerushalayim. So how can you say there were no dead from the time, but there was no dead in the time of Nebuchadnezzar? That's not true. Rather, we have to say, the Gemara says, was Elohabu Upanim. Rather, it's not to say that no. Rahman from the word Jews who were slaughtered in the destruction of Yerushalayim. And what happened? The dead were slaughtered and then they were removed for burial. Akanami Habu Upanim. So see by the Mabul also went ahead and started Israel, but after the Mabul they were careful to go ahead and properly move and bury the body. The Gemara says, the Hebrew of the base. The Hebrew hills cost none in the Hebraian. As the summer, ultimately, again, I'm going to say that ultimately were moved from the right. Ultimately, again, to say that they were removed from all the various itself. So again, so ultimately, again, the trust is pointing out over here. Once you acknowledge that the Mabul fell, but once you acknowledge that that occurred, then Allah myself, you also have to acknowledge ultimately again that there is the possibility for unmarked graves that there as well. Even if some of the hard was it, you keep it from Yerushalayim, right? Even if you want to say, oh, yeah, everything was removed from Yerushalayim, you fully Eretz Yisrael, it's possible that the rest of the Eretz Yisrael, ultimately again, there is still going to be an issue. Also, I want to point out something amazing, because this Gemara is tremendous with the hospital as well. Watch what happens over there. They found human remains in the Ritzas Ha'ezim, which is a pretty significant thing. So if you notice, what was the snap reaction to it? You found the problem, everything's broken. Everything's broken, right? You found your mistake, all we found is coming. Calm down. It's also possible everything is absolutely fine. Everything is fine. We have an issue. We're like, I don't know how human remains that we finish but it does not automatically mean that all the shalayim, so often in life, when we encounter difficult circumstances, like definitely difficult questions that we don't like, suddenly again, like everything is broken. Everything is wrong. And when you do that, often what it does is it creates like a panic mode. And nothing good ever happens in panic mode. Sometimes when a problem or challenges arise, the best way to deal with it is everything is fine. Everything is fine. We have an issue that has to be dealt with, right? Cool, right? Like this proper disposition, whatever the challenge is, will be fine. If everything is broken, that leads to panic. Panic is usually never conducive to true problem solving. Everything is fine. There's a particular issue that has to be dealt with. Okay, then we can deal with that a bit more rationally, and actually use the conclusion. So fascinating. You got me. Don't say one more line, no, stop on me. Are you serious? Talking to me about this. There's ultimate version. Sometimes I'm not going to makes you nothing. I hear you to look at that side. It's not just such a look at the where is the where is it on your look at that side? My life is the honey hubble. The same way you can't deny that Jews slaughtered by Nebuchadnezzar, the bodies in Yerushalayim, and so there must also be bodies from the Mabul, which the Egyptian Yochanan would answer, Nidiriya, Fakirisa, Fakirisa. Yochanan would say no, two different things. Of course, I agree. I can't deny that they were the dead from Nebuchadnezzar. That is a historical fact. But obviously, again, those that were taken care of, that is appropriate. But I still hold that the Mabul itself never fell in their both sides. So we're going to stop over here for today. Don't worry, we are fine. Tomorrow is a super short daf. The day after is pretty much not even like a full daf. Day after that, nothing. Right? Yeah, we're fine. It's like, again, it's like fine wine. You could go it and feel the same intoxicating effects. Or you can actually enjoy it. Taste the notes, appreciate the subtlety of it. One way or another, you're going to finish the bottle, right? So one or another, and then we're going to finish. But let's at least enjoy every step of the process. What's that? Tremendous.
Very good looking person. So maybe like Matt Wright, or I guess like American Psycho style. Like clavicular is a good thing to say. It's not necessarily Ryan Murphy's more time. No, of course, because he's gay. There's no question.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin a bit of welcome in your section 2. We have an incredible, beautiful, overwhelmingly to start. That today, Baruch Hashem, and as we are beginning our march with the end of the Sefas Tzvatim, which is going to be a monumental epic. Begin first today by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's visit. Thank our Talmud sponsors for the month of this. Habar Ben Rotovo, Ishi and Mindy Schreiber, and Principal Fushner, and Yoda Bar, Ben Miriam, Martin Shamale Martin, Mary of Martin's father, Yosef Shoma Moshe Shmuel Ben Yukusu Yehuda, Yarkei Tuzan, Chokdala David Tariq of Learning sponsors, Ali and Natalie Friedman, in honor of the entire Israel and beautiful. Of course, you can imagine about coming to all of the Shamas having a leave, the time is going to come, all those who need to report. That one together with Kol East, which is called Shemaiah, continue to shower. So it's help us upon our people, upon our land, and let's just jump in the Moses, that's what you do. Today, that is what you do. Another issue that I think to be tomorrow, but let's just quickly do the Mishnah again. On Kofi Aleph on base 111b. Again, we're going to finish off the parak, and this time coming attractions. Next parak, ridiculous. And not like ridiculous, like you feel like the rest of the parak is talking. Like this, like ridiculously amazing. Incredible. I love this. Let's go. Mishnah. Chakra Shahiro Gamar Bakos. So again, we're still, this obviously this entire parak, the practical implications of going ahead and carbonos. Now, when we say to new carbonos, we know general ends of animal sacrifices, and also, of course, we'll call it other sacrificial matter, like our main part, the comets, like the goddess, things like that. So our Mishnah, which is the last Mishnah of the parak, is continuing along its same theme. So Achatu Shekibo Dama, he goes that up. Chef to the kapos, you receive the blood in 1 cup. Nasan Bakos, the Chazan B'Nasan Bakos. If you do the blood outside, then you do the blood application inside. Or if you came the Chazan B'Nasan Bakos, or you did it inside and you also did it outside, ultimately, again, Mishnah says, you are Chayiv. Yimar says, Shekulo Ra'oi Bifnim, because all of this is part of, again, we'll remember again, overarching principle. How do you know in general if you perform a sacrificial rite or ritual outside? How do you know that you're Chayiv? How do you know that you're liable for that? How do we know that? If the same exact parallel act would have been effective inside of it as an Mikdash, then there's liability for doing it outside. If what you did outside would not have been valid had you done it inside, then there's no liability for having done it outside. So in this case over here, we're doing a blood application of the katos because the parallel act would have been permitted or would have been effective inside, therefore there's liability for doing it outside. So, next. If you went ahead and you received the blood in 2 cups, nothing Shneyan Yifnim partner. You did again about to take the blood of both cups and you applied it inside, ultimately your partner. Obviously, that statement is an unnecessary statement, right? Because remember, that's talking about if you receive the blood of the cup and 2 cups and the blood application inside of it, and this saying in our Maradana, you don't need to talk about that. It's obvious that there's not going to be an issue because that's just blood application indoors. Next thing, if you went ahead and you did both outside, you kind of between the partner, if you went and you did one on the inside, one on the outside, ultimately again, you'll be partner, if you did one outside, one inside, you'll be liable ultimately for the blood application done outside of his window. But interestingly enough, the one going inside will actually be effective. Incredible. What can this be compared? So the matrix that's also this is like somebody went ahead and
how are you?
An animal as a double sacrifice. Then the animal was lost.
Yeah, go ahead.
This takes us back like literally to the beginning of our so what happened? I had a guess there is like then I lost the carcass. What do you do with the carcass? What do you do with the carcass? Again, what do you do? What do you do? It's very important. If you notice by the way, what is it? So if you notice, there's a very interesting piece. There is like some why they even say like any electric also there is like Shabbat they feel, even they say music is
absolutely. It's the thing that if we are being honest as rabbis, no one else. So that's what I want to say. The second thing is no one says that you can't use it. No one says that. There's just the prohibition of manipulating electricity on Shabbat. So we use timers. With that being said, okay, now additionally, there are some major questions on what is that are many rabbis don't want to address, but I'm comfortable enough in my Judaism addressing them. And let me give you the example. Hashem made the seventh day, the day of rest. We agree on that, right? But we don't know when that day was. We don't know exactly. I mean, we know that traditionally we say that the world is 5,786 years old. But truthfully, we don't know what day Shabbat was the first Shabbat. So what I'm saying is that there is a 1 in 7 chance, because there's one day out of 7 that we could be right on when Shabbat is. So there's a 1 in 7 chance that today's Shabbat, or tomorrow's Shabbat, or Sunday or Monday's Shabbat, 1 in 7. So basically there's an 86% chance that Shabbat, Friday night to Saturday night, isn't even Shabbat. There's only a 14% chance that that's correct. Is that? On top of that, and this is like, I love these conversations, so I appreciate you bringing them to me. There isn't anything in Torah that says you can't use electricity. Where the prohibition is in combustion, lighting a match on Shabbat. And there's a good question that exists: is fire the same as electricity? And really, they're not. This is just something that has been around for about 150 years in terms of rabbinical decrees as to considering electricity to be a form of combustion. But in reality, that's not necessarily true. They're separate physical properties. On top of all of that, there's an allowance to use electricity on Shabbat, just not to necessarily manipulate it. So there's an argument to be made that, like, we use blacks, we use hot plates, we use pressure cookers to some extent. We can use certainly timers that are all running on Shabbat. So basically, like, I don't drive on Shabbat, I don't combust Shabbat, I don't work on Shabbat. There are 39 melachot, prohibitions, that I avoid. And when it comes to electricity, I don't take something, charge it, like plug it in, meaning it's already being used. It's already plugged in. So for these reasons, it's very similar in a lot of ways to a hot plate. Now, a black generally stays continuous, but there are still nevertheless slight variations. Now it comes into terms of, well, is this being manipulated purposefully? But in reality, the electricity debate has only been a debate for the last 150 years. It hasn't been something that goes back 2,000 years, back to the fall of the Second Temple, and certainly not to the Torah. So for these reasons, recognize that I'm not doing anything that is in the Talmud that is prohibited. These have just been further decrees of rabbis who really didn't know. I mean, really, no one knows. So in answer to your question, how do we really know? No one does. We have tradition. So there are.
It's coming from a tradition.
Absolutely. And especially with the certain innovations like the electric car, I can tell you this: there are rabbis that I know, Orthodox rabbis, who I would say perform prohibited functions that I would not. They take Uber to shul. I know of rabbis to take Uber on Hagim for certain reasons. Maybe it had to do with maybe a medical issue or something like that. But I don't do that, and I wouldn't do that. I avoid, generally, unless my life depended on it, like an ambulance. I avoid driving. I certainly wouldn't drive. on Shabbat. But in terms of electricity, it's not like every Jew, Orthodox Jew in the world shuts down their security system on Shabbat. They still have their cameras going, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I'm doing. I just have my cameras going. I don't create on Shabbat. I don't strike a fire. I don't cook on Shabbat. I certainly don't combust on Shabbat. And the other 39 different prohibitions that we have. For anyone out there who ever says to you, use electricity on Shabbat, that's incorrect. All Orthodox Jews use electricity, but we just use timers. And so it's a mitzvah to have hot food on Shabbat. That's why we have blacks. That's why we have hot plates. Cholent essentially is prepared before Shabbat, but stays warm into Shabbat on Saturday using electricity. So, even rabbis, one in particular, Avigdor Miller, who did not necessarily see having a television on Shabbat, so long as it's not manipulated. So meaning you could turn a television on Friday and just leave it on all of Saturday, so long as, absolutely. Now, the argument that is given is that this goes against the spirit of Shabbat. And that's what you're going to hear from rabbis. This goes against the spirit of Shabbat. It's just basically a catch-all that says that's not our mincha, that's not our tradition. However, our tradition hasn't even been around that long. The Orthodox way has only been a way in the avoidance of manipulation of electronics for 150 years. And so, and on top of that, it is a major prohibition to celebrate Shabbat on the wrong day. It's actually, death is permissible. It's a capital offense. So for us to say, as Jews, Friday night is when Shabbat starts. Saturday night is when it ends. There's only a 1 in 7 chance. That's only a 14% chance that that's correct. There's actually an 86% chance that we're doing it on the wrong day. And then with all of that being said, what do you do if you are perhaps in an area of the world where the sun doesn't set? What do you mean? Some places of Alaska or Iceland, the sun does not set for 6 months out of the year and leaves there. How can you celebrate? So rabbis have had to come up with enactments that say, essentially, you follow the tradition of where your is in particular, or of where you would be perhaps at the equator for when you start to light candle minutes beforehand and such. But nobody knows, and anybody who tells you that they do know, and any rabbi in the world, I'm going to say, how do you know? Because you don't. And I know you're lying to yourself. I know you're lying to your congregation. And let's put perhaps superstition aside, and let's get down to facts. Let's get down to science. Fire is not the same as electricity. Firefighters are not electrical engineers, and electrical engineers are not firefighters. These are separate realms. This is something that's only been around for 150 years, and it's really to preserve the sanctity of Shabbat, and I totally understand that. And frankly, prior to the pandemic, that's how I lived my life, with just timers. Certainly still don't drive on Shabbat. I certainly still don't work on Shabbat, and I have fought very hard for the ability not to be able to work on Shabbat, but I would never be on camera, so to speak, knowingly on Shabbat. But here's what changed as well. During the pandemic, particularly in the Sephardic tradition, now I'm Ashkenazi, but the Sephardic tradition, because families couldn't be together on Shabbat, would just open up a Zoom call and leave it on for 4 hours. And this was seen as a lead in the Sephardic community that was permitted. And in my own way, I recognize that already having modern advancements, like which I understand happened during the pandemic and such. So and nothing happened to the Sephardic community that, So why can't I essentially, for the good of the world, share my life with everyone, give people a portal into what I do? If I may ask, did you find me from the guild?
Yes.
Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself and what I do? Excellent. Well, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4, seeing the death of a queen, the birth of a, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Oh, 100%. Ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Well, it's essentially the story of someone's entire life on camera, and that's what I do. In the 1990s, the phrase "content is king" was coined, and I'm making it today. I'm king of the internet. It's the biggest event in global history. Here's why. In 2020, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken #1 resource. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Interesting, actually.
Most certainly. So I have not just been on a live stream 24/7, but I archive my live stream, so you can literally go back to any moment of any day. Essentially, for the last 4 years of my going back to the pandemic, not only know what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world news, because I keep a record radio on in the background. It's the global news. So it's essentially a timeline or a time capsule. Additionally, I have more human data archived on the internet than any person ever, which I previously said is extremely valuable. But in addition to that value for the people today of just learning about a human, in the future, people will study me from a medical standpoint. They will study me from my behavior patterns, my eating habits, my drinking habits, my bathing habits, my hygiene, my sleep habits, my circadian rhythms, everything about the human being that currently we just don't have the amount of data to be able to study. We will be able to in the future. Not only that, I'm helping to train AI, unlike any person in the world, because AI needs human models on which to build its examples, and I have more data for AI to be able to study than any person ever. So this is a very important project in global history, and I recognize the importance of it. And instead of being a traditional congregational rabbi or teaching in a yeshiva, I felt that it was my role in society to not only share my life with the world, but also to promote world peace. How does that sound? Excellent.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
So actually, my question about Christians and Muslims. So we know, like Christians, they're not like Muslims. Like they actually, I don't know what because also there is some different opinions when I used to speak with you, and you have said like I don't see Christians as I don't know what you think.
Yeah, this is an excellent question. Frankly, again, nobody knows. I recognize and have spoken with Christians on the pick. They don't see them as idol worshippers. As Jews may see. That's absolutely correct. And I don't know if you're familiar with Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism, but there have been amulets. If you know what an amulet is, it's basically a Jewish trinket, a tchotchke, essentially, that many rabbis sold, 200, 300, 400 years ago, that arguably were this in similar ways an idol in some terms. If you're going to consider Christians to be idol worshippers, well, then, and in the same way, many of these amulets may have been considered to be some type of idol as well. It serves into superstition. So, do I consider Christians to be idol worshippers? In many ways, what they may pray to, I don't necessarily abide by, and I certainly wouldn't go into a church to pray like I would in a mosque if I needed to. That is allowed within Judaism. If you have nowhere else to pray, you can pray within a mosque, because within Islam, we recognize as Jews that it's very monotheistic. Everyone prays to Allah. Within Christianity, it's very diverse. It's very certainly segregated, exactly. And then you get the issue with the Trinity of the idea of a Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. But within Judaism, we aren't perfect either, because we have an issue, certainly that comes about in the Zohar, with the Shekhinah, which is like the feminine aspect of God, which kind of does go against traditional monotheistic principles. Now, certainly we believe Shem is one God. That's a principle that is a fundamental principle of Judaism. However, when you get into some mystical aspects, particularly in Kabbalah, there are certain arguments to be made that, hey, Christians are separating God and the Holy Spirit. How aren't we doing that with Hashem? Really, the answer, no one knows. Do I deplore Christians in the street or Muslims in the street? Really not. I feel that people are entitled to whatever they want to believe, and I don't deplore even people who consider themselves Jewish, who I may not consider practicing Judaism, and that includes conservative Judaism and Reform Judaism. I don't consider those to be Judaism. Now, perhaps some of the congregants of those different denominations consider themselves to be practicing Judaism, but I don't. I believe in halakhic Judaism. That's Orthodox Judaism. And I long for a day when Judaism can be reunited, and really all the nations can be united. I mean, frankly, we're all in our own way Jews. I've seen it before, and I'll describe it like this: we all come from Abraham. We're Abrahamic religions. So the Muslims consider their connection to Abraham through Ishmael, and we Jews consider it certainly through Isaac and Yaakov, and then eventually you have a branch off about 2,000 years ago within Christianity. But we all come from the same Abrahamic religions, the Abrahamic story. That's our core story. So there's certainly an argument to be made. Islam is just a branch off of Judaism, as is Christianity. Oh, yes, we do. Yes, we do. Most certainly. That's how it is historically.
So you're thinking like, okay. So what's do you know?
Some, and it's biblical. I prefer English if possible.
No problem. I just what's the best explanation for someone don't read for learning simple and learn
Absolutely. Great question. So I will respond by a phrase in Talmud. It's by Hillel the Elder. It says, teach you the entirety of the Torah, basically standing on one foot. And that is, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And that's how I try my best to treat fellow Jews. Non-Jews, I still certainly refer to Goyim as Goyim. That's the nation. It doesn't necessarily have to have a negative connotation. It means essentially not who we are, not the family, not my mashpucha, but that's basically how the sages would respond to your question. Now, if you want to know, like, how do I start to learn Torah? Boy, that's a question. Okay, so I recommend going to the Chabad website. If you're familiar with Chabad, it's a Hasidic dynasty, and really they have some wonderful documentaries. I watch them. They have bits, or how would I would say, like entire lectures, and it goes through starting with Bereshit and all through Tanakh, and then even into Kabbalah. Now, I personally teach a class every day on Kabbalah, but we do cover a lot of things that are certainly rooted in Tanakh and Talmud, and then working our way into Kabbalah. But if you're looking for a good resource, the best resource that so Safaria.org is the best website, probably. I mean, if you want a book, I'm giving you like digital versions, but that Safaria.org is the best version. It has the Torah there, and you can read with footnotes of multiple different commentators. I mean, but that's only going to give you the 5 books of the Bible and the rest of Tanakh. What you really need is the 2,711 folios of Talmud if you really want all of the commentary. So the best way to do that is to participate in a Daf Yomi class. Do you know what Daf Yomi is? Okay, that's absolutely fine. So Daf Yomi is something that was started in the 1930s and is done exactly the same way in shuls around the entire world and yeshivot. And what it is we study one page of the Talmud every single day. It takes about 7 years to do. And everywhere in the world, every Jew who learns Daf Yomi in a Daf Yomi program is on the same page. So Yerushalayim, you could be in London, you'd be in Cape Town, you could be in Sydney, you could travel the world and still keep up with it. It's not like every class is a different class. Nope, you'd be on the same page anywhere in the world every single day. And if you're interested, Chabad Daf Yomi app, but you can also look up Daf Yomi apps. Will through the page, they will go through certainly Talmud, and then there are versions of this that have references on certainly Tanakh as well. So, but I know you said, what's a book? The best book is the Torah. The best commentary on the Torah.
But some people actually they say that reading Rashi. If someone gonna read the first, let's see how if you read with Rashi, actually they say
that's absolutely correct. Yeah. So that's Kumash. That's what I'm talking about. I say you ask for a book. That's Torah. That's Kumash. So yeah, just read the Rashi's commentary.
So let's say you offer up this type of offerings outside of the Beis Hamikdash.
Now the script is a little bit different than your traditional Hebrew, but you should be able to overcome that. It's a specific script that changes the font. Absolutely. 100%. Now, that's the best way to learn it, and that's how we've been learning it for 1,000 years, or so. But I think personally there are digital alternatives that review Rashi, but also have all the other commentary that's involved, and then also they can make video on it too. So if you see, like I'm watching Rabbi Silver's commentary on Daf Yomi through the text, he has like 2,000 different videos on YouTube, but he's not the only one. There's certainly quite a few rabbis there who have daily learning and will review certainly Rashi, will review all of Tanakh, the Talmud, Gemara, and even Kabbalistic texts. So your present time where and so if you want to get into a book, just one book that I would recommend, it's Torah. It's the Schottenstein if you're not familiar with that, published by Art Scroll. Get yourself one of those. That's the standard. Excellent. That's the standard chumash that you're going to find in shul in the world, and you can read through it. And it has the independent version that you have. It has the Hebrew on the right. It has the English on the left, and then Rashi around it. Excellent question. Go ahead.
So what about
what do I think about it, or what do you? Yeah, they're allowed to believe whatever they. So that's my opinion on what. For Jews, we have something called sneaks. It's known as modesty. So, for instance, a married woman does not show her hair. She wears something known as a shadel, which is a wig, or some other kind of covering. It doesn't have to be. It can be only like a scarf, but basically, or hat. But basically, something that doesn't show hair. We consider a woman's hair to be her crown. In terms of clothing, generally, we don't have anything that's low cut or too revealing. Generally, clothing should be from the elbows downwardly, so that means no open shoulders. And then in terms of from the waist down, women generally are not permitted to wear pants. That has changed some within modern Orthodoxy, especially in the home. But publicly, women wear skirts, and then generally will wear stockings. In terms of their footwear, generally open toes are avoided, though again it depends what community that you're in. And everything should generally be of modest colors. To some extent, red is avoided just due to the passion that it can invoke. In terms of tattoos or any kind of permanent mark on the skin, those are to be avoided. So while we don't have a woman who wears literally a burqa, there are communities that do that. At least one, though, only about 180 individuals do follow that, but it is in Israel. Yes, but generally, we in the modern Orthodox community have women cover their hair, dress modestly, act modestly, while not exactly what you are with one cloth that covers everything. In much way, modesty is very important with Orthodoxy, with especially within the Vedic culture. And what's my opinion on it? I feel one should be able to dress the way that she wants. I'm not going to tell anybody else to do something with which they're uncomfortable. But for women who want to live of the Orthodox way, of our minhag, of our tradition, she covers her hair when she's married. Now, prior to being married, she doesn't need to cover her hair. She can wear it downwardly. She certainly, though, wouldn't wear low-cut clothing or high-cut clothing on the arms. However, if she's in a house behind closed doors with her husband, she can wear lingerie. She can wear whatever she wants. That's a different story. More than anything, I want people to be comfortable. And there are many women, Jewish women, who didn't grow up Orthodox. They may have grown up secular, and they're working towards a process that we call Baal Teshuvah, basically returning to the master. And it's too much to take on all at once. But eventually they will work their way up to the point where they have their head covered, where they dress modestly if they want, but behind closed doors, they wear lingerie. They certainly, we believe in making love completely naked, so we don't necessarily wear clothing during that time period. And for any woman out there who wants to wear pants in the home, I've known Rebbitzins, wives of rabbis who do so within the home, and Frankly, if she wants to, she should be able to dress in it. She wants to feel comfortable. I'm not going to judge her, but if she wants to know what our tradition is, it is to dress modestly. Absolutely. 100%. I'm always here if you need anything, so feel free. If you have other questions, I'll be happy to help you.
But you did any of these things outside, ultimately again your partner. Rashi says over here, partner, I'm a Yolov device of the Gemara. We'll see why. Obviously,
absolutely. I'm here to support you. Go ahead.
Presuppose what's outside, the shulchan. Or it's spoken out again, arranging the wicks in the menorah, which presupposes that what's outside the menorah. Again, so we'll discuss.
The righteous, most certainly, yeah. And that's a universal Jewish belief. I talked about it yesterday in class. 100%. Yeah. So I believe as Jews is there's a section of God that is dedicated to the righteous of the nations. So yeah, and we. Yes, exactly. So the 7 laws of Noah are: don't murder, don't steal, don't blaspheme, don't idolatrize, don't have sexual impropriety, don't eat the blood of a living animal, and to set up a court system instead of laws. Any person who does that is considered a righteous Gentile and has a place in the world. And not all religions are like that. We believe, and if there is no place for you in the afterlife, Judaism, Rabbi Rothschild, this is an absolute core of Jewish belief and has been for about 1,800 years.
A lot of times, right?
100%. If you want to know the process, what we believe, just to review it, essentially you die, and then there's a period of time of spiritual cleansing. We don't see things like some religions do between heaven and hell. We don't see that way. And if you go back to Torah, the afterlife isn't really discussed too much. If anything, something called Sheol is referenced. That was kind of a neutral place. But in the centuries that developed, and certainly up until modern age, the afterlife within Judaism has developed into you die. Then basically for the first 3 days after death, your body hovers, or pardon me, your soul hovers over your body or stays very close to it. Then there's a period known as basically Shiva for 7 days where your family mourns. You're buried within 3 days very quickly. We don't want the soul to basically not move on to the next area, which is Gehenna. And then from there, what we believe is that if you're righteous for a period of 11 months, your soul is basically purified. And that's not just Jews, that's both Jews and non-Jews. Now, then from there, if you were wicked, we consider it, your soul may need to be purified for 12 months. Now, with that being said, there are arguments to say, well, what happens then? And they're not even consistent in Judaism. There's one rabbi known as Rambam who says, for the very wicked, you can perhaps be excluded. But then there's Ramban, Nachmanides, who said, and more Kabbalistic thinking, that even the most wicked people in the world will not lose a place, perhaps. They just may need more cleansing than your average person. And then from there, what we believe is then the soul goes to a place called Gan Eden, that's Hebrew for certainly the Garden of Eden, but it's just it's a metaphysical idea. Then what we believe is not that death is permanent at that point, that you're basically in a place where you are waiting for resurrection of the dead. And all Jews who follow Orthodoxy, going back to Rambam, Maimonides, believe in something called the resurrection of the dead. And we await Mashiach, our Messiah, to one day bring in that world. And what does that mean? That essentially the body and soul will be reunited someday. Now, perhaps your body, once you die, it certainly it certainly decays. But we think that perhaps somehow, some way, in the days of Mashiach, what we consider the world to come, that your body and soul will be reunited, and then there may be eternal life after the revivification of the dead into the world to come. So it's a different afterlife story than some religions. Some religions say there's heaven, there's hell, and you're there permanently. It is within Judaism. Within Judaism, it's a process. And then if you want to know, well, what happens in the world to come, it's really considered a time when Mashiach will be able to people from the dead. And Kabbalistically, in everyone's body, it's basically at the tip of their known as the loose bone. And traditionally, we feel that Mashiach, it's arguably the hardest bone in the body, and we believe that Mashiach will use that bone to be able to unite the souls of the dead with their bodies and be able to keep them. And from there, that's just tradition. But that's basically what happens. But the idea of Gehenna, the idea of the spiritual cleansing, that is done for both Jews and non-Jews. And for those Jews of the world, for those non-Jews of the world who we consider to be righteous, there's a place in the world to come from, which is different than a lot of religions. First war. Absolutely.
But after you go, there were 14 years.
Yeah, you
7 years of conquering the land, 7 years of dividing up the land amongst the during those 14 years,
that's okay.
was situated in a place
100%.
called Gilgal. That's where it was. Gilgal, Hutra. So again, interestingly enough,
well, if you ever have any questions, come to me. Absolutely, I understand that, and I will give you my opinion on things. If there's anything, I don't know anything in the world. Anybody who says that they do is lying to you. If we don't know something, look it up. And so we'll go to the text, we'll review, and we'll make sure to as satisfactory an answer as we can. I can tell you this: religion is full of paradoxes. So many times people want things to be really clean and easy and simple. It doesn't always work out that way. But we'll do our best to find the correct answers of what we consider to be the correct answers for any questions that you have in the future. And just know, if you need anything, not just from a religious standpoint, but you just need someone to talk to, I'm here to help you, okay? You're welcome.
Because also this problem, so there is actually, especially the Orthodox and ultra-Orthodox people, you can find the meaning to like Muslim. That's the problem. So you can talk, even if you want to understand,
40 years
you can ask them.
There's
not so much. There's not so much.
40 years in the desert, no promise. Inside the curtains.
I didn't see life.
You come to Eretz Yisrael.
You're right. You're saying we generally are very inclusive within our own communities, but exclusive to the world. That doesn't necessarily mean that we as Orthodox people or Hasidic people don't use the internet, but we recognize that many people want to debate religion with us, and we just want to live our lives. I personally think that it's a beautiful to give people the opportunity to view my life, to watch me don tefillin, watch me say blessing foods, and to learn. And as Orthodox fashion is can be done under these conditions and give people the life of a Dutch Jew. And I hope that I help to motivate people in the future to perhaps do the same. If anything, I know that I've made a lot of really great friends, and I have archived a huge amount of data that I think people will be able to learn from in the future. Just like we have people of the past who would write diaries and they'd be a diarist, or write journals and they'd be a journalist, people will study my streams for the historical value of my life. They're going to learn what it's like to be a Jew.
There was no fixed name. Rashi's Masoret. There were no words, there were no boards. Right? Ultimately, again, Ella, there was
all right, my friends. Well, I mean, you can stay as long as you want. You're always welcome in here. If you don't have anything else, then I like to program. I'm building robots right now, so I'm going to go back to that. But if something does come to mind, feel free to come in here. If I'm ever asleep or you don't want to disturb me, there's a section of the server that says "Ask Rabbi Anything." You just put it in there, and I will answer it as soon as possible. And if you ever want to get a hold of me in Jewish Guild, I usually keep my mic off in there, and I'm not listening to that computer. So just tag me, and I will address whatever issue that you have as best I can. You're welcome, my friend.
Now we're going to see what that means.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm here to do that. Take care, my friend. Peace. Shalom.
An inheritance. We're going to see that Menucha refers to Shiloh, because again, we were in Shiloh for 369 years. And Nachala really refers to the Beis Hamikdash, which we'll discuss. So we'll say what happened in Kachek Adashim Yachal. So once again, Kachek Adashim consumed inside of the curtains, right inside of the formal Mishkan pieces. And Kachek Kalim Umaysoshimi called Haroah. That was very unique. Right? And remember again, up until this point in time, remember again, the last time we had Kachek Kalim being consumed, right? This was by the Mishkan in the desert. And there, where did you eat it? Where did you eat Kachek Kalim? Machane Yisrael. Here at Shiloh, you can't Machane Yisrael. Where's Machane Yisrael? Machane Yisrael is all there to Yisrael. So in Shiloh, where did you eat Kachek Kalim? Anywhere you could see the Mishkan. As long as you can see the Mishkan, you can go ahead and eat Kachek Kalim. Remember again, in the temple, remember you could see exactly what this means. Because remember again, the Mishkan is situated a little bit on one end in elevation, but it's surrounded by mountains. Which means you can envision, by the way, that's what it means. You can reach it, right? So you offer up your carbon in the Mishkan, and then what do? You go out here, you park yourself, park your people on one of the surrounding mountains, which is why I mentioned many times. Go to the hills of Shiloh, and what can you find? Pottery shards. Pottery shards from the times of the Mishkan. Why? Because people would come, they'd offer up their carbonates. Now again, remember again, what do you do with the shards of the pottery shard that has carbonic absorption? What do you do with it? You break it, you can't touch it. So this is very good. This is very good. Right, so literally again, the pottery shards are in the holes of Shiloh. Not again from the times of the Mishkan. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. All right, good. Good. So that's Shiloh. 369 years. Next, Baal Nov the Gibon. And I will say they came to Nov and Gibon. Now again, point over here is it says Nov and Gibon like it's one place, it's two places. We'll say Rashi in just a moment. We'll say Rashi on this back is on both sides. So now on the left-hand side of Rashi, about halfway down, Bo'ol the note the Givon, very important. To Shechar Shiloh. Now again, let's say this is fascinating. Shiloh was destroyed. Now, listen, if you're looking for this story in Navi, you're not going to find it. It's fascinating. The story of the destruction of Shiloh is not explicitly mentioned. When was Shiloh destroyed? Look at Rashi. The Shechar Shiloh, the Nilka Ha'aron B'Ne'eli Bo'u Inot. Again, in the famous war, right? Again, where Eli's sons were killed, the Aron was taken captive. This is when Eli fucking and Pinchas. The Navi told us, unfortunately, abused their position of power. They made a tremendous mistake. They went out to war against the Christians, and they took the Aron with them. They weren't supposed to do. So then that's when Eli hears the news. He falls back. He falls backwards. He breaks his neck. And he dies as well. The Aron is taken. So the Gemara says, Shiloh was destroyed. Now, Bo'ol the note the Givon, Ne'emar Abraham Lechem Kodesh Hashem Alo Shofar is there. Chasam Aron. For the note means Shofar. So again, Shiloh is not mentioned explicitly. So Shiloh was right. Then what happens? The Mishnah transfers over ultimately again to the city of No. And then was also destroyed. Who destroyed No? Who destroyed No? But it was a tragic story of American when David Amalek is on the run from Shaul. He comes to the city of No. No was known as No Yekon. Now again, I want to remember again, the Bible of David Amalek is he would not fight his father. He would not fight Shaul. Even though David was the anointed king, he would not fight against Ket. He chose to go to the city of No. Now, No, he lies. He says, I'm on a seek from the king, I need weapons, and I need food. Food? They said we have no. So the only weapons that we have, the only weapons that we have were the sword and shield of the light. That David himself, they kept the sword and shield as like a testament to the victory of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shaul he told Shaul that the city of No has turned against you. The Maharaya wants the proof. They're aiding and abetting fugitive David. Shaul was so poisoned against his son-in-law that he went ahead, he believed it, and he goes in and he slaughters No Yaakov. That's when No was destroyed. After No was destroyed, ultimately again, the mission was moved to a city called Givon. Right? So again, you got Shiloh 369 years. After Shiloh is destroyed without a Christian, again goes to No. Shaul destroys No, it then goes to Givon. So that's what I said. Oh, we know from Givon. So what's it when you listen to No from Givon? Quick drop on it. So what you see something very interesting. Any time that the Mishnah is not really like embedded and settled, open up the middle, right? So you notice it's right in Gilgal, when there's like going on, right? Again, there's war on the land. So again, fights are permitted. They come to Shiloh, Mishkan is 369 years, Bamos are prohibited. No in Givon, not as settled, Bamos are permitted. But Bamos are permitted. So what happens? So then again, when bubbles are permitted then on a bama, you are limited to what you do on a bama. What can you do on a bama? Only things that can be offered us as neder or nidava, right? So shlamim, hoda, hagam those type of things. But anything obligatory, right? Essentially, is kachik hadashin. You have to go to the Mishkan. So that's not even given. So what's saying? Bo'ol Yerushalayim. Bo'ol Yerushalayim. Aren't those words so beautifully sweet? When it came to Yerushalayim. So finally came to Yerushalayim, Shlomo HaMelech builds the Beit HaMikdash. What happens? nasty bonus. Then about like bonus becomes absolutely. Now again, this is we're going to see this becomes an irreversible bad. At this point, after this Hamikdash is built, ultimately again the bonus become awesome. And after this, ultimately again in the shooting the best changes the two. After this, it was no longer permitted to use bombs. So even after the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, never again will there be a heter bonus. Something shows that tells you the power of the Beis Hamikdash. The Beis Hamikdash fundamentally and profoundly and reversibly changed us. After it also tells you, by the way, because if you think about it, that Obama is very personal. Once the Beis Hamikdash came on the scene, it almost concretized a certain collective identity that is irreversible. To the point that there's a Beis Hamikdash, there's no longer heter bonus. Even the Beis Hamikdash is destroyed, there's a certain irreversible, concretized collective identity that the Beis Hamikdash created for us. It's incredible. And this is what the pasuk calls nachala. Again, we'll see the Gemara is going to explain down what that means. That's the pasuk. So whereas the Mishkan in Shiloh was in the Mikvah, that's in place. Ultimately, again, the Beis Hamikdash is in nachala. What happens when the Beis Hamikdash? Kachei Kadashim Nechalayim. So Kachei Kadashim in the Beis Hamikdash are consumed within the curtains. Again, remember, curtains never means curtains. Rather, what does it mean? It means precincts. Right? It means area. We'll see exactly what areas it was. But again, Kachei Kadashim can only be used within the Beis Hamikdash compound itself. Kachei Kalim or Ma'is Sheni, Lifnim Minan Choma. But ultimately, again, Kachei Kalim or Ma'is Sheni, they can be consumed anywhere within the walls of Yerushalayim. Right? So as Kachei Kadashim have to be within the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash, Kachim Kalim and Ma'is Sheni ultimately again can go ahead and be consumed anywhere within the walls of Yerushalayim. So we'll have to stop over there for today. After we finish the Mishnah. No, was that not the most terrible Mishnah? But we're not finished. We still more of it tomorrow until we get to the 12 side. What a start to the week. Last full week of Masechah Shvachim. Let's take it in. Shkach, everyone. All right, have a great day.
Yeah, exactly. That's different. It's like, wow, why did you do that? But it's like, it is what it is. Well, so you teach them right, I just think things happen when they happen. No, it's not. Yeah, mistake right now is easy. Just
all right, then we'll say good morning. Let us begin our Dr. Welcome in your session 2. We have an incredible, beautiful, overwhelming week to start. That today, Baruch Hashem, and as we are beginning our march with the end of the Masechah Shvachim, which is the monumental epic accomplishment of the Hashem, we did first by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's trip. The same hour for the month of Friday. Abahu Latovo, for library, especially with Mushroom, File, Ben Miriam, Hanameh Marguerite, Murphy's father, Yosef Shimamon, then you can see the Judah, John Fakala, Salita Learning Sponsors, Ali and Miskali Tuesday, in honor of the entire Judah and of course, you're going to know the lifetime of Torah, all of the Nisham Savan Ali, the time in the summer, all those meters who are. That one today was totally needs to be focused. We know that some continue to showers. So help us upon our people, upon our land, and then such a community. Mostly that's what we get. Getting back to stupidity. Another is that I think should be tomorrow. But let's just quickly do the Mishnah again on $50 on days 111. Again, we're going to finish off the parrot, and this time he's coming attractions. That parrot, ridiculous. And not like ridiculous, like you feel like the rest of the set is talking to you. Like this, these are like ridiculously amazing. Incredible. I was going to show Mishnah. Taka Shakilo Zamaba host, the coast Taka. So again, we're still, this obviously is entire parak is topic over here, but the halachic implications of going ahead and offering karbanos. Now, when we say karbanos, we mean karbanos in the most general sense. animal sacrifices, and also, of course, all other sacrificial matter, like the Chomesh, like Torahs, things like that. So our Mishnah, which is the last Mishnah of the Perek, is continued along its same theme. So Achatu Shekibot Dama, he goes out. Shekibot, you receive the blood in one. Nasam puts the Chazar B'Nasam B'Tim. So if you did a blood application outside, then you did a blood application inside. Or it's named the Chazar B'Nasam B'Tim. Or you did it inside, and you also did it outside. Ultimately, again, the Mishnah says, you are Chayiv. Not Chayiv. Imar says, Shekulo Ro'i B'Tim, because all of this is blood. Remember again, overarching principle. How do you know in general if you perform a sacrificial rite or ritual outside? How do you know that you're Chayiv? How do you know if you're liable for that? How do you know that? If the same exact act would have been effective inside of it as an attack, then you're liable for doing it outside. If what you did had been valid had you done it inside, then there's no liability for having done it outside. So in this case over here, you're doing a blood application of a contrast because the parallel act would have been permitted or would have been effective inside, therefore there's liability for doing it outside. Next, Kibo Dom B'Shrei Kosos. If you went ahead and you received the blood in 2 cups, Nosan Shnei and B'Fnim, you did again, both you took the blood of both cups and you applied it inside. Ultimately, your partner. Obviously, that statement is unnecessary. Because remember, that's talking about if you receive a blood of a chocolate or 2 cups and your clarification inside of it. As they say in our Mamadada, we're going to talk about obvious. That's obvious, but there's not going to be an issue because clarification indoors. Next, and you did both outside. You decided after between the Akabachos partner. If you went and you did one on the inside, one on the outside, ultimately again, you'll be covered. If you did one outside, you'll be liable ultimately for the blood application done outside of the business. But interestingly enough, the one done inside would actually be effective. Incredible. The matter of them, to what can this be compared? So the matter fact also, this is someone who went ahead and designated an animal as a covered kantos. Any animal was lost. Now, source takes us back like literally to the beginning of those lost days. So what happened? I had a kantos. I separated the kantos. Then I lost the kantos. What do you do when you lose your kantos? Listen, what do you do when you lose your kantos? What do you do? What do you do? It's very important. If you notice, by the way, what you're doing with the Hefer Shakar is not now. So if you notice, there's a very interesting piece that's missing on this, right? I lost my kantos, so let's just say replace it. What's missing? What's missing? Complaining, practicing, whining. I can't believe I lost my kantos. I was just supposed to happen. Right? Because it's a tremendous mission hospital. When something goes wrong in life, don't spend your energy and time complaining about it. But rather, again, pull yourself together and figure out a course going forward. Incredible. It's incredible. So therefore, you lose your kantos. You lost your kantos. You got to rectify the situation. In this case, go ahead and bring a second kantos. Okay, now what happened? The Africa didn't say Sarishona. Then you find the first one. So what's the halacha? Now I have 2 kantos and 2 kantos offerings. So what do? Shafat shkein between partner. So if I shafted both of them inside, ultimately I'm gonna partner, which I go and slaughter both of them out. If I do one on the inside, one on the outside, partner, ultimately again, I need to be passing. I will say that interestingly enough, the halacha is, remember, once you've done one on the inside, then you satisfy your kantos obligation. Once you satisfy your kantos obligation, what have to be done outside is, and I want to say meaningless, but it's not sacrificially irrelevant. But if you did tag anyone inside, that means there would be liability for the kantos outside. Interestingly enough, they offered back effect. Incredible. Vishen Shadama Potas Sarah, Kaki Potas as Basa Kamer. In the same way, with the blood application, when it says literally exempts the meat. How comes once there's blood application, the meat is no longer substituted to blood. So ultimately, again, whatever the blood does for its own meat, it also does for any other system. Okay, like I said, I know you did this yesterday, so just a quick review of that. Here we go. We're talking about now here with the blood application. So I understand, again, you went ahead and you did a blood application inside, and then you went ahead and did the outside, just in case of coach echad, where the blood is in one cup. So you might say, that is liability. So kumo, because if you have all of the blood, ultimately you have one cup, where is that blood really supposed to be? Inside, then go ahead and you do blood application, and then you go and do a blood application inside. I understand why there's liability, because the blood that you sprinkle, the fact is really fit to be sprinkled inside. About the name, you have on the hooks. But again, if halakha l'maisa, you did the blood application on the inside, and then you did it outside, so why should there be liability? Why? Because we'll say, once you do the blood application on the inside, like, what is the rest of that blood called? What is it called? Shirayim. And again, I will say, in general, shirayim is not na'akid. Leftover blood is not halachically, I don't want to call that halachically relevant, because remember, you're still supposed to pour out the shirayim, right, by the base of this day, but at the end of the day, it's not as sacrificially relevant. So what's this? If you have 1 cup of blood, you do a blood application inside, then you go outside and do a blood application, and you should say you're chayiv. Why should you be chayiv? Once you do the blood application on the inside, the rest of the blood is shirayim. And we'll say, remember again, this is our overarching principle. When is there liability for doing something b'chutz? When the parallel act would have been effective inside of an Eis HaMikdash. So again, over here, by sprinkling outside, shirayim blood. What would shirayim blood accomplish inside of an Eis HaMikdash? Nothing. So why should I be liable? The Rosh Hashanah says this keeps on surfacing, this keeps on coming up over and over again. How many? Rabbi Nechemiah. Whose opinion does this reflect? Rabbi Nechemiah. The Amar, Shiyari Hadam Shekrivan Bachotz Chayiv. So we'll say, ultimately, again, whose opinion? This is Rabbi Nechemiah. Because Rabbi Nechemiah will say, the opinion will hold that halacha l'maisa holds that shirayim blood is still considered to be sacrificially relevant blood. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rabbi Nechemiah. Rashi says it's in the second short line of Rashi. In the Nechemiah, the Chalik Ali, the Amar Hafa, Kibam Dama Bakos Afa, Nasa Between the Kosam and Nasa Bakos Chayiv, the Shrine Minu, the Shiyari Hadam Shekrihi Bakos Chayiv. So we'll say, Rabbi Nechemiah is of the opinion holds that no Shirayim is still sacrificially relevant blood. And therefore, again, even though you did a blood application inside, now that renders the rest of the blood shirayim. Shirayim is still sacrificially relevant, and therefore, if you have another blood application outside, you're going to be chayiv. Whereas the one second, you have Nechemiah, look at the Mishnah, keep on come up, snake consults, in 2 cups, Nasan Shneim Potter, Shneim Bachotz Chayiv. You did the blood application of inside. Which means again that it works. If Shnei Bachotz, if you did it outside, ultimately chayiv. But the name of the Echaz Bachotz, if you did 1 cup inside, 1 cup outside, potter. Or second, how could that be? Probably Nechemiah, she already had done Sheklim Bachotz chayiv. Now here's the problem. The problem is that last piece, 2 cups of Tachas blood, you do 1 inside, 1 outside. The Mishnah said, the potter. Now, the reason the Mishnah said the potter is why? Because you accomplished the blood application with the first cup that was done inside, that essentially the second cup shirayim, and shirayim outside should be relevant. But if you tell me that this is affecting the review of Rabbi Nechemiah, Rabbi Nechemiah holds that shirayim is relevant, in which case you should be chayiv. To which the Gemara says, Seifa asor l'tanakimah Rabbi Elazar Rabbi Shimon, Damar kos osed vichoy l'chavero. Essentially, the Gemara says is the Mishnah is reflecting multiple opinions. So whereas the first part of the Mishnah is reflecting the view of the opinion of Rabbi Nechemiah, who holds that shirayim are still halachically relevant, the second part of the Mishnah is focusing on the view of Rabbi Elazar Rabbi Shimon, who holds that literally again 1 kos does deeply, 1 kos sets aside the other. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, once you went ahead and you did the blood application with the blood in 1 cup inside the name. The second cup is halachically irrelevant, and therefore once you go to apply it outside, there's no liability. Fascinating. Okay. Lamad Davadomer, the Mishnah went on. So the Gemara says, Lamad Davadomer, Lamad Davadomer, Lamakish Hakas of the Abda, the Hitish Hakaris Hakal, Yakakak Mintes Rishon. So again, we'll say, remember the Mishnah wanted to compare the case of the 2 cups of Chatas blood to the case of a guy who separates the Chatas, then goes ahead and loses his Chatas, and goes ahead and separates a second Chatas in its stead, then subsequently finds the first. So the Gemara says, I don't understand why. What was that? It's not exactly like this example clarified things for us. Oh, thank you for that example. Now the whole thing makes sense, right? In fact, like, come on, like I don't need another case to complicate things more. So the Gemara is asking actually that question. The Gemara says, why? What exactly does this mashal do for me? So the Gemara says, Hamani, Rabbi Amar, Avuda v'shas haflasha, Mesa. This was his perspective of Rabbi. Rabbi holds that halacha himself, an animal, a chatos, that was lost at the time that the second chatos was set aside. If that first chatos ultimately again is found, he's left to die. It's Mesa. So the Gemara says, so what's the case? Here's the way we set it up. The reason ultimately again that the chatos was finished was because the original one was lost. The Lord said, what happens if it's not a case of the chatos was lost? Instead, it's a case where a person practically separated out 2 chatas offerings. Why would I do that? I'm a planner. Right? So because I'm a planner, I like to have a backup. I always like to have a plan B. So therefore, again, proactively, I set aside 2 chatas offerings. One is going to be my chatas, and one is my insurance. So the Gemara says, so how do we know they cover already? Now, here's what's interesting. When you go ahead and you proactively, and again, apparently this was done. A person was stepping out of chatas, and he wanted to have a backup animal just in case. When you, because it's clear that only one of these animals is going to be a chatas, the other one is Nikula, is from the beginning as an Ola. Because again, I don't need 2 chatas offerings. One of them is going to be used, one of them is not going to be used. So the one that's not going to be used is from the beginning designated as an Ola. So fascinating. So if you have an asham, then when again was put out to pasture because it's no longer needed. Rashi says over here, if you go to Muras Asham, all this type of and when did you ever have asham that was put out to pasture, when either it was a tumor, it was an exchange, or exchange for another animal, or the owner's died, therefore you can't offer a posthumous asham, or the owners went ahead and retrieved it home with another animal. In all of these cases, if you went ahead and you shekel its stam, it works as an old.
How'd everything go? Excellent to hear.
That works because halacha l'maisa both an asham and an olah same gender. Both male animals have a chatas, we also have a stand chatas. Remember again, is mikriva, spina. So how can we say that a chatas is going to be used as an olah? On the piyah mistanya is seer nasi. Talking about again the chatas of the nasi sings, which ultimately again was brought from a mikriva. I'm sorry, which was brought from the zachar. Sorry. Therefore, you will say that's the type of animal where we ended up designating 2 from the beginning, one of those animals which retroactively becomes clarified as the one that was not used can be used as an olah. Incredible. It's like incredible. What do we start to eat? Good. Let's say now get ready for this mission. First of all, this Mishnah is the rest of our morning this morning. This is one long Mishnah. But this Mishnah is going to go from the bottom of Kufyud days to the top of Kufyud Aleph. I don't know if this is the longest Mishnah. It's going to be like the longest Mishnah. Once I get ready for it, because it's going to be ridiculously amazing. Probably one of the best Mishnahs you've ever learned in your entire life. Really, this. Maybe I'm not kidding. That's serious. Very good. There's a lot of incredible historical information, a lot of good hashkafic information, a lot of good halacha. Here we go. Parastatos shesarpa fusnidivab. Okay, so what's that? So to a certain degree, we are still continuing a little bit along the concept of doing things outside of their normally prescribed areas. Okay? So now what? Parastatos. So now paraduma. So again, remember again, paraduma is unique because paraduma is offered where? It's remember again, paraduma is not offered in Mikdash, it is offered up in which is why, by the way, is paraduma a carbon? No, what is it? So he said, also what do you call it? Betekabais. Right? So again, paraduma is not, it's not kachim hadashim, it's not kachim kalim. It's betekabais, it's shibusha stone, which sounds strange, but again, just let's go with it for now. Shesarpa puts me detail. But interestingly enough, the Russian that so Rashi points out that there is detailed Russian that program. Interestingly enough, God normally is what? A wine press, right? Or a wine. That's really how it's being used. So we're going to see that the Duma was burned in a depression in the ground. Again, we'll discuss where exactly this was, how this was done. So even such an interesting thing like this. If you burn the paraduma, you burn it outside of its gas. Sir Mishtaleh, Shikrid Bakot, or Mishtaleh, what's Mishtaleh? Mishtaleh, open up the again of Kipper. You don't have a Mishtaleh. What do? You push it over the cliff. In this case, what did you do? You went ahead and spectated something. Now, remember, wherever you shot the Sir Mishtaleh from this prayer, which is, it's like, so what is the halakhic term puts mean? Puts means you're doing the service somewhere where it's not supposed to be done. So the thing is, Sir Mishtaleh is supposed to be pushed off a cliff. If you chef somewhere, that is being done outside of its committed area. So what's halacha? In most cases, partner. Fascinating. So if you go ahead and you bring the paraduma outside of the area, or you end up shifting the Sir Mishtaleh instead of pushing over the cliff, you're tired. Sorry, you're partner. Why you partners the Shemar, the Pesach or Moed Lo Yidu? Because let's remember again, this goes back to our overarching principle. When are you tired for doing something but what's when? As a parallel act, would it affect the had you done it inside? And therefore, the passage says, you did not bring it to the engine of Moed. What do we learn from here? Kosher in love of the Pesach or Moed in Chayav. So anything that is not normally brought into the Moed, there's no liability for doing it in the wrong way outside. So now again, never brought inside of the Mikdash. Sir Mishtaleh is never brought inside of the Mikdash. If you mess and you do the service differently, obviously there's no liability. Now, pollution is no liability. It also might be like you messed up the service entirely. If you go ahead and you check Sir Mishtaleh, while it's true that you're not paying for Shlita food, but you've also done an act of Shlita on your keeper, right? An unwarranted act of Shlita giver, which comes with its own liability. But again, we're not talking about secondary liability as well. We're just talking about court. So here it is. So you go ahead and you bring the part into the wrong place. You check the service directly because it's thrown off a cliff. Again, obviously not good, but there's not liability for courts. Why not? The only thing is how you put doing something about courts is when there was an obligation to bring the carbon to the base on Mikdash, and you do it in a parallel way that had you done it in Israel would have been effective. Incredible. Next. That's category one. Good. So, exciting, right? I told you. Listen to this. Halova b'hanirba. So they will say this is an animal that sodomized or was, right, was violated, or that violated a person, or was violated, or hamukta, set aside for Avodah Zarah, ne'avad, used for Avodah Zarah, nifir, sold, frightened, sold for a dog, esnan, ultimately again given to a harlot for paying for services, kilayim, as a result of cross-breeding, shreifah, Then say it has some type of internal injury that would cause it to die immediately. Yotze Dofen is an animal that was not born naturally, but an animal born through C-section. We'll say, now, what's the common denominator amongst all these animals? Common denominator, none of them are fit to be offered as a carbon. That's the common denominator amongst all these items. Therefore, we'll say, but let's say, what did I do? I offered it up outside of the base of as a carbon. I did it. I used them as a carbon salad. So listen, that makes perfect sense. Right? Why my partner? Because remember again, the past having things on inside would not be an effective carbon. So therefore again, because remember you only speak in quotes, the parallel act done inside would have been effective. So since all of these animals not fit for sacrificial use, therefore if I do it outside of partition, לפני משכן השם. זה בפון משכן השם. all שאין לו level לפני משכן. אין חייב לו. Anything that is not fit to be brought as a proper carbon, ultimately again, there's not liability for shute ekot. No one's going to be obvious. Kasha Gemara is going to ask these. Why are you quoting a different passage? Right? Why don't you just write again same thing? Or more that doesn't fill it the whole time. So why do you think he's in fun? Okay, cutting the trash. Next. Hallelujah. Right, so what's a blemished animal? Remember in the world of Mumin, there's two different types of Mumin. Right, what is that famous body Mumin tool? And what's something called a Kabua? What's a Mum Kabua? Mum Kabua means the blemish that is not going to heal. And the animal has a hole in its heart. Or something about that you see. But some other type of mold. That animal's missing a leg. Right? So that is a mum kavua. So that's a mum kavua. You want to use on the base. Finding mum kavua. Or we'll say, or the passing mum. What's an example of a passing mum? A broken leg. Right? So again, a missing leg, mum kavua. A broken leg, over. A mum over. So you must also have some point to realize the great distinction between ant and people. An animal can have mum kabua, right? An animal can blemish that will never heal. A person has the ability a person has the ability himself. A person has the ability to go ahead and rectify whatever is broken within. And make a person untenable, the spiritual mum maybe, always the ability somehow to address it, to get a sense of hold tight is a word. Right, so isn't that incredible? Right? So an animal can have a mum kabua. A person has the power of kiva, the power of change, no matter how severe the person is, you effervescent. Back to animals. These animals, like a raw or a mum over, should not words. And you offer this animal, you still have a you had a mum, put it up outside, what's called a hawk, partner. Again, once again, why am I partner? Because you can remember, this animal is not fit for sacrificial use. Once it's not fit for sacrificial use, you offer it up outside, you are going to be partner. It's the same rule over and over and over. Shimon says it depends. That was incredible. Shimon Omer, Bali Mumin Kuruin partner, Bali Mumin overing, trying below south. Okay, so we'll say this is going to be very interesting. And this is going to be a thing we're going to keep on commenting over here. The shipment is like this. Not true. It depends on the type of mum. If it's a mum kavua means that it's a mum that's not going to heal. Animal's missing a leg. It's never going to heal. So if I get it, then you shouldn't agree that it's a mum kavua, and you offer it up to that animal outside of the base of it. Because you are partners. However, the type of mum that is going to a broken limb, so the shimon says that that animal up outside of it, you are high and nice, but you are in violation of Osasya. The most people are going to see the shimon over this. The shimon holds that any animal that is presently unfit, but will become fit, there's still some level of liability for shute ekot. Again, not complete liability, because normally for shute ekot, the punishment is cuts. So you're not going to get cuts, but all you will be in violation of the low sas. said. Other prohibitions. The Moshe says, just keep this not loaded in mind. Next, Conan. Shalom Yasmanon. Those are turtle doves. So Conan, if you have turtle doves, not yet old enough to be offered up. They don't know, or matter again, pigeons that have aged out. Right? So you have birds either too young or too old. And then you offer them up as bird offerings outside of the nation itself. What's that? Potter. Once again, why Potter? Because these birds are not fit for use inside the nation itself. If you're not sacrificing for interior use, there is no liability for exterior use. The Mishnah says, no. In the order to others, I agree with you. In the case ultimately again of pigeons that have aged out, then you're partly to offer it up outside. What is that similar to? That's similar to a mikavua. Right? That's similar to a blemish that's not going to heal. Because once you've aged out, that's it. There's no going back. Right? Once you've aged out, there's no going back. However, let's say, but if you use turtle doves, right? If you use turtle doves, ultimately again, right? If you use birds that ultimately again have not yet reached the right age, that the Shimon says there is liability for that. Not haris, but a low sase, a mission. Why? Because what is that similar to? A move older. That's similar to a blemish that ultimately is going to the process. So once again, you see that the Shimon holding that I love for myself, sacrifice something that is never going to be fit, and you're not in your pocket. If you sacrifice something that is not yet fit, but will become, there is at least a large prohibition associated with that. Next, although the Espino, there was a really significant cases over there. So it's like this. Also, the Espino was like this. There's a legal prohibition that says, now local of myself, you are not allowed to chef a mother and his child on the same day. That's how long. And by the way, that's not just the sacrificial purposes. That's just right. You can't chef the mother and child. Now we'll say, watch the following case. Let's see how local of myself. I chef an animal, right? And now again I have the child. So I offer that up. I offer the child, or because it's not. Because it's not means the case where halacha myself you can't offer up an animal as a carbon if it is less than 8 days old. So we offer up these type of offerings outside the base of the Dutch. What's the halacha? It's going to say this over and over because anything not sacrificially fit for use inside of the base of the Dutch is not going to be liability for using it outside of the base of the Dutch. Once again, Rabbi Shimon Omer, Haresh of the Rothschild, and the Rothschild. Rabbi Shimon said, no, there is liability. Why is there liability? Because in both of these cases, although the carbon is now, but what? It will be fixed. Right? And also the Espinal, so you check the mother today. You can't check the child, you check the child tomorrow. Or right now, the carbon, the animal is 6 days old. Using focus. So let's get about saying Shimon over and over. So Shimon over, here it is. Shimon says, Kol Shulai Ravo La'akasman, any animal that is presently unfit, but at some point in the future will become fit, is a below assassin. Again, although it is a prohibition to go ahead and offer it up outside of the basic, as I will say, it's a low assassin, it's a lot. I don't care that you when it comes to it, that doesn't matter to me. There's no liability right now. Incredible. So Mechusser's none. So Mechusser's none. Mechusser's none means that there's something lacking in the claim. Being the before, being the Bible. Now, let's say this. Mechusser's none by regular covenant, I understand. What's Mephisto's man by a carbon? What's the man by a carbon? An animal has to be at least 8 days old. So Mephisto's man means it's less than 8 days old. So now the Mishnah says, Mephisto's man, whether the carbon or the owners, Mephisto's man by owners, is a bylaw. What's an example ultimately again Mephisto's man by an owner? Zaha, Ayoledes, Mahamisora, Sheshibu Kakasan, the Ashaman, Bahus, so listen to this, what we need to know this. The example would be all of these people, Zava, Yoledes, Zava people have the various emissions, so that's in the birth, Mitzora, person that's all these people have to bring carbonos after a defined amount of time. If they bring the carbon before the appropriate time, that's called Mechusar Zman B'Daila. That's called the owner's right. In other words, to cut the animal is fine. It's the owner problem with timing. So in all of these cases, if they jump the gun and they offered up their carbon too early, and they did it bachutz, they're potter. It makes sense. Once again, why they potter? Why again, not good, but why they potter? Because the parallel carbon inside of the base of matrix would have been ineffective because the timing is off. So incredible. However, again, if you go ahead and they offer up, interestingly enough, the reason for that is because it's harsh. So many of us like something like Chatas and Asham, one of the things about Chatas and Asham is that they cannot be brought as a Rabbi. But remember again, you can't wake up one morning and decide, you know what, if you feel a little guilty about having a Chatas, right? You can't, Chatas and Asham can only be brought for specific violations. So therefore, the Rabbi say it makes sense that if any of these people brought their Chatas and Asham too early, you brought it too early, it's meaningless. There's a covenant is meaningless, and therefore, even if you offered it up outside, there's zero liability for that. And remember, these individuals also have to bring an Ola and the Shvanim. If they brought their Ola and the Shvanim before the prescribed time, what's halacha? There is liability. Otherwise, they did it for chutz. There is liability. Why is there liability? Because Ola and Shvanim can be brought as a Yodava. Can be brought as in a dava. So because it can be brought as in a dava, therefore halacha l'maisa, when they go ahead and bring it outside, this parallel carbon had been brought inside would have been acceptable, and therefore there's liability for doing it outside. Incredible. Hamayla mibasa katos, mibasa asham, mibasa kachim kadashim, mibasa kachim kalim. So what's this? So again, if a person goes ahead and offers up, right, meat from Akados, from Asham, from Kachim Kadashim, from Kachim Kalim, also HaOmer, right, left over the color Omer, share Lechem, because the two boats offer on Shavuos, Lechem upon him, which is Lechem upon him, Shiarim Nachos, left over Minchas, Yotzek, right, or one who goes ahead and pours the oil of a Minchas, full face, one who goes, post-safety. So once again, we'll see exactly what these processes are. That says this ultimately again is from part of the process in the post-safety is Minchas Nacho. This is the particular type of Minchas. Bolel. So again, we'll see what all of these terms mean. Now in the Gemara, Moreat means salt the carbon, Menifrit, Makish, which means bringing the carbon to the southwest corner. Sader as a shokon, you go ahead and you organize, so left them upon him on the table. Nikivas Haneros, you arrange the candles or the wicks in the menorah, comets, or you take the comets of the menorah, the Kabbalah Damin, or you do Kabbalah, see the blood in a cleat, Bachutz. So I said, okay, so just understand this is what happened over here. The Mishnah just went through pretty much the entire list of sacrificial rites and rituals you could do inside of this Mikdash. So the Mishnah then says, if you did any of these things outside of this Mikdash, I'm sorry, butter, sake, a little bit of butter. If you did any of these things outside of this Mikdash, you are potter. Again, I both said, we'll discuss exactly why that is. But if you did any of these things outside, ultimately again you're potter. Rashi says over here, potter, I'm a young of the dice of the We'll see why. Obviously, think about some of the mentioned over here. It's talking about like arranging the left hand on the shofar, which presupposes that what's outside, the shofar. Or it spoke about again arranging the wicks in the menorah, which presupposes that what's outside the menorah. Again, so we'll discuss exactly the case. So again, the mission just went through this entire laundry list of items. Where if you do it outside your pocket. Why come the attractions? Okay, so we'll say furthermore, interestingly enough, furthermore, I can have also these items and all of these things. But non-Kohen did it, there's not liability. Zaros means the permission of a non-Kohen to do something. For Lo Mishum Truma, there's no issue of Truma with these things. For Lo Mishum, the person of government. Or if you deal with that wearing the requisite Quranic clothing, not a problem as well. The Lo Mishum, Rikos Yadayim Rabbi. Furthermore, if halacha l'maisa, you went ahead and you did, and Cohen did any of these things without washing his hands and feet. Also, not a problem. So, let's say this entire list of avodos, if a Cohen did so in a state of Tumah, or he did so without wearing the requisite clothes, or he did so without washing his feet, there is no liability. Again, why, where, how? And yes, I'm going to but you can tell that's going to be an exciting subject. Okay, let's say. Now, Now I'll get ready. Okay? Everyone's got to say it back from this. Okay, right? No, so now here it is, because this is good. You got to refill it. Good. Watch this. You know it's going to be what we've been waiting for our entire lives, which is a lot of times, right? There's a big gap in our knowledge between something that was in the desert, because we know that story because that's in the Chumash, and then the base of English that was built by Shlomo. Right? But remember again, Mishkan existed in different ways throughout all of those years. So a lot of times it's not clear to us where exactly the Mishkan was, how it operated, and what the halachos were. Now it's not because it's some like esoteric knowledge that's not available to us. It's just in Navi, right? And so again, we learned that. So what's great about this Mishnah is Mishnah is going to organize for us now. Again, essentially the Mishkan, the halachos, essentially the progression of the Mishkan from the desert, from Moshe Rabbeinu, over to the base of Mikdash. And going to give us all of the relevant halachos. So I am super excited about this, and I know that you are going to be also. I'm asking you to really be super excited about this, right? It's beginning of the week. Students are so excited. So go. Actual Mishkan. So before the Mishkan, and this is before the Mishkan desert. So the first Mishkan, right before the Mishkan, you have Bamos Mutaros, Bahabos. So let's say, once upon a time, this is before Mishkan was built in the desert. You wanted to offer up a korban. How did you build yourself a bama? Build a bama. What's a bama? A personal altar? Let's build a bama. And we'll say, who is the avodah done by? Bechoros. And then what's very important, the golden calf, the way it was supposed to work is that avodah later on in Mishkan base would be done by the firstborns. Right? Those are the ones. After the sin of the golden calf, and everyone sinned except for Shevet Levi, avodah was given over to Shevet Levi, and it was removed from the Bechor. So it's actually very important because the halacha is today. When you dip them, so let's Kohanim go ahead and have to wash their hands. But they don't wash their own hands, they wash their hands. What happens if you have no Rabbi? Say you have no Rabbi in Israel, so the halacha is before it. You find firstborns. And firstborns, interesting enough, go ahead and do the washing instead. Fascinating. So again, the Gemara says, so this one shall Mishkan. So again, if the Mishkan, before the Mishkan was established, Kabbalos Mutaros, you can offer Kabbalos on Bomas, not the Choros, and the Avodah be the firstborns. Okay, so you want to say, so that's the first stage. The whole come on Mishkan, then the Mishkan was elected. So it's very important. Moshe Rabbeinu builds the Mishkan. The moment he builds the Mishkan, you can't use a Bama anymore. That's what Bamos are. So two things happen with the creation of the Mishkan. Number one, you can't use personal bamos. Number two, avoda transitions over to the kohanim. And we'll probably, whenever you see about kohanim means kohanim in the different roles. Next, so when the Mishkan stood, Kodesh Kadoshim, Chatas, Harsham, Kodesh Kadoshim have to be inside of the curtains of now. The Mishkan didn't have, it had curtains, but it had walls. Whereas this kind of means the walls. And it had to be eaten within the walls, right within the walls. The Kachim Kala B'chol Machane Yisrael. Kachim Kala on both sides. Kachim Kala ultimately again within the entire camp. Right? Ola Shlomin Khan Pesach, right? That means literally now so to visualize this with the Mishkan desert. Why? Because how did we camp? We camped around the Mishkan. Remember again, it was a big rectangle. We all the Shvatim, all the tribes were situated around. Machane Yisrael really means the camp of the Jewish people. So Kodesh Kadoshim have to be eaten within the precincts of the Mishkan, Kachim Kalim anyway. Okay, can I say right? Fantastic. Next, that lasted for how long? 40 years. 40 years. We come into Eretz Canaan. Bo Gilgal. We come to Gilgal. Not Shiloh yet. Shiloh's later on. Right? Shiloh's later on. First step in Eretz Yisrael, Gilgal. Rashi says, Gilgal to Shavras Hayardein, Vukul or Moed, Sham Shava Shanim Shekibshu, Shava Shakilku. First stop, we come into Eretz Canaan, right? Come to Eretz Canaan. Again, I'm also remember they crossed the Yarden. First stop after it, or first war, Yericho. Right after Yericho, there were 14 years. 14 years. 7 years of conquering the land. 7 years of dividing up the land amongst the Shvatim. During those 14 years, the Mishkan was situated in a place called Gilgal. That's where it was. Gilgal, Hutra Bamas. So again, interestingly enough, when the Mishkan was in Gilgal, Bamos were permitted. Now again, I will say it makes a lot of sense. Why were Bamos permitted? Essentially, because Klal is going to see Bamos were permitted any time that the people were decentralized. You see, in the desert we were centralized. So because that there was one place of worship, no Bamos in Mishkan. You come to Gilgal, there's 14 years of war and then division of land. The people are dispersed. Because they're dispersed, because they're scattered, Bamos once again become permitted. So for 14 years in Gilgal, Bamos are permitted. However, Kodesh Kadoshim, still, Kodesh Kadoshim, you can only offer up in Gilgal. You can only offer up in the Mishkan, and you have to eat it inside of things. The Kodesh Kalim B'chomah. The Kalim, right? Your Ola, your Shlamim, your Toga, things like that, you could offer up anywhere, like on your own personal Bamos. So I will say with that, just so you understand what that would mean, it's like, let's say Pesach, when you offer, where would you offer up Pesach? In your backyard, on your bama. That would be fine, right? But ultimately, in your Chatas and your Asham, you'd have to come to Gilgal. Incredible. It was like, so that's 14 years, right? So 40 years in the desert. Again, just to review, 40 years in the desert. Kodesh Kadoshim have to be in 40 years in the desert, no Bamos. Kodesh Kadoshim inside of the curtains, Kodesh Kalim Machane Yisrael. We come to Eretz Yisrael, 14 years the Mishkan in Gilgal. Bamos are Kodesh Kadoshim still by Gilgal, Kodesh Kalim whenever you want. Now, obviously, also the change that occurred by Mishkan in the desert about Avodah switching over to Kohanim, that obviously is an irreversible change that occurred. Next, let's say here it is. Bo the Shiloh. Now we come to Shiloh. So let's say, remember again. Now what happened to let's say now Shiloh is very important. The Mishkan was in Shiloh for 369 years. So that is a long time. 369 in Shiloh. So Baal is Shiloh, Nesra Bamas. So let's say, so again, Shiloh now, remember, this is also a history one, because Shiloh now, when they come to Shiloh, Am Yisrael is a bit more, we'll call it stable and situated. Because remember again, we've already had the 7 years of war, the 7 years of division. Everyone has their tribal territory, their tribal property. So now the Mishkan is going to sit in Shiloh once again. There's a feeling of like centralized service. Therefore, Nasra Bamas. So again, now Bamas become Aser. Right? If you want to offer up a carbon, you have to come to Shiloh. Although Hayash, just interestingly enough, the Mishnah says, there was no roof there was no roof on the Mishkan Shiloh. Now, when it says there was no roof, Rashi points out over here that Halamaisa, there was no we'll call it like fixed roof. Rashi says Masarim. There were no like boards. There were no boards, right? But ultimately, again, Ella, when we see there was like cloth. There was like fabric. I just call it curtains, like a curtain roof over the top of it. So Lo Hayisham Tikra, Ella base Abonim Bilbag Milanatan. Rather, again, you had a stone structure. Again, literally the walls were made of stone. So you had a stone structure. Everyone said, by the way, I just want to point out, this is different, let's say, again, in the Mishkan in the desert, where the walls themselves were made out of asishita. Right? They're made out of acacia wood, but coated with gold. So ultimately, again, over here, these walls were made of stone. The higher reels, and then there were curtains. That was the roof. Right? The roof was curtains on top. The Haisa Minucha. And I will say this is what the pasuk referred to ultimately again as Minucha. We're going to see what that means. But it talks about kilo basam adata el hamenucha the el hanachala. The big Dutch Mishnah is referred to as Minucha, place, and Nacha, and inheritance. We're going to see that Menucha refers to Shiloh, because again we were in 369 years. And Nachala really refers to the Beis Hamikdash we'll discuss. So we'll say what happened in Shiloh. So once again, Kachek Hadashim had to be inside of the formal Mishkan precincts called Haroah. We'll say this is very unique. Right? And Kachin Kalin, I remember again, up until this point in time, remember again, the last time we had Kachin Kalin being consumed right within the precincts was by the Mishkan in the desert. And there, where did you eat it? Where did you eat Kachin Kalin? Machane Yisrael. Here by Shiloh, you can't say Machane Yisrael. Where's Machane Yisrael? Machane Yisrael is all about Yisrael. So in Shiloh, where did you eat Kachin Kalin? Anywhere where you could see the Mishkan. As long as you could see the Mishkan, you can go ahead and eat kachin kalim. Also remember again. In the family when we're in Shiloh, you could see exactly what this means. Because Shiloh, remember again, the Mishkan is situated a little bit, on one hand it's on an elevation, but it's surrounded by mountains. Which means you can envision, by the way, that's what it means. You can eat it, right? So you offer up your carbon in the Mishkan, and then what do? You go out and you park yourself, right? You picnic on one of the surrounding mountains, which is why I mentioned many times. Still today you go to the hills of Shiloh, and what can you find? Pottery shards. Pottery shards in the times of the Mishkan. Why? Because people would come, they'd offer up their karbanos. And again, remember again, what do you do with a the pottery shard that has carbonic absorptions? What do you do with it? You break it, you can't hash it. So to this very day, right? There's literally again the pottery shards are in the hills of Shiloh. Mamish again from the times of the Mishkan. Absolutely incredible. All right, good. Good. So that's Shiloh. 369 years. Next, Baal Nov the Givon. And I must say it came to Nov and Givon. Now again, point over here is it says Nov and Givon like this one place, two places. Look at Rashi for just a moment. We'll say Rashi on the staff is on both sides. So I'm now on the left side of Rashi. About halfway down, Baal the no big. This is very important. I will say Shiloh destroyed. Now, if you're looking for this story in Navi, you're not going to find it. It's fascinating. The story of the destruction of Shiloh is not explicitly mentioned. When was Shiloh destroyed? Look at Rashi. Kishachava Shiloh, the Milka Ha'aron Bimei Eli Ba'u No. So we'll say again in the famous war, right? Again, where Eli's sons were killed, the Aron was taken captive. This is when Eli's sons, Hophni and Pinchas, who the Navi told us, unfortunately abused their position of power. They made a tremendous mistake. They went out to war against the Plishtim, and they took the Aron with them, which they weren't supposed to do. So they were killed. That's when Eli hears news. He falls back. He falls backwards. He breaks his neck, and he dies as well. The Aron is taken captive. So the Gemara says over here, that's when Shiloh was destroyed. Now the Rabbi does not mention it physically. He says, "Baal no begivon, kimo shneimer ein lahem chol, ki ein lechem kodesh shalotei Hashem, So again, the story, this is incredible, just the story of the destruction of Shiloh is not mentioned explicitly. So Shiloh was destroyed. Then what happens? The Mishkan transfers over ultimately again to the city of Nob. And again, Nob was also destroyed. Who destroyed Nob? Shaul. And this is the tragic story. Again, when David HaMelech is running from Shaul, he comes to the city of Nob, which is known as Nob, Ir HaKon. Now again, I must remember again, the Bible of David HaMelech is he would not fight his father. He would not fight Shaul, even though Shaul was trying to kill him. David was the anointed king. He would not fight against the father. Instead, he chose to flee. He goes to the city of Nob. Now, tells Nob, he lies to Nob. He says, I'm on a secret mission from the king. I need weapons and I need food. They give him food. They said we have no weapons. And most of the only weapons they had in Nob in the Bible. The only weapons they had in Nob were the sword and shield of Goliath. That David himself had slaughtered years earlier. They kept the sword and shield of Goliath because it testified to the victory of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So David takes the sword and shield. This is a very exciting story. Shaul has an advisor by the name of Doeg HaEdom. Doeg was not a good guy. He told Shaul that the city of Nob has turned against you. And what's the proof? They're aiding and abetting fugitives God. Shaul was so poisoned against his son that he went ahead he believed it, and he goes in and he slaughters Nob Yaakov. That's when Nob was destroyed. After Nob was destroyed again, the Mishkan was moved to a city called Givon, right? So there's got Shiloh 369 years. After Shiloh destroyed the battle of Mishkan, it then goes Nob, Shaul destroys Nob, so then goes to Givon. So let's go back there. Oh, we know in Givon. So when the Mishkan is in Nob and Givon, quick drop on us. So this is something very interesting. Any time that the Mishkan is not really like embedded and settled, right? So if you notice, it's like in Gilgal, where there's like so much going on, right? Again, there's war, there's division, some land. So again, both are permitted. When it comes to Shaul, Mishkan is 369 years, Bamos are permitted. No in Givon, not as settled, Bamos are permitted. When Bamos are permitted, so I have. And then again, when Bamos are permitted, that means, remember, you are limited to what you can do. What can you do in a Bama? Only things that can be offered are Neder or Yagama. So Shlamim.
What the fuck it is?
Yeah, Shlamim.
Where have you? Thanks, baby. Who's your second favorite?
William Montgomery.
He's not Orthodox, but that's okay. What's good in your world?
So it finally came to Yerushalayim. Shlomo HaMelech
Out in the forest right now. With yellow walking.
Absolutely
Walking in the forest.
We're going to see
Scavenging.
in irreversible
Hair. Like
Are there any?
a lot of moss here.
Is there any
and after this, ultimately,
chicken of the forest?
After this, it was no longer
I mean, probably that's the closest thing to that. I mean, actually, no, I mean, there's birds. Chicken with birds. There's birds in the forest.
No, dog. It's a type of mushroom that tastes like chicken.
Irreversibly changed us. It also tells you, because if you think about it,
I mean, there are mushrooms here. I don't even know exactly what the fuck. I know why, because I'm just doing mushroom season like September, December or something. I'm not seeing any mushrooms, but there is a forest wildlife that's pretty diverse and rooms. But I'm pretty sure there's really only like 2 types of mushrooms that you can eat here mainly. One is like citron something, I forget the name of it. Another one is like known as like red lobster or something lobster.
So Kodesh Kadashim in the Beis Hamikdash are consumed within the curtains. Again, remember,
Is it
curtains
good?
never means curtains. Rather, what does it mean? It means precincts, right? It means area. We'll see exactly what areas it was. But again, Kodesh Kadashim can only be eaten within the Beis Hamikdash compound itself. Kachim Kalim or Meiser Nim Minat Koma. But ultimately, again, Kachim Kalim and Meiser Sheni, they can be consumed anywhere within the walls of Yerushalayim. Right, so whereas Kachim Kadashim have to be eaten within the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash, Kachim Kalim and Meiser Sheni ultimately again can go ahead and be consumed anywhere within the walls. However, so I have to stop over there for today. I thought the Mishnah. No, was that not the most incredible? We'll not finish more of it tomorrow until we get to our side. What is the week? Last full week of Mishvatim. Let's take it in. Shkoyach, everyone. All right, guys, have a great day. All right, I will say good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. Thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves, Havadin, Rotova, Oshim, Midi, Striker, dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this month, and the Sfosa of the Fush Shema, for Elio, Rafael, Ben Maria, Mati, Kamale, Marjorie, memory of Mati's father, Yosef, Shlomo, Moshe, Shmuel, Ben Yikusu, Yehuda, whose yard tent is on Chaf David. Of our Talmud Torah, all of the Shams who have an Aliyah, the family being of Talmud, all those who need a Kush, that would be Kol Chole Yisrael, and for the Shmuel Kush, the Meretz Hashem shower, for Soros, Togo, Sapan Klav Yisrael. So with that, let us begin the beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Kuf Yud 110. We are picking up on Kuf Tes on the days 109b, and let's just pick up from Amar Rabbah, even though we went just a few lines below that. So Amar Rabbah is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 lines up from the bottom. We actually got a little bit further than that. I'll just pick up here. Amar Rabbah. So since you remember again, we were discussing the interesting topic over here in the Mishnah was the overarching topic that we've been dealing with already for the last little while is the concept of offering up karbanos or sacrificial items outside of the Beis Hamikdash and the liability that one incurs in doing so. The first stage of that conversation focused on animal sacrifice. The second stage now is transition in this last Mishnah to non-animal offerings, komets, levona, torres, minchas kohanim, so on and so forth. The shaila is how much of those items do you have to offer outside of this in order to incur liability? So the Kama said that as long as you go ahead once you offer Zayis, ultimately there's liability. The Rothschild said that you are fucked until you offer up the entire amount. Alright, now it's on the most so here, talking about this idea regarding Torres. The most Amurabah, everyone agrees that when it comes to the Haftarah, when it comes to Torres, offer up inside of this English, everyone agrees that Halakha myself, there is no biblical shear, and the shear that is given ultimately is revenge. Deeply, you is not okay. Not part of the which is the part of the Kippur that's given inside the Kodesh HaKadosh. The Mansar, because we'll say there, the Torah does say how much does the Kohen offer up. Melo Chafnav. Now, Melo Chafnav really means 2 handfuls. So the Mansar, Melo Chafnav, one says Melo Chafnav is a shear. It's a shear. Right? And then also remember again, if the Torah gives a shear, that means that that's the amount obviously the Torah wants you to offer. And if you offer less than that amount outside of the Beis Hamikdash, there would not be liability. Because remember, again, about the way it works is when is there liability? There's liability when a parallel sacrifice done inside would be accepted. But if the parallel inside sacrifice would not be valid, then halacha l'maisa is not liability. The Gemara says it's also Melo Chopnov Dafka, Masa Melo Chopnov Lab Dafka. That's my focus. My focus is Melo Chopnov. Is that terminology two very things? Is that Dafka? Is that literally a precise shear? Does the Torah is telling us that we are obligated to bring or not? Rabbi is your heart to see the hookah that target food. One second. How can you say that Melo Chopnov is not an explicit and necessary shear? After all, the Torah uses the word hookah. Hookah means an everlasting statue. Everlasting statue means this is what the Torah tells you you have to do. So again, Melo Chopnov is not a suggestion, but rather it seems to be the obligation. Rabbi says like this: when it comes to the offering of the Torah inside of the Kodesh Hamashim, i.e. of Yom Kippur, everyone agrees that you require a shear. And what's the shear? Below Chopnov 2 hands. What's the matter? That's part of the chutz, where only again is pillars of the chutz of the Beis Hamikdash, not chutz outside of the Beis Hamikdash, but ultimately again we call it up every day. These pillars that's offered up on the golden mizbeach in the Heichal. Marsavaya in the chutz. One of the says that now we learn how to get first from the community offerings. Amarala, hashtag, that doesn't make any sense because hashtag, we don't even learn out what we call putzli. We don't learn out what we call other Heichal offerings from other Heichal offerings. We can learn out what community offerings. What are you talking about? Maggie, what are you referring to? Son, you're going to buy stuff. You're going to have like a whole thing to for man. For prophets, we can die is moving. I'm at a plot like this. I'm at a plot that one offers up less than a kizayis of a kohen. Right? Or less than a kizayis of a woman, which are sacrificial parts. Or Hamanasses Mishoshes Lugin Yai. Or when he offers up less than 3 wood of wine, or tacos in wine, or less than 3 wood of wine. I would have thought that such a person would be tight. They will say 4 lines up in the bottom, 109G. I'm a woman, la'asos. Yes, it says you shall perform al hashari tight. So we'll say this is important. Right? So we'll say, and this is energy as well. When is their liability? There's liability when the husband completes action. Before there's been a dispute, then there's not going to be liability. The here's the issue. The hafakos and shloshes lugin. There is to termination below Yaki that one of the foot. Yet I will say, interestingly enough, let's say again, let's say a wine libation. A wine libation is normally made up of 3 lugin. Contained within these lugin are multiple accusations. Now, remember again, a lugin, a liquid measure, a precise is usually a dry measure. But again, conceptually, there are many accusations within the lug, within 3 lugin. And yet, what do you see from there? That halacha l'maisa, the only time there's liability for offering up a wine libation outside of the basin is if you do it all 3 lugin. So what do you see from there? And the Rabbanan are not learning out what's in book, as opposed to, let's say, other sacrificial items where, let's say, for example, let's say by Torah, where he did offer up a kizayis that would be enough. Yeah, the Rabbanan are not learning out one case from the other. Rabbi, what's the case? So it's very interesting. What's the case? The case over here is as follows. The case is, look at that for just a moment. The older Masrisim would then say, Bahakara de Pahaya, Hakara de Dukha, Kizayis. The Adikatari of Rice, the Kai of the Rosa, Moga, Kidrapatari, and you say it's outside. So the Jizza Rosa is we took 2.5 measures of 2.5 measures. 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 2 same group. In other words, they're not combined in the same defense. In one country, we assume on one thing is that two half measures three combined, even though they're not actually mixed together, the fact that they're situated in the same group, that actually makes them as one. Mas eu vi o Sanofi, o mais são das músicas. The other thing is, a full measure only becomes an end when it's mixed together. Measures sitting in the same field does not unite them into a comprehensive measure. Rabbi says, Ashka, reminds them that you used to be monopoles, according to routine that says that you can't make everything with one comprehensive measure. How she should have had teachers, let's say you had 6 million. You have 6 million ultimately set aside as a one addition for a power offer. Okay, and then what did you do? Umasha Mehem Arba. You took 4 of those moving outside the business rush. They even look and then you went ahead and you offered them up outside of the business rush. What's the halacha? China. Now, why is halacha? We just said before that in general, if you offer up partial measures outside the business liable, why would you be liable in this case? Sure, in the aisle. Because again, as much as we need 6 million for a nesa, for a libation for a car, you only need 4 for an item. So therefore, if you had 6 designated for a car, you took 4 of them and offered them outside for an item, ultimately they would be liable because who performs this proper complete libational service. Similarly, cover a bar item. If you went ahead and you set aside 4 movements for an item, they must have been in short and you put 3 of those moving outside, if you even about what you offer it outside, it will be kind as well. Why? Because ultimately, again, that is suitable a sheep farming. Looks like, you see what's happening over here? As much as we were saying before, that in order to incur liability for doing things before, performing services, doing an interesting twist on it. So let's say you set aside 6 million of one for libation for a cow, and you took, so if you offer it up outside, you would be liable. Why? Because 4 is proper for a higher for a land operation. When you set aside 4, and you put 3 outside and offer them up, as much as that looks like it's sufficient, it's not because it's a complete libation offering for a cow. That's what culture is utilizing the culture. However, if you only have 3, and you went ahead and you took less than 3 out and offered that up outside of the system, you would be talking why? Because there is no such thing as a libational offering less than 3 movements. There was a case, I want to point out what's happening over here. We're going to talk about this more here. We're getting around this moment. What's happening over the following. We're using a rule. The rule is that the only time that there is liability, we're offering up what we'll call a carbon bucket. Offering up something either a carbon sacrifice no matter, consequent items is when you are performing the complete service. But if the service is incomplete, then there is no liability. Now, the service shall be guaranteed. Service can be complete, in a different way than you understand it. But as long as it represents the complete service, ultimately there's going to be liability. Incredible. So that's what Rashi says. These looking at Torah, Yafi Rabban. Rabban is not very the concept of Mishnah. These are the first 1. All water libation. Come out Torah from burning. Afan Ab Yukut, Yukut, Yafi. Torah, Yafi. Even though again, so you're right, this is not Torah Yafi Rabban. Rabban did not be not equal from Torah. Afan Ab Yukut, Yukut. Even though even though ultimately again, even though these are both, even though these are both things that happen outside, like the little natural color section, but we do learn out one piece of another piece of even though ultimately again, the Apagab is already witnessing, we do learn even though there's some outside and you don't want to start this place. Okay, hold on to this moment, we're not finished. We'll finish up one more piece and then we'll see the halakha on the Then the Mishnah says,
yo, what up?
Then again, it said afterwards,
What's up, Ken?
Did you teach your course today, Professor?
I normally do it like morning, but I've been programming on Instagram, and delayed it. So yesterday was a really good one. It was, and then some Israel came in today and were asking me about exactly what I was teaching yesterday. I was able to answer all their questions, so that was really good.
Where are you teaching it? Is there like a platform somewhere?
Yes, known as my fucking stream. No, I say orally, but I focus on one of my cameras.
Let's say,
Are you uploading footage like actually chopped and edited?
I don't edit
Putting
it.
it somewhere?
I don't edit it, but
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. Like, record it separately and
that's
put it
what.
where? Do you have like a playlist on YouTube or something?
I don't have a playlist, but I do have so that I can take the stream, whether it's like 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hours, and put it into ChatGPT and get a summary of what I said.
I mean, YouTube already has that feature, but why do you need a summary? Don't they want, like, you should upload them as like lectures.
Uploaded as lectures. That's exactly what they are. They're uploaded. They're not uploaded. They're live streamed. They're cut up. And I stopped the stream on one of my streams when I started, and then I speak for an hour. I mean, if you really want to know what we do, I start by saying, no one really knows, but this is the minhag that we follow. This is our tradition, essentially. And then I read through some Hebrew. Then I sing Haba Nagila, Let Us Rejoice. Then we review a text in Kabbalah, and then I've only done it for 55 straight days, which is really good. I'm really proud of myself.
Where is the footage uploaded?
It's on YouTube.
And they're called, they're titled what?
Oh, they're just the same title as everything. I don't go through and do all that because YouTube's getting so good that it'll be able to do all that stuff for me. Like, I thought at one point, like, okay, well, I could put the AI summaries in the title, in the like the description, but AI is getting really good that it's already doing that kind of stuff for me. So then after reviewing Kabbalah, then we go through some Yiddish. So we have like a Yiddish word of the day, and then we review all of the Yiddish that we've reviewed previously. Then I go into Chabad, which is like the Hasidic group of like my family, and we review. They have like a video series that I like to review, and then, but it's not as accurate as I would like. Like there's some things that I find like typos on the website, or just tiny things that I like to point out, or perhaps like alternative alternative like for instance, like when we cut our nails, we say that like tzaddikim, like really righteous people, burn their fingernails, but like other people, some people like bury them. Some people just like put them in the toilet. Probably most people just put them in the toilet. But like they don't always review in the amount of depth that I do. And then there's like a certain way that we cut our nails, and I say like really, but we do the fingers differently for Kabbalistic purposes, and then like
But,
like just it's like there are mystical ways to clip your fingernails. So you don't normally like I would say very few do this, but it's just tradition. You don't do it like you start on one in a given hand and then um, like a certain order on your finger that isn't the normal order, and we just say that we do it because it's like it relates to just like Kabbalistic terms. But there are like other things like, for instance, like yesterday we were reviewing the afterlife and heaven, and like the term like most people know, like in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, but that's not the heaven that we reference it as. It has become manipulated into that in Western culture, but we don't really call it that. We call it Gan Eden, and then eventually the world becomes Olam Haba, and like they have like a heaven and a hell, and they're both eternal. But Judaism doesn't have that. We started. I mean, if you go into Tanakh or Torah, there's Shil, which is a neutral place, and then there that eventually evolved in our teaching to a place called Gehenna, which is a place where your soul goes for 11 months after death, 12 months if you're wicked, and then from there you go to Gan Eden. But Gan Eden isn't like an eternal place. We are awaiting Mashiach to come, our Messiah, and then to deliver the souls of the departed, to read them with their, and then eventually to like revivify or resurrect the dead. And then like, well, there's a question that arises like, well, what if you're really wicked? What happens then? And there are, I mean, no one knows. So there's one rabbi, his name is Rambam, Maimonides. He says that you can basically be off if you're really, really bad. But then that's not more modern tech. The more modern belief comes from a person named Ramban, Nachmanides, and he really had more of an influence on Kabbalah. It's basically like no matter how bad you are, perhaps there's a way to reunite with the soul in the world to come, or in Gan Eden, and then you might just need more purifying in Gehenna, but it's not like hell. But Satan is there, but it's not like he is the like the devil. That's different. I mean, we don't believe that. He's basically a prosecutor, and he basically makes you think about what you did over the course of your life, and like it's a purifying way. But it's also not like God and there's Satan. It's not true. We think of Satan as working for God, and we also don't see him as like a fallen angel. The word Satan really means adversary, and he's not like Lucifer. Like that's all not Jewish belief. And then basically we're waiting for Mashiach to come, and when Mashiach comes, there'll be a new world called what we reference as the world to come, Olam Haba, and the dead will be revivified. Death will be escapable, and there'll be like almost like divine knowledge, not being God specifically, but many of the or the complications that we saw in the past that we wouldn't be able to explain as prior to Mashiach, explained by Mashiach. Why we do something we do. We're awaiting Mashiach to come, and then to what I call rebuilding the Beit HaMikdash, but generally references rebuilding the Beit HaMikdash. When I say rebuilding, it's because the Beit HaMikdash, the temple in Jerusalem, has been destroyed twice. And so it's not rebuilding it, because that already happened. It's rebuilding it, which I just kind of say jokingly, but it's rebuilding it for the second time. And so we're waiting that to happen. And I personally would like to see it done in a peaceful way. But then it's going to get done. If I could tell you anything about the Futurizer, we as Jews are going to rebuild our temple. We're very motivated to do it, and we have been for 2,000 years. And that means that the Dome of the Rock's got to go. And I want to see it occur in a peaceful way without anybody getting hurt. And the person who rebuilds it generally is considered our Mashiach. Now, there are other roles that he has to fulfill, like is going to draw in the nations in exile, and people will become much more religious, and he'll be a Torah scholar and extremely charismatic, and he'll be a king within a theocracy, and eventually Israel, which is somewhat of a socialist state with a democratic state, will be a theocracy. And that's kind of like what we talk about with the world to come. So anyway, we reviewed it yesterday, and just the different levels of how your soul is purified, and that was just yesterday's discussion. We talked about like what happens when somebody takes their own life. Generally, they were buried in a different of a Jewish cemetery, but that doesn't normally happen anymore because we consider them to not have had mental issues. So generally, they're able to be buried in with their families. And then the role for non-Jews, and many religions say you have to be our religion or you don't have a place in the afterlife. But Judaism does not say that. We believe that if you live a righteous life as a Jew, you can have a place in the world to come. And that's generally what we think. So, yeah, I'm going to do that again. What are your plans for tonight, Riser?
Today, working on the crypto. Honestly, I could use a robot to topic the Telegram group of bird community. Try to pursue.
Why do you call it purge? That's nothing.
Yeah,
excellent. Hey, welcome, Hanba. How are you? I'm with a friend right now, and then I'm going to teach a class. But if you'd like, I'll answer what questions you have. The Torah uses the lotion of burning by the comets and by the leftovers of the Kabbalah Mincha. Mahak paras comets in comets medato chaleo, just like the Rothschild died, the burning of the comets. Like one comet ultimately again is not negate another. So too again, when it comes to the shrine, the burning of the leftovers of it comes to the leftovers of the mincha, the leftovers are not in the back.
Yeah, Rabbi, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Does the book of Talmud or whatever it's called, isn't that a book on explaining like the rationality behind the Bible? Or it's not the Bible, it's Judaism. Yeah, it's not one book though. It's a series. It's 2,711 folios. If you see that other stream that I always have going, it's a rabbi who
does basically a video on every single page, and so I always have that going. But yes, that's what it's.
What are they? Number one, again, the comments.
Can you explain the
Talmud? Sure, it's Talmud, and Jews believe that their written Torah was given by Hashem to Moses at Mount Sinai. I should say the entire their Torah was given to Moses at Mount Sinai, but the written Torah is different oral Torah. Written Torah, the 5 books of Moses that you're probably familiar with. So in English, that's Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. But then there is an oral Torah that was not written down, that was passed basically from one teacher to another, and that was passed on until about the 2nd century of the Common Era, when there was a lot of persecution that occurred to Jews following the fall of the Second Temple in 69 of the Common Era. And there was a fear amongst the sages that the oral portion of the law was going to be forgotten, and thus it was put to writing, and that's what the Talmud is. And it's basically a discussion of how to live and explanations of the Torah that weren't written by Moses. And I mean, historically, we believe that the Torah was given by Hashem to Moshe. Remember, we say Moses our teacher, but eventually to Joshua, Moses' successor, and then through the sages into the 2nd century. So there are some nations in the Talmud that aren't in Torah. For instance, like some aspects of kosher slaughter. Yes, we keep kosher in Torah, but it doesn't necessarily how, not specifically. So the explanation is in Talmud, and like how we need to slaughter an animal, how we, what type of perhaps animals are kosher versus non-kosher, what rules and what determines an animal to be treif, which means torn. Basically, maybe a kosher animal. It may be, what makes an animal kosher has split hooves and it chews its cud. But if it died in a violent fashion, or it has any type of imperfection, especially in the lungs, then it is deemed to be treif, and then it's not kosher. So like all of the specifics are reviewed in the 2,711 pages of the Talmud. And originally it was oral law that was eventually written down. Does that answer your question?
Excellent. So it's like very critical, like universally critical to understanding Judaism.
We feel that way. Now, that's the Orthodox world. So that's only 10% of people who consider themselves Jewish, even really less than that. So the Orthodox of Judaism. That's correct. Yeah, conservative Judaism and Reform Judaism in many ways reject. But they've only been around for the 100 years, and they feel that they don't have to be restricted by it. To be honest with you, I'm not conservative and I'm not Reform, and so it would be best to probably connect with a conservative or Reform rabbi regarding how they consider themselves to not have to follow it. I mean, I know the differences, but again, I haven't ever been in a conservative environment or reform environment, and that's about 90% of all Judaism. The movements that I've been around are the Hasidic world, which generally Chabad, which even unto itself is a little different. It's still Judaism, but it's Hasidic Judaism, and it's one specific version of Hasidic Judaism. And then modern Orthodoxy, where those are the communities in which I live, and we follow Talmud, but we recognize that there are some modern, not necessarily leniencies, but adaptations that we've had to make. So, for instance, you will find someone who is modern Orthodox, perhaps, I mean, depending whether they're Sephardic or Ashkenazi, perhaps dressing differently than you might find someone who is Hasidic. They may wear a suit and tie, which Hasidism do that as well, but you might see them in a t-shirt and blue jeans as well. And usually in the Hasidic world, people have a higher level, generally, of modesty, and so they may not wear those kinds of things. It's basically the more liberal version, but it's certainly still considered Orthodox. But in terms of the Talmud, only about really 10% of religious Jews follow it. Of that, I mean, there's even fewer who actually really follow it to the letter of the law. But 90% of Jews do not, and that's at least in diaspora outside of Israel. Within Israel is generally a secular country, and like probably of Israel that's secular, like of Israel, something like 70 to 80% of the people are non-Jewish or of another religion, either Muslim or Christian, or perhaps some other type, Baha'i, something like that. And then of the Jewish population is there, many of them consider themselves to be secular. So we're talking about not a huge amount of people who follow Talmud. However, it is very important in the creation, or the creation of what is today known as Orthodox Judaism. Does that answer your question, Riza?
Yes, and I have another question.
Go ahead.
That's okay. What's the stance from the Orthodox Talmud perspective on drugs? Because I can see how it could be a little blurry and gray skies, like everything is a chemical, and so how do you define like drug versus a non-drug? There's Christianity that doesn't believe in medical treatment, basically.
Yeah, no, so that's Christian Scientists, but that's different. Okay, so what we believe, I mean, you can buy kosher marijuana. So that's marijuana that has, or marijuana edibles. That's marijuana with a hechsher, basically a symbol by a certification agency known as a haskafa. And basically what this does is say that the ingredients inside are kosher and that there is supervision. The real issue is in terms of, does it affect you to the point where you don't have control over yourself? So even with alcohol, within Orthodox Judaism, we feel that alcohol is allowed within reason. Moderation is key, and you never want to drink to the point where you're so drunk that you can't control yourself. So the moderation element is very important. Now, in terms of the kosher marijuana edibles, that is still new, and traditionally certification agencies would not give their hechsher on any type of product that did not that had any type of illegal or were to be by federal law. And still to this day, the largest certification agency, it's known as the Orthodox Union, still will not. So it's kind of a split. The largest Orthodox Union, the largest certification organization, the Orthodox Union, still will not do it. But there are some smaller ones that do, and it just depends. It's really like it gets real specific in what you're going to eat and what you're going to allow your family to have. There's a list of what you'll find in an Orthodox community approved certification agencies, but that doesn't mean that everybody follows it. And some people follow all of them, but this new one, they'll also follow the new one. There are some symbols that maybe one family in a community will follow, but not the other people in the community. And then things change in terms of what gets certified as being kosher and what isn't. In fact, even within one certification, one hechsher, one symbol, Orthodox people will eat anything that is certified by that organization except meat. So even though it has the symbol on the meat, most Orthodox people or many Orthodox people will still not eat it, but they will eat it if that symbol is on potato chips or on pickles or on something else. It gets very specific, and it gets very political as well. A major one that arises, or the big argument, is with an organization from a product known as Hebrew National. It's a hot dog. I don't know if you have them, but basically there is a koshering agency, a certification agency that has put their hechsher on it. It's called Triangle K. And I know people who will eat Triangle K potato chips. That's what Lay's is. That's what some other products are. But they won't eat Triangle K, even though it's good for some products and not others. And that gets very political. And the reason why is because the company that owns Hebrew National it's ConAgra Foods. It's a giant distributor of foods in the United States. That would endanger a lot of the smaller hot dog producers that are kosher, and basically in many ways perhaps put them out of business. And so political reasons, due to economic reasons, within the Orthodox community will not eat those types of hot dogs, but they with the triangle on them, but they will eat Lay's potato chips that have the triangle on them. And then what ends up happening is an organization may a certification may not want their hechsher on it. Maybe the company wants a different certification agency, and it changes. I can tell you that I've seen products have CRC, which is Chicago Rabbinical Council, then going to like here. I have on Sriracha. This is and I know the people who do this one. It's the Rabbinical Council of California. So if you ever see Sriracha, it's RC, the Rabbinical Council of California, RCC. I can tell you, I know the of the organization that runs this. His name is Rabbi Abraham Union. He's a really nice guy. Basically, this product currently under California Rabbinical Council, if they want, they could be pretty big. If they become bigger, they might go to the Orthodox Union, and then that means my friend Rabbi wouldn't get the same proceeds essentially from this product. So it gets very political. It also gets very economic, and but I can tell you this, and that's with any product. Once it gets an Orthodox texture on it, it outsells its competition by about 80%. So things like Heinz ketchup, Coca-Cola, just your traditional Lay's potato chips. The things that come to mind as like the standard food, at least in the United States, is very generally has a texture on it. Coca-Cola is a little different. Coca-Cola is kosher, but it's a little different story. Basically, because the Coca-Cola formula is considered a secret, instead of being able to know the actual distribution, a list in the 1930s was essentially given to the chief rabbi of Atlanta, so to speak, but that just a high-ranking, highly respected rabbi in Atlanta, and basically he was able to ensure that all of the ingredients were kosher, and so it's considered kosher, a kosher product. But
you can lab test the ingredients. You just can't reverse engineer exactly how it's cooked.
Well, and the formula changes it just does in at least in the United States, starting in about March to April because of Passover. There's a prohibition within Ashkenazi communities against something called kitniot that came about in the 16th century. Basically, we avoid things like corn and other things like some types of grains as well. And because of that, there is special Coca-Cola that's produced that doesn't have corn syrup in it. That's available in the United States from about March to April, and it's got a yellow cap on it. If you ever see that, it's got Hebrew on the cap, and it's available like at a normal store. You don't have to go to a special Jewish grocer for it, but like even that one gets really complicated because there is not a hechsher on Coca-Cola generally, except during the period around Passover. Yet we still consider it to be kosher. Many alcohol doesn't carry a hechsher, but is considered to be kosher. So like just a whiskey, so long as it doesn't have any ingredients that would be considered non-kosher, it's going to be kosher. Yet not all alcohol distributors have to put a hechsher on it. It gets very political. So and with that being said, I hope I answered your question. If I didn't, please let me know.
Yeah, I mean, back to like kind of like the drug thing, like let's say you're a Jewish person interested in cocaine, can you make the argument that like you don't lose self-control on cocaine, like you're highly aware and amped up, but it's not like you can't like make it rational. I mean, that's debatable.
Wait.
You can still, but also like the line between self-control and
it is.
arguably on like cocaine, like on freelance, you're on Wolf of Wall Street, and I go like just like trembling and like completely like disassociated from all reality. Cocaine, you're making snappy decisions and trading stocks.
So cocaine, while not openly discussed all that much, is considered kosher by many rabbis. You're not hechsher on it, but there isn't any generally in the process that make it trade for or non-kosher.
I mean, you're filtering it through like gasoline and sketchy chemicals.
Yeah, That's
Yeah, if it's not believes itself, I can understand.
that's fine. And
Clearly inorganic.
but koshering is not does not mean it's organic. Even with that, the end result has less than 1/60th, which is considered the allowable amount of any type of impurities in something. So basically, you could have like a big soup, and if you drop one drop of, let's say, pork, just one pork into that soup, you could still eat it and it could still be considered kosher because it's less than 1/60th the amount. And these are just amounts that, these are measurements that go back to the Talmud basically. But basically the idea is that nothing is absolutely perfectly like molecules we understand may have some kind of so cocaine considered kosher. Now cocaine use generally isn't in the spirit of Orthodox Judaism, though that doesn't necessarily mean that you couldn't do it. But again, if it becomes an issue where it causes you to lose control, or you aren't able to continue your Orthodox life, or can cause you an issue. Riser, can you mute yourself? Oh, apologies. When you're
sorry.
You're okay.
There's some loading down on
That's okay. So the idea is that if you can do cocaine responsibly, there's nothing inherently non-kosher about cocaine. LSD's only been a drug for 60 years or so. And the idea of it is that, again, if you're able to do it under a condition where you don't lose your sense of control, then generally it's going to be allowed. Something like crack cocaine that's really, really addictive. If it's causing you to lose your job, or not be able to give to charity, or causing you, basically issues to your body, we would avoid doing them. So there's this idea, pekuach nefesh, like basically the preservation of it is really important. So if you've done something, then those would be considered prohibitions. But if you're able to do crack cocaine one time and not have any bad bad effects from it, and you're able to control yourself, there's nothing, and you don't cause any issues to any other people, then it's generally seen as allowed. Certainly prescriptions are generally sure.
So, I mean, I guess I kind of understand where it's coming from, the idea of losing control or something, but I would argue that even though psychedelics are like ego dissolving alkaloids or whatever, the process of like dying and being reborn and abandoning your sense of identity is still to be valuable and a tool of growth. Because if you just keep your reference points for everything in your whole life, you're constrained to that data. So I'm not sure, like, just from my own subjective opinion, that I agree completely with the notion of just because you're not in control, it's automatically bad. I would say that it can be equally as a learning experience and valuable tool for getting rid of your old perspectives and,
I understand. There's a separation here between what Jewish tradition is, and ego death and those types of things are not traditionally seen within Judaism. If you're going to, I shouldn't say seen within Judaism, but seen as beneficial within Judaism. There's a personal opinion, which I have, which I feel that certainly there are some people who that helps them. And then there's like a secular opinion that says, that that's simply what happens. But traditionally within Judaism, it's not something that we advocate. Um, and even the way that we pray has gone through changes over the course of 2,000 years, up until just the last 20 years. So we've been doing this 6 years is how long we traditionally say since the beginning of the world. But at least within Judaism, about 3,300 years. And there was a time when some Jews would pray in a way that could cause like almost, and that would end like either by straining themselves particularly, and that ended up ending about the 16th century or so. But there were times where those types of hallucinations or ego death may have been more uh, mainstream within Judaism, but currently it's not. You won't go to a
That's a good point. To be breathe deep enough or just not sleep enough, like to stay awake for a long period of time, you'll be hallucinating, you'll be very distorted.
That's absolutely true. But again, for the preservation of the body, we do our best to avoid those types of things. Alcohol is, so long as it's generally the issue that happens with alcohol is with wine. There's a certain way that we, there's a certain kind of wine that maybe it's kosher wine. So basically, we don't want wine that may be used for another religion's, like maybe their sacraments or something like that. So you won't find those generally to be kosher. And then also there's something called the mavushal process where we actually will boil some wines. It doesn't really change the taste all that much, but basically just for handling. Because some religions use wine as in their sacraments, we don't want to be associated with that. So, in terms of alcohol, wine has some issues within the world of kashrut, but like hard alcohol generally does not. But it does not. It does not carry a hechsher. Other drugs that are like pharmaceutical.
I mean,
Other drugs that
sorry to interrupt again. I'm not trying to. I guess I am trying to interrupt, but I guess maybe you're at like maybe I don't know if it's true, but maybe you find yourself in a little bit of a predicament or difficult position because like living, like trying to balance the act of like living in the modern age with scriptures that were written thousands of years ago, and they don't necessarily add up, or at least there's speculation and disputes about rules and stuff. Like 90 or but doing perhaps like modern Orthodox views. I mean, I guess there are paths to navigate, but let's say they kind of nitpick their religion or anything, but perhaps some individuals should be pushed away if they read something like anything that is an abandonment of yourself goes against the religion when really there's, or whatever the viewpoint is, they might not to become a part of a religion that isn't like encompassing their beliefs.
we actively push people away. At least non-Jews, we actively push non-Jews away. In terms of Jews, there is a process where it's called Baal Teshuva, where you become more religious. But that's right. Like we don't what's called proselytize. We don't missionize. I get people in here very often who are like, "Oh, I want to be Jewish." Okay, that's fine. Then you need to go seek your local Orthodox rabbi, and generally that person's going to reject them at least 3 times. It's been our tradition. And then from there, no person, no individual can make anybody Jewish. That comes from what's called a based in, a court. And there's a process of that. And so if you're like, well, it doesn't sound like it's that inclusive, or it sounds like people are pushed away, that's purposeful. And then we talked about the people in the conservative and the reform movements. That's 90% of Jews who feel the same way. So this is just like a really distinct group of people with whom I'm a member and have commonalities. But even I am much more modern Orthodox than some people. But, at the end of the day, nobody knows. So no one way is better than another. It's just traditions and what people want to hold and what keeps them, what makes them happy, what makes them satisfied. Okay, so Riser, we have some other. You're okay. We have some other friends here. Do you mind if I take their questions?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
You're okay. Apologies, my friends. Yes, go ahead.
Here's the issue.
What is the statement about the woke culture according to Orthodox beliefs?
Oval culture?
No, the Western world culture.
The Western world culture, according to Orthodox beliefs? Oh, Western Wall. Oh, the Kotel. Yes, absolutely. Oh, okay. I didn't hear what you said at first. Okay. So generally, it is the outer wall of the Second Temple. The outer wall that was built for the Second Temple by Herod, and it goes. It's approximately like 2,050 years old. It is not a remnant of the original temple structure, nor the rebuilding of the original temple structure. It's the outer wall. Generally, it's considered the holiest place within Judaism that currently stands. Pilgrims, with Jews, but even non-Jews from all over the world flock there to essentially. Maybe I didn't. Not the Western Walk. WOKE. Woke?
Yes.
Oh, geez. I thought you were talking Western Wall. Okay, so woke culture, like the 21st century, right?
Yes, for example, we think Jews are better than them.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. So we have to define what woke means. Do you mean like the LGBTQ plus community? Do you mean like Black Lives Matter? What do you mean? I mean, and if you don't want to define it, sure. Yes, absolutely. So you're talking homosexuality and yes, absolutely. So masonry ideas?
Yes.
Absolutely. Okay, so let's talk modern and we'll work our way back. So generally, under strict orthodoxy, something like homosexuality, at least male homosexuality, is punishable by death. So this is in Leviticus, essentially, that a man shall not lie with another man, and if he does, that the punishment is stoning. In terms of women, like people being lesbian, the punishment is not nearly as harsh and isn't necessarily seen as being all that as bad a prohibition as there is against homosexuality. And that was the way within all Judaism till really about the 18th into the 19th century. There were some liberal aspects of Judaism that broke off, but then we're talking about orthodoxy. And really within Orthodox communities, how do we justify having homosexuals in our communities when the Bible very explicitly states that a man shall not lie with another man lest he be stoned? And frankly, it's we in many ways turn a blind eye to it, and this is our justification. We say that it's actually happening behind closed doors, and in Judaism, in order to be brought before us, based in a rabbinic court, need two kosher witnesses. And basically, two kosher witnesses, two men, shown up as men, two people who are seen as upstanding citizens in the culture, would not be in a situation where gay men were having sex. So the justification is, since no one is brought before the court, we turn a blind eye to it. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't gay people within the Orthodox community, but it is not something that is openly celebrated. Now, in liberal aspects, some other people who consider themselves to be Jews, it's loved and it's cherished, but not within the 10% that I'm talking about. Now, that's just homosexuality. Then we have the transgender movement. In a lot of ways within Judaism, especially within Hasidic Judaism and Orthodox Judaism, and I've had this conversation with rabbinical colleagues, a lot of times it's seen as people who are having either mental issues or perhaps are going through a traumatic time of their lives and they want to be different for whatever reason. You said, within Islam, it's hated, or at least within your branch of Islam, it's hated. It's not like within Orthodoxy. Certainly it's not like, but it's something that we have to deal with in the 21st century. Now, going back to your previous discussion about, well, what about the Enlightenment? That's what you're talking about. This period in the 18th century, basically when science became more seen as a way of learning, and secularism started to grow, and ideas of liberty and freedom separated themselves from Judaism, from religion in many ways. So there's a very interesting discussion and just series of events, one of which I'll talk about now, and it is a man named Baruch Spinoza. He was a philosopher, and he was essentially in a Portuguese synagogue. And he was a philosopher, and basically his idea of what God is was different than what traditional Judaism is. And he felt that God is everywhere, that God is in you and is in me, and God is in a dog or a cat or an elephant, and God is in the stars, and God is in the sun. God's everywhere. And this was separate from traditional Judaism. Now, Baruch Spinoza was excommunicated. This was 400 years ago. To this day, he's still considered to be excommunicated. However, if you were to ask Albert Einstein, the great physicist, a quote of Albert Einstein's is, "I believe in Spinoza's God," which is God is everywhere. And I even struggle with this idea myself, and I don't see any real issue with believing that. But this was one of the first separations that we have in a movement within Judaism that arises, and then we get into free thinking, and we had some movements break off from Judaism. So Judaism was certainly affected by this, starting with the Reform movement that started in Germany in the early 19th century, that basically said, we are sick of doing things the traditional way, and we are going away, and we are going to eat shellfish, and we're going to eat pork, and we are going to be able to light a match on Shabbat, and all of the other things that happened with the Reform movement. Moving into the 19th century, this pushed many Orthodox Jews even more conservatively, because we wanted to reject much of that type thinking. Now we get into the 20th, and then we have Zionism, which arises towards the end of the 19th century, and the belief in the nation state of Israel and the rebuilding of the Third Temple, and that is really a secular movement. So it is not necessarily religious, and has a lot of these ideas from the Enlightenment in it. Is a secular movement in parallel with Orthodoxy. Then moving into the 20th century, the Orthodox world is forced to mesh in some ways with the secular world just because of technology. And so we have who are using telephones, and then eventually using the television, and eventually the internet, and now social media. These have all affected Orthodox in some major ways. Now, specifically to the woke aspect of it, traditional Orthodox rejects homosexuality. It rejects any of generally perhaps transition to LGBT. There are some exceptions that do go back to like birth, who were born either like literally born. Now, I'm not talking about people a man who feels like he's a woman, or a woman who feels like a man. Not talking about that. I'm talking about people who were born perhaps with medical oddities. Perhaps a man whose genitalia never developed, or a situation where you may have someone who has either like some type of abnormality with their genitalia, or a man who perhaps like never was born without testicles. Those kinds of situations. But those are really unique, and within that there are 7 different cases of what can happen. There's been generally within Orthodoxy a rejection of homosexuality, but we move into the 21st century, homosexuality has become something that we, the Orthodox community, can't avoid. Some people have always been homosexual people in their family, and so this has caused many people to write to poskim to famous rabbis and say, "What do I do?" And the answer has been that you are to love them like any other member of your family. And what happens when that person wants to marry, though, within Orthodoxy? That can't happen. There's been a hard line there. Now, I'll go back to the term that you use. We hate it in terms of what you like. It's not liked within Orthodoxy, but it is something that is tolerated. If that answers your question.
sacrifices, and what happens?
He can't open, he just said that, like, he saw much.
Absolutely, my friend, 100%. And let him know that I'm always here. That's an excellent question. And as you can tell, the answer is just one moment, adapting. So we had the homosexual movement, and then we have the transgender movement. Who knows what the next movement will be? Transhumanism, and just like with anything, religion has to adapt, and we've had to adapt with different philosophies. We've had to adapt with different technology, and we will have to adapt with certainly different movements. And now, again, this is only 10% of Jews who feel this way. There's about 90% of Jews that are very liberal. If you look at just in the United States, 10% of Jews are very conservative, very Republican. 90% are very extremely liberal. So the liberal part loves the LGBTQ movement and loves homosexuality and be whatever you want to be. And maybe there's even more than that. But within strict conservative orthodoxy, it is not, I will say we are not aggressive towards it. We don't, I don't want to use the term hate, but it is not love. It is something that is tolerated, and it is continuing to be tolerated. And we recognize that if we were to reject it completely, we would go to war. It's literally in our holy book that we are to stone these people, and that would be murder.
Yeah, so can I ask like something so short, also like because he have another question.
Go ahead.
So, like, do we need like 2 witnesses for like stoning the
Yeah, so great question. So this was back during the Torah period, and then there is an argument around like 200 of the Common Era that capital punishment should not be seen as a realistic resolution to anything anymore. In fact, there's a quote: one capital punishment in 70 years of a legislative body, judicial body, I should say, would be seen as bloodlust. Basically, that's too much. One capital punishment in 70 years. So we no longer perform capital punishment anymore within a religious sense. And in order to bring anybody before a court, you need 2 kosher witnesses. So what would happen in a situation where you did have, let's say, 2 really kosher witnesses, 2 Shomer Shabbat men? They are seen as people who are kosher witnesses, and they want to bring 2 homosexuals to the based into the house of judgment and bring them before the panel. There's an argument to be made that these 2 homosexual people may not even be members of the community. If they're acting like that openly, chances are they're not going to be members of the community. So what right do we even have to bring them in? So what would generally be said is that let live and let live. Let them live their lives while we don't endorse it, and we don't want our children to do that. And really, because it goes against much of what is commanded to us in be fruitful and multiply. And that can't be done within a homosexual relationship. But things change. And when I say that, there are very Orthodox people who have had homosexual children, and they go from people who feel that homosexuality should be tolerated in any way to having these people at their Pesach table, to having these people at their high highs. And what do you do? And then there's some understanding that they're going to have to tolerate it, but when before they would do it, they could to reject it.
So, over your question about like what you think about Freemasons and how do Jews view Freemasons' idea of theism?
Well, I am a Freemason, so you're asking probably an excellent person. How do Jews feel about what?
He said to me, is how the Jews view the Freemasons' idea of theism. So the theism basically
I'm not sure I'm hearing you correct, so explain.
So go ahead.
So anything just to believe in God when they don't believe in prophets.
Okay, so
they don't believe religions, they don't believe prophets, they don't believe books. They say we just know there is a God and they just believe in God.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's theocratic. Okay, or theist, I should say. So I can tell you, at least within the state of California, what I had to do as an Orthodox individual, and there are other Orthodox individuals, but it's rare. I had a rabbinical colleague come to my lodge, and we talked it over with the brethren there about what changes were going to be needed to be made for me to be able to become a Freemason. And so there were some changes, like I wasn't going to kneel. Like that's something that we generally only do on high holidays and generally only like Yom Kippur. I wasn't going to swear on any text. I could affirm though, so that was different. And basically, we relayed this information to other rabbis and a rabbinical court, and it was seen as being something that I would be able to do. Now, you can, at least in the state of California, you can be of any religion that you want, so long as you believe in a higher power. It doesn't even have to be God. You can just say there's a higher energy, but basically it's a rejection of atheistic principles. Doesn't mean that there aren't different Freemasonities where you can be an atheist. They aren't seen as mainstream. The first thing is you have to be a theist. You have to be freeborn. So thirdly, you need to be of sound mind, so you can't be like a madman. You have to at least be age 18. You have to be a man. And really, those are like, it's not that difficult. And then you have to be seen as someone who is considered essentially upstanding within the community. So you have to generally have a clean record or a pretty clean record. I can tell you what I had to do, which is I would not eat at our dinners. So we would have dinners every Monday night, and I would not eat at them. I would bring my own like celery or fruit or vegetables or something, and I would just eat alongside the brethren. And aside from that, Freemasonry is not a pardon me. It's not a religion. It is essentially the world's largest fraternity. Some people may consider it a religion, and that gets into philosophical and theological debates what a religion is. But I can tell you that I received approval to do it from the Rabbinical Council of California. These guys, the guys who put the hechsher on here, and and then so what else is different about it? I've known other Orthodox people who are Freemasons as well, and they did not do what I did. They did not go to their rabbis so much or a rabbinical body, and they just did it on their own. And I wasn't at their degree ceremony, so I don't know exactly what they did. But I can tell you that at least my Freemasonic lodge was this was a unique case, but it was mostly Jewish. But that is not the unique case amongst Freemasonry. It just so happened to be in a Jewish area. And all of the people who were there were not Orthodox Jews. I was the only Orthodox Jew. But there were Christians there. There were Muslims there. There were secular people there who believed in that Spinoza view of God, that idea that God is everywhere, which, again, I don't necessarily disagree with. It's just not generally seen as, it was rejected in about 400 years ago. And then even today, when people came to the synagogue that excommunicated Baruch Spinoza 400 years ago and said, look, it's 2020. This happened in like the early 2000s. Look, can we basically reverse the excommunication? And the rabbi there said, look, this has been going a long time and it wasn't my decision to make in the first place, so we'll just let it stand. So there are thoughts to perhaps reverse it, but hasn't been reversed. But these ideas of what is God and belief in God are consistent within Judaism as they are within Freemasonry. So they don't contradict.
So yeah, another question.
That's okay.
Saying, do you believe in like you guys say book, I guess? There's like
Torah?
you will see.
Do I believe in Torah?
No, like demons, like they like entering the people, you know?
Yeah. So, okay, excellent question.
And saying like if someone affected by like these demons, what you're doing, do you have any specific like prayers and like how can I say rituals or like taking this demon from his inside, actually?
Absolutely. So you're basically asking, does Judaism have a way of purifying someone who is possessed, essentially? Generally, what we advise is that somebody seeks medical help in the modern age. About at least up until the 19th century, so maybe 200 years ago, there were some rabbis who were there. They were sought, and essentially the answer was to be told that the person should pray, but there was not a specific exorcism like you would have in Christianity to remove the demon. And this really came about within medieval Judaism. Prior to that, the answer was that, or the belief was that everything is from God, and if you were quote unquote possessed by some kind of ill force, maybe it was some type of punishment. And the way to get around that is to avoid that is to live a righteous life. But really, especially with the advent of modern psychology, we recognize that many of these people today have mental issues. And so we advise them to seek treatment. If you're asking, is there an exorcism where we say certain prayers to get out a demon? No, that's a Christian belief.
Like for example, what he said like he can talk so he's saying also like we doing this, like in Islam, for example, we know Quran, so we reading Quran to this a person that would decide, you know.
Yes.
And it's like there is like some things, you know, how can I say, like some like knowledge, you know, like we writing something okay, but these kind of things actually like a long process. Yeah, he just said to me like mention So you're not like reading Torah to this guy, or like you don't have this kind of things.
Not today, not today. But
today I understood, but
yeah.
it used to be like some rabbis and
So what you would do, generally in a situation where you felt that somebody had been had some type of possession. This is known as dibbooks. Essentially, you would have a pious rabbi who would get a minyan, 10 Jewish men together, and they would essentially pray different songs, pray for the person's soul, and this isn't done today, but basically there'd be ritual purification, washing of the hands and such, to try to alleviate any kind of possessed entity within them. This is really something though that wasn't it was only done for like 500 years, 400 years or so, until the modern age came about and we have modern medicine. And then people would be advised to perhaps go to a medical professional. And I think that the person, if they really did have mental issues, I don't know if praying psalms is going to help them. But the thought was that the recantation, the hearing of Hashem, of God, would perhaps free them of this dibbuk, this demon. But it's not a modern tradition that we have. But in the past, was there a I think again, I'm not Christian, so I don't know, but they still do exorcism. Exorcisms are not done in the modern age. Traditionally, okay, so perhaps within Islam, but so what would you need? You need the person there, ritually washed, 10 men, praying psalms, and reciting God's name, hopefully to be able to purify them. But that's something that hasn't happened in like 200 years or so.
And they don't have to start from the beginning. Not from the beginning. Rather, you just pick up from wherever you left off in the Yom Kippur service, which tells you that even Rabbi agrees that when it comes to the blood service, when it comes to any type of zrika, partial zrika is effective. And therefore, so by Yom Kippur, if you started the zrika, then the blood spill, you have to chef the new animal.
Actually,
you don't have to start this service again. Rather, just pick up wherever you left off.
Actually, I used to check some Kabbalah books, the classic Kabbalah books.
So too, if you
I don't know Hebrew, but I just checked, So what I see, the symbols and the rituals actually, it was so similar. Books, the Kabbalah books, kind of so similar actually. Even the themes also so similar. But I don't believe like you guys believe in practical Kabbalah. Like you doing rituals, writing things, reading.
Okay, so what's your question?
I just said when I checked there is a Kabbalah books.
Yeah, you want to know what they are?
No, I just checked used to be. So when I do, there is a symbols, the rituals, this kind of things. And even the symbols, the rituals actually, that was so similar. Also, we have books, we have thousands of books, also in Judaism, there is Kabbalah books, kind of things.
Now,
that was so similar. For example, do you believe practical Kabbalah? What Orthodox people think? For example, because what I see from the book, for example, there was this kind of thing in the Kabbalah book. So you read some stuff, okay? And after this, you can understand what the animals say.
The pasuk says
Yeah, I mean that's tradition. There are some traditions of Jewish mysticism that perhaps believe in uh, either generally like telepathy with animals. Um, it's not a, it's not central to mainstream orthodoxy, but there are some people who do. Um, so going back to Jewish exorcism for one moment, there are perhaps people who do perform, not really in the United States so much, but a, a type of Jewish exorcism, but it's not mainstream. It's within a small community, and it might be because everything else um, has been tried, and there's no other answer that they can get. But generally, within modern Jewish, we recognize a person has an issue, and we tell them to seek, medical treatment. But for in some situations where you have someone who wants to do it in modern age, there's nothing that says you can't. So generally, there might be some anointing of Psalms, 10 Jewish men praying to Hashem to perhaps deliver this person. And then the question is, what's in the person? A lot of times people think it's a deceased, a demon that has possessed the person. And basically, it's very commercial, the whole process, because it's like, who are you to say that someone needs an exorcism and not? And but I did want to say that. Now, in terms of speaking with animals, there are Kabbalistic aspects of life for just about everything. So about longevity and about perhaps the the different levels of.
Do you believe like if, for example, you're Jewish, so and you know Bible, and you read like you do the rituals, believe like that's gonna happen. For example, like if someone do this, do you believe it's gonna happen or like these are like how can I say? Kinda how can I explain? Do you believe like if someone does this, that's gonna happen or like you don't believe this?
I believe it that there's a divine plan. I don't understand it. It's whatever Hashem has for us. And if Hashem wants me to read a book, then it's part of the divine plan, or perhaps have some kind of incantation or some kind of specific prayer to say, then that's part of God's plan. Do I think, though, that I think a lot of it, truthfully, just makes people feel better. So, like specifically, if I open the Bible, just Torah, and just read, I mean, there aren't. It's not like a spell book, but perhaps if I can read through like Psalms, and I can get some. I can get some comfort reading Psalms. Like I can tell you, there have been times in my life where I was going through some difficult periods, and someone close to me, who I thought may die, and I know that like reading of Psalms is thought to help this situation. Whether it did or not, whether my reading of Psalms helped this one, it helped me. And so there were like some Psalms to read. But are you like, do I have did my action have a direct part person?
I just want like simple question basically, just yes or no. Like someone do like if some Jewish person, if you open the Kabbalah book and he do authority else read. For example, let's say there is a like invisibility ritual. Okay, do you believe that's gonna happen?
Well, Kabbalah is not a book; it's a series of writings. Um, no one of them overrides Torah. So, let's say, just for sake of argument, if there is a invisibility ritual in there, do I think that it's going to work? Only if it's part of Hashem's plan. If you don't mind, I'll be right back. I have to use the restroom. Oh, jeez. I'll be right back.
No problem.
Okay.
That indeed, if you do a water libation outside of the Beis Hamikdash, ultimately, again, you will.
Thank you so much for coming, and thank your friend. Thank your friend as well.
Thank you for answering. Thank you.
Absolutely.
What is that?
You're welcome.
Strange. That's what it is. It's nothing. Like, it's, what are you doing? It's nothing. It's nothing. That's not sacrificial nature. Only on Yom Tov Sunday. Wonderful. Stop again for today. Shkoyach. What a daf. What a daf. Just share with you a short idea from the parsha. So one of the most riveting parts, so many riveting parts of the parsha. One of the most beautiful things that resonates with us a lot is, of course, this is the parsha. Yaakov Avinu goes ahead and benches his grandsons, Menashe and Ephraim, who later on then become Ephraim and Menashe. And again, this is the source that this develops into the practice that many of us follow, each and every Shabbos. We see the Elohim Ke'Ephraim Menashe as he blesses a person who's privileged to have children, to bless your children. We see the Elohim Ke'Ephraim with Menashe. Which part we should make you like Menashe and Ephraim, like Ephraim and Menashe. So I want to point out some things. There's a lot of Torah, but in general, like, why are we blessing our sons to be like Ephraim and Menashe, right? It's not like we know that much about Ephraim and Menashe. Right? They were born in Egypt. You don't know. So again, I want to draw you. That's usually where the bulk of our attention goes to. I actually want to draw your attention a little bit earlier in the passage. Because the passage I'm quoting is Parak Memches, Pasuk 12, chapter 48, verse 20. So listen to how beautiful this is. The pasuk says, "Vayivarechim bayomahu leimar." Yaakov Avinu blessed them on that day, saying, "B'cha yivarech Yisrael leimar." Through you are with you, Yisrael will bless their children, saying, "Yisimcha l'him ke'Ephraim v'Menashe." But ultimately, again, right? Hashem should make it like Ephraim. So the Moshe Leibach says something so incredibly beautiful. He says the profundity of the bracha is much earlier in the pasuk. He isolates the phrase "Vayivarchein bayom hahu leimar." What was the bracha? What Tzedus, the beauty of Tzedus, is you have to have a little bit of imagination and know where to put punctuation. Because sometimes a phrase punctuated a little bit differently opens up a whole new world of opportunities. So we read the phrase, ultimately again, he blessed them on that day. But Moshe Rebbe says, no, that's not how to read the passages. Yaakov Avinu blessed his children. And what was the blessing? The blessing was Chayom Ahu. The bracha is having enough wisdom to focus on maximizing the day right in front of you. Make every day Chayom Ahu. This is the day. So often in life we get focused on future planning, right? We're future oriented. I wonder what's my plan? What am I accomplishing in life? What's my 1 year plan, my 5 year plan, my 10 year plan, my 1 week plan? And that's all important. It's incredibly important. But sometimes we become so fixated on the future that we forget to maximize the present. And we forget that ever important lesson, which is you can plan as much as you want, but there's one really important piece of information to go ahead and always remember, which is you don't control that future. You have no idea what curveballs life is going to throw you, and there are usually many that come our way. So do I have to have a future plan? Absolutely. Can I become totally focused on my future? That doesn't make any sense because I don't control it. But there's one thing that you absolutely do control, which is how you're going to live the day right in front of you. The one thing you really only control is the day that is in front of you. And the bracha says that Moshe Rebbe that Yaakov Avinu gave his Vayivarech. Hey, what's the bracha? Chayom Ahu. maximize your level. Like, when that alarm goes off in the morning, and for many of us, like, that is the most dreaded sound, right, in the entire universe, right? When that alarm goes off, oh, not yet, not yet. So let's say our avoda in life is to turn that into the sweetest sound that we get. Because when that alarm goes off, that's the sound, somebody has to create a Bayomahu ringtone. Right? Somebody has to do this, right? Hammond Stein has created a different ringtone, right? But that good morning ringtone. Right? Somebody said there is a Bayomahu ringtone that is out there waiting to be created. Sometimes the alarm goes off and says Bayoma in a sweet voice, a melodic voice, right? Like if you put an accent to it, it sounds even nice and more melodic. Bayomahu, Bayomahu, Bayomahu. It's your day. It's your day. It's your day. You control it. What do you want to make of tomorrow? You don't control. Next week, you don't control. Next year, for sure, you have no idea what it's going to bring. But Bayomahu today, absolutely listen to the one in the words of the Rabbi. It says, Beirach Osam. You bless them. Sheyivakshu v'yispalalu rak al sarchei hayom hahu. The Rabbi says Yaakov blessed his children and his grandchildren that they should only be preoccupied and focused on today. Don't worry about tomorrow. Don't worry about tomorrow. Because preoccupation with tomorrow ultimately again leads you to squander the profundity and the power of the day in front of you. Sometimes the greatest bracha we can have in life is to have the wisdom, to have the strength, and to have the fortitude to maximize Bayomahu, the day that is right here in front of us. I know it may sound like a strange lesson to learn on a Friday, the end of the week. But sometimes the most science, the best lessons you learn on a Friday. You learn on Erev Shabbos, because then I learn them, I let them seep in, I kind of let them ruminate and stew a little bit over Shabbos Kodesh, and then by the time I make Havdalah on Motzei Shabbos, I'm like, I got this. I'm ready to become a Bayom Hahu Jew. A Jew doesn't procrastinate. A Jew doesn't get caught up in all the ideas of tomorrow, next week, years. Yes, I have to be a forward-thinking individual. And of course, I have to plan. But the ultimate bracha that Yaakov gives to the ultimate bracha that he gives to his children, he gives to us. And the ultimate actual bracha in life to become Bayom Hahu Jew. To find the people to focus on today, maximize today, and make the most of Bayom Hahu. Moshe Shvat, a good Shabbos, everyone. What a week.
Epstein slipped away and is like sat in the corner. I mean, maybe he screamed loud enough and the guards came. Tonight, Jeffrey Epstein claimed his cellmate tried to kill him. So he lay in the fetal position on the floor of his jail cell, unresponsive with an orange fabric and others when they found him. 18 days before Epstein's death, he wasn't breathing, his eyes were opening. Oh, so this was when they found him. Oh, they found him in the fetal position? Oh no, this was the orange fabric goes. That's when they found him dead. Okay. 18 days before Epstein. No. Okay. So it is saying that. So it's saying that he had an orange noose tied around his neck 18 days before he died. What? Why? So, July 23rd, 2019, 19 days before Epstein's death, he wasn't breathing, his eyes opening and shutting occasionally, but he wouldn't or couldn't respond to officers' questions and commands, according to a confidential corrections officer's memo obtained by CBS News. They hoisted inmates 6318050 onto a stretcher. Officials have repeatedly said Epstein's eventual death by suicide was foreshadowed by his earlier alleged attempt. Former Attorney General Bill Barr reiterated that claim in an August closed-door deposition before the House Oversight Committee, which released the interview transcript last week. Barr, who did not reply to questions from CBS News, said in his testimony he knew about the July 23rd incident, which he viewed as an attempted suicide. Barr said he considered it indicative of Epstein's state of mind, but jail staff memos never before reported documents obtained by CBS News, as well as interviews with more than a dozen people who interacted with Epstein before and after the incident reveal a murkier picture than the one depicted by Barr. The new documents are surfaced amid persistent speculation over Epstein's death, despite official reports that he died by suicide. So he's laying on the floor in his bunkie, is screaming, I did nothing. I begged to get him out of my cell. The source said corrections officers carried Epstein to his cell on a different floor as he remained unresponsive. Was it the same cop that the contract killer cop? Yeah, right. He told them he thought he'd been attacked by his cellmate, an ex-cop who was awaiting trial on four murders.
So they're saying that was an attempted suicide?
They tried to frame it as an attempted suicide. No, I would imagine he doesn't have a way to contact the outside world. He'll just tweet about this. Yeah, right. He can't make an Instagram video. Guys, this guy's true. It's true. He sat up on the bed again, telling me that he thinks his bunkie tried to kill him. The responding officer wrote in one memo. A senior officer wrote in a separate incident report that Epstein had initially implicated his cellmate in the incident, claiming he had previously said things that made Epstein feel threatened. So Nicholas Tartaglione, his cellmate, has repeatedly disputed the initial allegation. I did nothing and said I tried to revive him. As with Epstein's eventual death, any camera footage of the incident was either mislaid, lost, or never captured by the facility's faculty system. Tartaglione has not responded to emailed questions from CBS News. How odd. His lawyer said Epstein's initial claim that Tartaglione tried to kill him was flatly not true.
Well,
Okay.
so maybe he did try to, there's a chance he did try to kill himself. He's like, shit, I don't know.
And then his guy saved him. He said he saved him. So it says it right here. Scroll back. Tartaglione said in a recent interview, the house that Epstein also left a suicide note and gave Tartaglione money to neither of those details are true or referenced in any of the New York records that were reviewed by CBS News. So if you scroll up higher, it says he said he saved his life the first time. So it's saying that he saved his life. He yelled when the guy, his attorney said,
Yeah. He's saying he tried to kill himself once.
this is his attorney saying that.
Yeah, for sure.
Epstein claimed to both corrections officers and the source that he felt threatened by Tartaglione. A retired cop turned drug dealer who was charged and later convicted for 4 murders. How could you take the most high-profile defendant ever and put him in a cage with a murderer? His bunkie told him that if he beat him up because of Epstein's child sex trafficking charges, the officers would not report him. Oh, that's what he told him. The wealthy former financier told jail officers that he believed Tartaglione was trying to extort money from him and stated that if he didn't pay him, that he was going to beat him up. The officer wrote, he stated that this has been going on for a week.
And then that guy saying Epstein was trying to pay me to kill him for himself. You would think they could find a middle ground. It's the craziest. There's too many plot holes. There's no way.
Imagine if he's saying, I'll pay you to kill me.
Yeah. Also, it's like, wait, how are we going to do that? How are we going to work this all out?
Yeah, but you guys already, that would, and then what's going to do with money?
Exactly.
I guess you can give it to somebody, you love them, right? Does he have money, or does all this money go to the victim's family so he can kill 4 people? Shit. Right? Yeah. So that would be like an offshore account that gets slipped over to the prison so you can buy something.
If anyone can do it. If anyone can do it, it's Jeffrey Epstein, man.
But it would have to be worked out in advance. Like you would have to have cigarettes in the commissary.
Yeah.
Okay, time to kill you.
Dude, it's too, I think it's just one of those things. I don't know if people can, want to wrap their heads around it, but there's just people who do things in this world on behalf of, billionaires that we're just never going to know what's going on, for sure. They do horrible, terrible secret stuff.
And they always have. This is the thing, is like you go throughout history, there's always been secret societies and people that get together, creepy meetings. All that eyes wide shut shit that Kubrick put in his film, that's not magic. No, that's always been the thing.
The officer that discovered his body dead in August was originally charged with falsifying documents related to his death, but those charges dropped.
I wonder what the falsifying of the documents was.
I don't know. Who knows? Maybe people charged to try to open up the paperwork.
Here it is, because Epstein was on suicide watch after the July 23rd incident. Thomas was required to report observations about Epstein in 15-minute increments. Those notations were released by the Bureau of Prisons in 2023, along with just one entry he made in the log. A note made at 2:15 a.m., 45 minutes after the incident. 15 minutes later, at 2:30, Thomas wrote, "Inmate sitting on bed trying to remember what happened." So this is when he got attacked the first time that he survived. Once he got to the second scene, he was trying to fall forward on his head or something. So they made the bed begin moving forward if he was still going to fall over head first. He was told to stop. Don't do it again. He gave a thumbs up. That's how they confirmed he was trying to commit suicide. So he's going to try to commit suicide by falling straight on his head. That's impossible. That's literally impossible. That's great. Right. By the way, you can just do a sail. I was thinking about this the other day. I was walking up my steps. I was like, even if I tried, I could do like a swan dive on cement. Your body wouldn't let you do it. Yeah, you would resist just enough to be paralyzed for the rest of your life. And you would get fucked up. I don't know. I think you just kind of flatten out and flip. Yeah, guys die all the time in street fights when they get knocked out. Yeah, they fall and like they're on the concrete. They die all the time. It happened before I left Philly a year or so ago. The guy just walking his dog off the leash. This guy was a clear dog on the leash. The guy where they started arguing, the guy punched him and he just died. And then my brother went on my date with the fiance who died. My daughter and throughout the day, like, oh shit, it's pretty fucking sad actually. You like put it together and it's like, oh fuck, he died, it sucks. How long after that was the date? I think it was maybe a year and a half. It's been some time, you know, enough to stop the cry. Yeah, I mean, you gotta pick it up, especially if he died like that. He got punched on a dog walk and died. I don't know, as long as I walk away. If I was lady, I'd be like, oh fuck, I dodged a bullet. I was going to just die. Yeah, that's scary. That's, yeah, the old thing of like altercations and people popping off each other and just like, I was walking down the street recently and like, you know, I had the right of way, I walked and I didn't like rush in front of the car pulled up and was like, what the fuck, I threatened to shoot me in the face. I was just like, what the hell, man? Yeah, it was like he had pulled off far enough. I was like, I'll shoot you in your fucking face. And I was like, please don't. What the fuck, man? What are you doing? Bro, you never know who's on the edge. You never know what's going on that.
So we're going to have a bomber Gigola. We're going to have a bomber that is used to centralize the mechanic service. When you have that bomber Gigola, offer up the sucker bomber. So you might say, I told my bomber Gigola. Oh, ain't no element, I feel the wrong channel. Now the Gemara says, for 1 second, we're telling you that the thing is sucker applies to the bomber Gigola. Maybe it also applies to the bomber Gigola. I'll tell you why it's not possible. Yeshu Omer, El Eretz Moshe Seichem, Asher Anino Sing Lochem, Hare Bibama, Ano Heges, the Kruchem Akosim, the Daraj Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel says, remember again, the physiology of the pasuk is such that we're talking about Klal Yisrael. Kisavo, when you come to the land that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives you, the Eretz Moshe Seichem, the land that you're going to settle, Asher Anino Sing Lochem. Everything is phrased as it applies to the collective. As such, if the first talking about something, it makes sense. Ultimately, that the second method is offered up on behalf of the collective. Where the second we offered up on behalf of the collective, that is going to be on the Bama Gidola and not on the Bama Gidola. That means the words of Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Kiva says, no, Ki Sabao on the sucker the Bama Kitana costs of the guy. The other hand says, no. I'm not going to make so. I'm not going to make so. The point is that you come to teach you that in the sun, when they come into the sun, the sun apply even on a Bama Kitana. Even if you have your own private altar in the backyard, you're going to offer up not only animal sacrifices there, but ultimately in sucking as well. So that's what the Lord is actually just a moment. It's about national white line. Not even a second one of the in fact, go to look at stuff here, but the key is going to be of the opinion. And I love when I say they were almost the goal. So I thought the pasuk now comes to the Kaddish side.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, feel like what's going on?
Elamite has to be that what? And once we come into Israel, the sucker will be offered up on the Bama Kitana. Therefore, going to be Kiva Omer Kisavo, and the pasuk of Kisavo, like even the Sachem Bama Kitana, that's going to teach you that Halacha the Mesa, when you come into Israel,
I've been taking up my time. I think it'll be worth it in the future.
so the Kiva says, I'm telling you now that this applies to the Baba Katana, and if you'll say no, the Pasuk is only coming to teach me that the Saka
knows for
of
sure.
the
Elevate, elevate, looking kindly. This is the Mazur. We live.
The Pasuk says that you will come into Eretz Moshe Mosechem. Hurry,
Really?
Bama, I know, Heges,
Yeah,
Bama,
look at
shovels, accustomed to that. So this is amazing. So as Rabbi Shmuel understood, Eretz Moshe
Zurich got
Mosechem
99 Zurich and bitching one.
applies to the collective. And the
Gold
understands Eretz Moshe
Truth
Mosechem
fast, bro.
meaning you will build a Bama,
Chachma,
you will
Bina,
offer up
Dad,
something
wisdom, understanding,
wherever
knowledge, Chala,
like the
Shechita,
shovels,
slaughter, Shochet, slaughter, Medika, examination of
offer up the
special
something
call,
even on your Bama.
thin shred of surgical sharpness used to perform Shechita, Olcha, the body of Yeshua, Hawaka, giving according to Chalakah,
Number one,
kosher, correct, fit, appropriate according to the laws of Judaism.
so it's
For
historical.
instance, kosher food.
We
Megillah,
know we offer
an animal that was not slaughtered by Shechita, Rabbi, a Jew trained animal for religious
when you come to the
not
land.
a Jewish religious humane method of slaughtering animals for trade food.
But
Shochet,
where?
from Shochet, the person who performs Shechita, qualified with a thorough knowledge of Jewish law, animal anatomy, and pathology, and licensed by both religious and civic authorities. Torah is the rest of all Jewish teaching and law. Trade food, literally torn. Zahar Baal, a
Historical machlokas and a midbar machlokas and an eretz yisrael machlokas. It's amazing. So the Gemara says, look how this Gemara says, Kishatim Tzalama, the Dibra Bishmal, Lo Kirbun Nisacham Amidbar, the Dibra Yakiba, Kirbun Nisacham Amidbar. Therefore, most of the Gemara says here, so it turns out that initial machlokas that you have in the Satan, turns out it can be a dramatic machlokas, as we just said before, regarding that which was done in the mitzvah. That ultimately
Lord, as a checker, King, Conquer, Alpha, Black to Zion, May Hashem bless you and guard you. May Hashem shine his face upon you and be gracious to you. May Hashem lift his face to you and grant you peace. Knock and dining would over every baker, every mikra, eat, Akshay, Zafal, Anaknu Amor, Ladaber Yiddish, or Shagam, or everybody's scared. I have a little bit of a headache. Not exactly sure why. Why? It's a big brain. Nagila, 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 very Nismecha, Nagila, Nagila, very Nismecha. Havana, Urakim, Belasameya, Urakim, Belasameya, Urakim, Belasameya, Urakim, Belasameya, Urakim, Belasameya. Hey, Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Venis Mecha, Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Venis Mecha. Havana, 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 Right, folks.
I already did the sprinkling on the inside.
Now, summary and one flow of his death, soul fluctuates to Gehenna. So that about 50 times today. Purification done Eden. Initial spiritual reward. Possible reincarnation, spiritual repair. Resurrection. Body plus soul reunited. All Rabbi.
Therefore, if you take the leftover blood, you offer it up outside of the base of the
Body eternal.
will be chayv. All of the akiva. So the
Soul
Shiva says
nefesh
as well as the
capture.
halo.
Vitality
Shiari hadam,
ruach.
shiari mitzvah. So I said,
Emotion.
I don't understand. But the leftover blood was a shiari mitzvah.
Intellect, chaya,
It's not mahaki.
transcendent
It's
life
not mahaki.
force,
Understand that
Shekhinah,
it's nice to pour it by
absolute unity
yourself.
with
But
God.
if you don't do so, it's not mahaki.
Alright, folks, today
So he said back to the akiva. A barim upidarim yoki. So
we're going to review Merkava.
I'll prove that chart to me barn double. So
Well, I got asked a lot about Kabbalah today, but frankly,
we'll say, remember, the environment is going to burn the leftover fats in this. If you fail to do it, is the covenant
not
compromised?
agree with
And
me
the
as
answer
much
is
as
no.
a lot of
The answer
other
is no. The covenant is still valid if you fail to go ahead and burn the environment to that. Yet, the Bible says if you offer them up outside of the base of English, you will be chayv. So what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, even if you offer up something outside of the base of English, even if that item is not it's not necessarily integral for temple sacrificial service, you will still
if
be
you keep
chayv.
this will be important in this future. Maybe not.
See, here's the deal. Because one could claim that the burning of the Ibarim was at least it's an abuda unto itself. What he calls it tzuras al words that it's part of the sacrificial process. It's the beginning of another stage of sacrificial process.
But if that fucking thing comes up to great Instagram one more fucking time, are you serious? How many fucking times?
However, again, by the pointing out
When they make me the chief rabbi of the world, I'm saying to everybody, you cannot give me random ass pops. You can put it in the corner, put a message in there, and I can have like a little red thing down. You click on it when I want to look at it. But not just rate Instagram. Why? No.
Are really ma'aki, then why doesn't Nehemiah just answer the backpack to Rabbi Akiva, which the Gemara says to you? It's a good repetition. I will say, if you want to know as follows, there's this argument happening between Rabbi Akiva, and yet again, the one piece thing
today.
Say, I don't understand why pouring out of the leftover blood outside of the offering it up is going to make you chayiv for Allah, because after all that blood is not ma'aki. Rabbi Nehemiah starts arguing with him every way. The one thing that Rabbi Nehemiah fails to say is what would be the argument that I hold Shiari Hadam is not. And I will say that date 3rd, 7th century CE. In fact, the Jewish mystical because Yochanan is the law. In fact, Rabbi Nehemiah text the Hashem sentinel prophetic vision of light chariot in Ezekiel. It is only about the blood offered palaces, focuses on heavenly ascents, angelic hierarchies, divine liturgical secret names and adjurations. Initials liturgical words like high carnality, greater palaces, and everyone sees mystic ascents through heavenly palaces, outside of the throne, say, divine presence, comparatively objects, verses, from inside Shirayim. About or dying from outside of the vehicle, ultimately everyone is using it. Then the interpreted is already in Kenya, we try to have a meaning. But ultimately, it was in the Kenya is in the Mishnah, and she died, she already had time to give up with Spanish, she's talking about what she died. She died meaning like left over, but it was a little bit of the Bible that wasn't right inside the instructions. That's what ultimately, again, because the Kenya says, if you offer the rest of it outside of the but one will be tied. You can't be trying to ultimately, again, the conversation with Rabbi Akiva, we're talking about Shirayim Chitzon.
The text is fragmentary and varies by manuscript, but generally
Name Alay,
hymns of praise to angelic descriptions of heavenly realms, mystical adjurations, live secret divine names, six
that
throat descriptions. It is less structured as a journey narrative compared to relationship to other contexts. Earlier influences, Ezekiel 1, Isaiah 6, 2 Timothy.
why doesn't he say that?
Related works by the Eclogues who told Timothy, compared to those, massive surgery. Less narrative dialogue, fewer rabbinics, divine praise. Theologians transcendence remains utterly beyond nature. Only mediated experience of angels is possible. Two, the throne vision of central image. Fire, lightning, radiance, angelic praise. Divine is described in exalted attributes, but in symbolic form. Historical significance, one of the earliest strata of Jewish mysticism, bridges apocalyptic literature and later Kabbalah, Receiving, tradition. Influenced later mystical developments, including Zohars and radiance, Masechet quiet matters. Massive Makaba shows us early Jewish techniques of mystical ascent, the importance of sacred sound, the power of divine names, the roots of later Kabbalistic cosmology. It is
I'm always
system
going to back to
closer to experiential mysticism. If you'd like any next, compare it directly with Hagar writing, break down a sample hymn structure, explain the dangers of Makaba ascent in rabbinic literature. Map
you give him a leak on the inside, a leak inside of his English, but then he offers it up, he puts it on his back outside of his English. So it's what happens. What's that? Chayiv, such a person ultimately again will be chayiv. Malak b'chutz, v'ha'el b'chutz. Let's say if you give him a leak outside of the base of English, and also offer it up outside of the base of English, what's that? Butter, and why he's having
Yes, in the future, I'd love to have you. Ideally, I think everybody should walk 1.1 kilometers per day, and just like a daily morning walk. Like I think that in Israel, like it should just be allowed. Like everybody just goes out
outside, Malika outside,
or run just at least 1.1 kilometers per day.
inside the base of
Like,
so again, that
light years and stuff. Also, when you eat Israel,
so therefore again,
before you take a bite,
therefore again,
or just before you eat, not before you take a bite, everybody should just drink a glass of water before every meal. It will help you not eat. And then also every day, every morning, once the land of Israel, I think a woman should do 200 push-ups. You have
Now I
pecs.
checked the bird outside, up outside, I'm going to be tired. So I say Minsa, so
If you
what's
split
the
it
thing
down.
in Dutch is long.
No, you got some news to review. So what do you do when you have a bad headache? You drink water. Usually that's about why they tell me. And I'm dehydrated. Can it mean anything else? Yeah.
Because we told there's a viewpoint that we're going to see that includes sheet of a bird outside. So the great anomaly over here is if I check the bird inside,
on occasion it can mean that I have to throw up. One, I don't know. Well, like it happened on the stream. Got my fucking Instagram crash when I did it. One time I made an entire meal out of beef jerky, and other than that, like that, too much processed food. Oh, kosher, but yeah, and I got a headache and feel like. Alright, anything else?
Sure, Shimon says, Shimon says, no, here's the principle. Anything that you are chayiv b'chutz, so you're only going to be chayiv with what? If you will be chayiv for the same avodah b'fnim.
Alright, so
If you would have done the same type of avodah b'fnim, and now you're doing it b'chutz, that's what you're chayiv. Chutz, almost like we say that Shimon just says, in order to be chayiv for anything b'chutz, the same modality is done with
Alibi.
section to this rule. It's what's in the Shochay b'fnim and ma'av. Also, the one that says,
Tapas, brass tacks, nosh, beans, snacks,
yeah, you checked it outside and offered up outside, you will be chayiv. That's the
the
only
shirt,
exception.
the shirt,
Says the
email some
so,
the shirt with
I
nuts
have
on there.
zero.
Fish mash is a mixture of breakfast and nuts, beans, good amount of happy holidays, life, chocolate, kosher, smooth, minch, could be extra fail,
What
could be
Shimon is commenting on the mission
stood
is
up as
commenting on the
square,
conversations.
could be ghetto,
Which earlier
square,
is he commenting on? Even Ma'arisha, if you want to say something about the first part of the
and
Mishnah,
that
Hamon
is
both
main
with
drink
the
because
hell
the
of
four
a
kufiyash,
So
Hiyash
the person doesn't
Rakakaka,
leave. Person doesn't
or
leave.
the
He opens it and
Shayla,
then goes in, offers it up outside of it.
Shtel, that's
Chaim, the hell of a
Shadel,
if he
Shtrima,
didn't eat outside, he's going to be butter.
milk
But
egg,
among the Shimon says, "Can the
Maybe
also
Shtrima,
Shimon argues?" And he says, "No.
that's
Whatever you chayiv for before, you
grass,
should be chayiv if you do it. But also, it's high. Kol shechayavin
sugar,
alav b'chutz. Shim said kol shechayavin b'chutz. Kol shechayavin alav b'fnim. Shim
Chazir,
should be anything
Chazir,
chayiv on the inside. You're chayiv on the outside. Therefore,
carry
it's
burden,
malika.
sugar.
And
Well,
ha'alon
I'm
you should be
good.
chayiv because you be chayiv for those variables. It's on the inside. Elo yechi b'chutz lo mechayiv b'fnim nami lo. Right? Maybe we should respond to this.
Some people say that you're
But ultimately, again, what in the same way you're not chayiv b'chutz, you also will not be chayiv b'fnim. If that's the case, I kosher and chayav and alav b'chutz anybody. But that's the reason Shimon just changed that correlation to say anything that you're not chayiv for b'chutz. Eva asifa. Rather, we'll say Shimon is coming on the latter part of the Mishnah. Hashokin open the hell of b'chutz potter. If one shafts a bird on the inside the Mikdash, and then offers it up outside the Mikdash, you will be potter. Why? On the other hand, shachat b'chutz the hell of b'chutz chayiv. If you check the bird outside and offer it up outside, you will be chayiv. Rambam Shimon says no. Yechi tibifnim lo mechayiv, b'chutz nami lo mechayiv. Shimon argues on
Schwitz.
the last one. A shachat b'chutz is kind of chayiv. Shimon Kamon, I don't understand. If the way that you wouldn't be chayiv, you shouldn't be chayiv. So it's like
Schwitz
so
to
by oath
perspire,
doesn't
Schwitz
work,
to be nervous,
then it shouldn't work.
Schwitz to
Well,
persevere,
that's the case. I kosher in chayav.
Schwitz a steam bath where people sit, Schwitzer a big shot.
Elo,
You can afford to sit in a Schwitz and shoot the breeze. with fellow Spitzers. Spitz is up together. In its most basic language, Spitz simply refers to sweating, so a person may say, Onion synagogue is so stuck out spitzing buckets. Note that the actual product of schwitzing is always referred to as space, not spitz. Now, in the synagogue, the cantor who has been preparing for his big day since midsummer is spitzing for a different reason. Besides the jitters associated with performing for a large crowd, he's spitzing because he understands the God's responsibility. The amazing responsibility amazing responsibility of representing the community before God on this holiest day of the year. The truth is that our friend with Spitzy Paulus has nothing to worry about. Note that Spitzy is an English adaptation. When quitting is not an option, and he knows that he cannot do that, the only other path is Durchspitzen, sweating it through. Before Yom Kippur, along with many other Jews, the cantor who was before that year people told Chazir, I hate the term cantor, Chazir, immersed in a mikveh, a crying pool where he chose to go to the best mikveh in town. In addition to offering the pigeons fluffy oversized towels, they also offer separate spits, also called the spit, a steam bath. So our cantor found himself sitting with all the Spitzers, the high rollers of the local community. As they sat on Spitz in the steam days, we discussed how much they looked forward to Yom Kippur and how confident they were that the Chazan would do a great job on Yom Kippur. With the edifying memory in mind and no other option for success in front of him, he approached the lector, wiped the schweiz from his forehead, and began to sing, "Let people enjoy a Spitz." If the pain of enduring stifling heat were not enough, the authentic old-time Spitz experience included getting whacked on the back by a bath attendant holding a bundle of leafy branches called a bezin. In the summer of 1948, the late Rabbi Shlomo Golden was about to accept his first local position in Newark, New Jersey, also with a large Jewish population at the time. The young rabbi was unsure of how to proceed as a committed chassid. He wished to urge his flock to increase their observance and connection to traditional Yiddish faith. On the other hand, he did not want to alienate anyone. The sixth Lubavitcher Rabbi, Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak Schneider, said of religious memory, guided him as follows. Have you ever been to Auschwitz? Asked the rabbi, how does it work there? Yes, my father took me many times into the Yevmi who had spent early years in his own country. Everyone sits in Schwitzes. There are various levels, and the higher you go, the more intense the heat. There is also an attendant who massages people with the besom during their time at the Schwitz. What would happen? Asked his rabbi. If a fellow were to walk over to someone on the sidewalk and start massaging him with a besom, how would one react? Would he not hit him back? However, continued the Rabbi, if you elevate and warm them up with the words of inspiration in Torah, later make use of the besom. I don't get mad on the country, come back and ask for more. Another Spitz-related Hasidic tale. As was the habit of the Shmuel of Lubavitch, 1892 to 1882, was receiving those who lined up to seek his counsel on all matters, material, spiritual, emotional, and more. Scarcely an hour had passed since the audiences had begun, and already the Rabbi had exhausted what Rabbi was exhausted. He called the break and asked for a fresh change of clothes. Not to the youngest, nor the secretary of parties, he exerted himself so. Every hour he needs a new change of clothes. Why does the Rabbi schwitz so much? Hearing that his aide did not appreciate the work that he was doing, the Rabbi told him that he would be paid, but his services were no longer needed.
Very simply, outside of the base of English. Because there's no dinner of these shadows, it doesn't make a difference.
Don't you understand in the past there are 20 people who come to see me. Each of them poured out his soul to me and asked for my assistance in carrying it up its hills. To relate to each one's personal limit, I have to see it through their eyes. I must myself of my own personality and circumstances and put myself in theirs. Then, in order to answer them, I must reassume my own persona. Otherwise, why would they come to consult with me? Did you ever attempt to change your clothes 40 times in an hour? Did you ever attempt to change your clothes 40 times an hour? If such physical dressing and undressing would exhaust you and make you schwitz, can you imagine what it involves to do so in the mental? Can you imagine what it involves to do so in the mental, emotional, and spiritual sense? Yo, big dog, please come back in 33 minutes. When did you
mirrors that which is done inside the Mikdash, to which the words of Shimon, Hasam Kai, Mikani Koshe, Hayav,
one time I took
before I came,
I will say again, yeah, it's like a, it's something. It makes you sweat like unbelievably bad.
And if Shimon is a purist, if Shimon holds that anything that is done outside of the Mikdash, by definition, again,
and I can also remember this one time I was running like long periods of time, long distances, and I would shower and and go into a very professional place and I would sweat. Oh, I know too. When I first started,
but it doesn't have to mirror it in totality.
into this community, I was so
all of these cases, in order to be high for Mamish has the same exact avoda, has to be fit to the
there was a video I wanted to see.
and the Gemara ends off without fully resolving
What a generation my kind of the rebels.
You are called the oath anomaly, which is why something that is done bachutz, if done u'richayv, yet the same act if done b'fnim will be part of the shvita. If you shechted oath bachutz and offered up bachutz, you'll be chayiv for shvutin ha'alon bachutz. But yet, if you shechted oath inside the shvita, what's that to the oath? Nothing. So that will be stuff. You know, it's like when you see it. Not just shifting out that mark of the post effort, but not some bush. Now, you know, it's a good day. Not just being done, it's something that's true that being done is and everything is fine. And then what happens? Except now, what occurs? So the Gemara says, no son bush. Person that goes and takes the blood outside of the Mikdash does zrika, or outside of the Mikdash. The chazar may not understand, and then he comes back and brings the blood back in, and now does the zrika inside of the Mikdash. Or he does the zrika inside of the Mikdash. The chazar may not understand, and then he goes and he does it outside of the Mikdash. Ultimately, again, he will be chayiv. Chayiv for the act of the zrika of the chayiv ultimately again the act of the so we'll say why? Shekulo lo ultimately again because all of this blood is fit to the spiritual itself. Because it becomes all of the blood is ultimately again one being. That is blood that is fit to sacrificial service. If you outside and you sprinkle it, you will be high because you have to a lot of that. Well, we're going to talk about this. Yes, let's say you did 2 cups. 2 cups, so let's say 2 kilos. So 2 cups are literally 2 kilos. So what happens? Nothing changes between partners. Let's say if you go ahead and do about application for both cups, let's say, now, that's the That's active. But let's say if you take one of both carbon and you took on the partner, I didn't do anything. So we'll see. This is just going to be a stylistic issue in the Mishnah. The Mishnah wants to first go ahead and kind of give us a softball, right? If you offered up cups outside, outside Chai. Echad b'pnim ve'echad b'chutz. Potter. Or say you went ahead and you offered up one of the cups inside, one of the cups outside. You potter. Also, which makes sense. Why? Because there was Rika done on the inside. Was this Rika done on the inside? The pashtos. What that means is the other cup was just unnecessary. So echad b'chutz ve'echad b'pnim. Let's say I do one of them. On the example, the order of the is very important. So this is number one. This is echad b'pnim ve'echad b'chutz. I did one cup on the inside, one cup on the outside. I'm putter for the cup on the outside. Presumably because why? Because Allah for my side, discharge my obligation for Zika for the first cup. And then for the second cup, it comes to the consequence. Echad b'chutz ve'echad b'pnim. I did first cup outside, second cup inside. Chayiv alachizot. I am chayiv ultimately again for sprinkling the blood outside of the base of the brush. That's meaning of happening. This is the idea. But the carbon on the inside is still good. This is a great idea. If you're looking for some Talmudic smell,
people
you want to say, here's the never had a case of where carbon, ultimately again, kasher, b'pnim and chayiv b'chutz, which sounds like an anomaly. The same carbon, kasher b'pnim, chayiv b'chutz, here it is. You have Kabbalah, you do Kabbalah Adam in 2 cups. You go ahead and what? You take one of them outside and you sprinkle the blood there, and then you take the second cup, which wasn't removed outside, you inside, and then you do Zrika on the inside. You're chayav for the act of Zrika outside, you're chayav for Zrika b'chutz, and we'll discuss the dynamics of this. But the carbon is also kosher with the Zrika done from the second cup. So one carbon liability on the outside and on the inside. So liability on the outside, we have to fill up the obligation on the inside. We'll stop this case also to pick up the Met Hashem. We'll do the clarification in this case. All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us a tremendous thank you to the Richter, to Josh Erez, the cover that gave the shir while I was away. Great is supposed to be back with everyone. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this book. All of our sponsors for this morning here. To thank our Torah sponsors for the month of paydays. Abali, Oshni, Midi Schreiber, Discuss, Rishim of Freddie, Olifal, Ben Miriam, and Martin Hanaway, Kinami, Martin's father, Yosef Shmuel. Then you can see the website is on top of the paydays. That only sponsors for today, Alan Sumarowitz, and memory of Sue's mother, Mingle, Bosch, Shlomo, Tudge, Zikrono, Zach, we will pick about Kamatoro, and Ali, the family of Kamo, Sue's 7 to the Pope, so. I would like to continue to send the Torah of all of Am Yisrael. Also, it's important to recognize, start off by also wishing everyone a happy new year. A lot of times when we come to secular New Year, we have Jews are a little bit foolish. On one hand, they're not wishing anyone a tzivah, but at the same time, again, obviously, it would be ridiculous to think the world, right? I would venture to say none of us are dating our check, in accordance with what day of payday is, and again, in general, sometimes to a which is such a date. There's a beautiful idea, in general, to write down in the sun that there's a power to the secular New Year. In this world, you find the clock of conscience, you find the clock of renewal. You should always ride that way. And because when the New Year comes, there is a feeling of newness. There is a feeling of, right? You see people always making a New Year's resolution. Like people always trying to tap into this idea that a New Year, like Mishana, Shana, Mishana, Nas, It's a new year, and the new year comes and tells me that whatever was my hava hava. 2025 is 2025, and now 2026 represents really a whole parsha, a whole year, a whole chapter that has not yet been written. See, even though it might not be the primary marking of time that we follow as Jews, and even though, again, for us, obviously, it's not Rosh Hashanah, right? Rosh Hashanah is Tishrei, but at the end of the day, there is something exciting when there's a newness in the world, and it behooves us to tap into it. It behooves us to try to figure out what in our own lives we want to renew, what in our own lives we want to be mechadesh, what in our own lives do we kind of want to shook off a little bit of the lethargy and a little bit of just like the general kind of like the mouse on the wheel. It's not the expression. Hamster on the wheel, and like it's kind of like Lahavdil. I don't know, like a shtickle like Groundhog Day. For those of you who get that reference, right? So like kind of just like the over and over and over and over again, and it becomes a little bit depressing because we wonder to ourselves, like, how am I ever going to break this cycle? And it is today. It's a new day. It's new year. It's January 1st, 2026. The universe has seen a January 1st, 2026. This is the first date like this ever. And because there is such a newness that is in here, ultimately we have the power, if we want to tap into it as well. Just because it's not our, so to speak, Jewish New Year doesn't mean that we as residents and as members of humanity cannot tap into the wave of newness that is here. Historically, think about this. We have a new Mishnah. In the Seches Zvachim. What are the chances that on the new year, a new Mishnah, and by the way, let's say, all kidding aside, a new Mishnah on the very top of Aleph, right? That's unique. Not like a new Mishnah in the middle of the page. New Mishnah top of Amud Aleph. And I will say, this is HaKadosh Baruch Hu giving us another one of these kisses. If you want to be someone different, right? Because a lot of us have midos that are not good, but we've been living with them for years. I could change it. A lot of us have behaviors that are less than optimal, holding me back. I can change it. A lot of us have many elements of our lives that just are mediocre at best. And if I want, I could change it. January 1st, 2026 is a new year. Misachas Zvachim Daf Kuf Tes 109 has a Mishnah on top, a new Ischadshus. And I will say, certainly Faster Daf Yomi. Zvachim has not been an easy run. It's been fantastic. I think it was best Masechta ever, but it has not been. I've heard some rumblings, bordering on complaints, shtickle happy curses even, right? But and again, let's say, you know what? Get it together. We're in the end of Maseches Tzvach. Get it together. Time for big boy pants. Time for us to get this. Let's finish the Masechta strong. If you want to be whiny and distracted, you can be whiny and distracted. But if you want to say January 1st, 2026, Ischadshus, I got this. Okay, maybe not the first 108 block of the Sefes Tzvachim, but you know what? 109 to the end, I'm going to own this. 109 to the end, I got this. You know what I'm saying? Everything in life is about your perspective, and everything in life is about desiring, identifying, and having a vision for the person you want to be. New Mishnah, new year, untold possibilities. Let's jump in together. Mishnah, top of Shoftas, and Medallah 109a. After touching Shiri, after touching students, so most we are continuing on the topic, which has been the topic of this particular parak, which is that what happens with shtutikos? What happens when you go and you offer up certain things outside of the confines of the Beis HaMikdash? So the Mishnah says, after touching Shiri, what are you talking about again? Karbanos that are kosher. The echad touching psulim, or we're going to go ahead and talk about invalid kabbalah. Shahaya psulim b'kodesh. I will say, remember again, this actually brings us back a little bit. Remember we had the sugya, I don't even remember when this was, but we had the sugya about what happens if you put an invalid carbon on the mizbeach. Do you take it down or not? So remember again, the Gemara actually, the Mishnah made a distinction between a carbon that becomes invalidated inside of the mikdash versus a carbon that is invalidated outside of the mikdash. So again, the carbon that was getting invalidated inside of the mikdash, you put it on his back, you don't take it off. But a carbon that was invalidated outside of the Beis Hamikdash, which essentially means it was invalidated from the beginning, if you inadvertently put it on the Mizbeach, you take it off. So look at the Mishnah saying, Echad kachim shares, if he's talking about carbonos which are kosher, the Echad kachim psulim, or he's talking about the carbon that is possible. Shahaya psulim bakodesh. But the psul, the invalidation developed inside of the Beis Hamikdash itself. This riban bachutz, and then you went ahead and unfortunately you offered up this carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash. You are chayav. Now the idea over here is what the Mishnah is highlighting to us is, in order to be chayav for offering up a carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash, it has to be the kind of carbon which could have been on the Mizbeach, right? So therefore there are two categories, either a kosher carbon, or a carbon, or again, whose invalidation developed inside of the Mizbeach. Because even such a carbon, although ideally you could put it on the Mizbeach, you would not put it down. Only a carbon is this heightened level of what we'll call kashrus. If you offered it up outside of the Beis Hamikdash, it is liability. The person offers up a kizayis of an olah and the imurim. Now, remember again, an olah is totally different is that imurim refers to these superficial parts. So Rashi understands over here that what this is talking about is as follows. If you offered up a half kizayis of an olah and a half a kizayis of its sacrificial part. So in other words, you have an entire kizayis, but half of it is the olah meat, and half of it is the sacrificial part, and you offer that up outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So there's two halachas that came part of it. Number one, you're only tied for offering up a kizayis of carbonic material outside of the Beis Hamikdash, and the novelty that Mishnah is introducing is that that kizayis is made up of two different carbonic materials. In this case, olah meat and olah sacrificial parts. Again, they combine to create liability. Good. What's it anyway? Ya'ala olah o zera. Amy ela olah. When speaking about of offering up outside of the Beis Hamikdash, it's interesting to note how the plus phrase, right? The Torah said, so it's interesting that pasuk is if you walk up Kabbalah outside of the Hamikdash, the penalty is carbon. You might point out it's interesting to note that the carbon that is in the pasuk that's not allowed to offer up outside of it is an olah. It's olah. So therefore the Gemara asks a very simple question. So the Gemara says, Asher ya'ala olah o zabach. How do I know? So I only know that you can't offer up an olah outside of the Hamikdash. How do I know that you can't offer up? Now the Gemara is going to go through a whole list. The sacrificial parts of an asham. Ve'imurei chatos, sacrificial parts of a chatos. Ve'imurei kachim kadashim, or the sacrificial parts of kachim kadashim. Ve'imurei kachim kalim, or the sacrificial parts of kachim kalim. How do I know that there is liability for offering all these items up outside of the Beis Hamikdash as well? Zabach. Therefore, the pasuk says zabach. Zabach, I will say ultimately, or zabach, I should say. Zabach is a word that means carbon. Carbon, and therefore again it comes to include all of these other sacrificial items as well. To transition into non-typical carbonic items, really things that don't really have like blood associated with them. Fluid, kometz, which over again is a 3-fingerful amount of Ravona, frankincense, kitoles. The kitoles, actually that should point out, let's go back to kitoles, right? Minchas kohanim, so the mincha of kohanim, or minchas kohanim. So let's remember again, this is the specific mincha that's brought by the Kohen Gadol every single day. The haminase shloshas lugin yayin, or a libation made up of 3 lugin of wine, or shloshas lugin mayim, or the 3 lugin of water. That's for Nisa Kamayim, that's on citrus. How do I know that again, if you did any of these items outside of the Beis Hamikdash, that you are liable as well? The pasuk says, when is there liability? If you did not bring it to the entranceway of Ohel Moed. Meaning what? Kol haba lepesach anything that is supposed to be brought to the entrance of the base, anything that's supposed to be brought to the Mikdash, and you do it outside, ultimately again is liability. So we'll say this is a very, very, very important sugya, because remember again, what the psukim indicate to me is if you brought an ola outside, and remember again, also speak about bringing, as you saw in the previous Mishnah, or two previous Mishnahs ago, there's two levels of liability. There's liability for shkita outside, and there's liability for halal, for offering, for sacrificing, for burning outside. So remember again, you might talk about, so that was what we just learned over here. You might also the psukim, the concept of not being able to bring a carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash, that's an explicit pasuk in the Torah. The problem we have is the carbon the Torah explicitly mentions is ola. So I know I can't bring it outside of the Beis Hamikdash. I know that I can't bring other carbons outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Oh, there's another word. Oh, zebach. Zebach means an offering. What does offering include? Offering includes anything else under the umbrella of karbanos. But what about the other items? There are functions, but not karbanos. Ketoras, levona, mincha, all these things. That comes to al pesach or al moed la'adiyah. But ultimately, again, it tells me anything that is supposed to be brought to Pesach or Moed to the Beis Hamikdash, and you didn't bring it inside, but you brought it outside, there's liability.
Come back in 20 minutes if you can.
Just right over here. Incredible. The Gemara says, "We have a kashin sheet." So by the way, this only applies to kabbanos that are kasher. Not the Rabbi's student. How do I know ultimately again that this applies even to pasuk kabbanos? So most is very interesting. To go, for example, halon the you'll say that so say for example, let's say I have a carbon inside of the Beis Hamikdash, and learn means it was left overnight. Now that's a disqualification. How do I know that even if I burn that carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash, there is still liability? Or yotze. Yotze means a carbon that was taken outside of it from the boundaries. Or a carbon that became coming. And again, it became coming, let's say inside of the Beis Hamikdash, and you burn outside, or shenishkat kutzlis marav kutzlin kamal, or pickle. How do I know that even a carbon intention, when let's say doing that boda, you had intention to eat it outside of the permitted time or outside of the permitted place, that even that type of carbon, which is invalid, still there's liability if you burn it outside of the Beis Hamikdash, or you should give low sulin, or for that matter, again, let's say the avoda was done by someone who is puzzled. The Zarko asked Damo, and they went ahead and they did Isrika, or we'll say, for example, let's say a sacrifice where the blood application was supposed to be done below the red line, but it was done above the red line, or it was supposed to be done below the red line, or the blood application was supposed to be done outside of the Kodesh, but instead it was done inside, or vice versa. Or it was supposed to be done inside, but it was done outside. Or for that matter, again, the blood applications of the Pesach that were done outside. This whole list represents karbanos that are invalid. So now, again, how do I know that even when you have, so we'll say all of these are cases where the carbon is being done inside of the Beis Hamikdash, but something happened, one of these things happened, and as a result, the carbon is invalid. How do I know that there is still a prohibition to burn this carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash? How do I know that? So the Gemara says, Lo Yidi'enu Lasos. Oh, because the pasuk says, ultimately again, you did not bring it to the Beis Hamikdash to perform it. Whatever is supposed to be done inside of the Beis Hamikdash, and you do it outside, there is liability. So this is incredible. So now, this, by the way, is probably one of the most important Gemaras that we've had in the last little bit, because this is a solid chunk of halacha l'maisa. So what I've just learned over here is, number one, that the prohibition of burning a carbon, or even burning or burning a carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash applies to any carbon. Therefore, it does not apply to carbonos, but it applies to what? It also applies to halacha l'maisa, again, even non-animal sacrifices. Then it applies to all types of touching, all types of sacrificial items. Number three, it even applies to invalid carbonos. So if you have a carbon that wasn't validated for some reason. Whatever you just saw all the lists of reasons, right? There's no shortage of reasons for carbon to become invalidated. Even so, you still can't burn that. If you take that carbon outside of the base hamikdash and you burn it, you are in violation. You're in violation. So it applies to all animal offerings, all non-animal offerings, and even to invalidated carbonos cannot be burned outside of the base hamikdash. Incredible. What's a solid chunk. Invigorating. Incredible. Let's go back to Hamalek Zaisman Ola. Thanks for remember again, how did the Mishnah end? It's actually very interesting. The Mishnah said that if you burnt a half piece of Ola and wood, which means that if you went ahead and you burnt a half a kizayis, ultimately again of Ola meat, right? Of Ola meat and sacrificial parts of Ola. Now again, this might sound a little bit confusing because Ola obviously is fully burnt on the day. But even an Ola has a mur, which are the specific sacrificial parts that are burnt separate and distinct from the rest of the carbon. So the Mishnah told me was, right, his only liability if you offer up a kizayis of sacrificial matter outside of the base hamikdash. So if you have a half a kizayis of Ola meat and a half a kizayis of Ola sacrificial parts, those two kizayis combined perform the requisite units for liability. Okay, so Marsh is fine. Marsh, but it's interesting. Ola ve'imura in Shama ve'murim ve'murehem lo. So some of this is not done by Ola, and let's say not done by Shlamim. Right, so let's say by Shlamim. Let's say this. The fact that the Mishnah illustrated this example with an Ola makes it sound like this is unique to Ola. But for example, if you were to take a half a kizayis of Shlamim meat and a half a kizayis of Shlamim sacrificial parts and combine them together, that would not combine to form the shear. That's what it sounds like. Which the Gemara says. Nino lahal b'tan rabbanon. We'll say indeed we learn this. Listen to this. B'tan rabbanon. Ola ve'emurah mitzvah lekizayis. La lo semachos. Listen to this. Each price actually is a little more expansive. An Ola, meaning Ola meat, and the sacrificial part of Ola combine to form the requisite share for kizayis. Which again means if you take a half a kizayis of Ola meat and a half a kizayis of Ola sacrificial parts and you combine them together, they form a kizayis. What are the ramifications of that? La losa machos. So, for example, if you offered up that combined amount outside of the base hamikdash, there would be liability. Furthermore, Furthermore, that combined amount ultimately again could also make you liable because of pigol, nosar, and tumah. Okay, so let's dissect that statement. So Bishlama, Halas, Ola, the color, Flamim, low. So it says, I understand ultimately again why in terms of let's say offering it up outside of the base hamikdash. So I understand why I have the kizayis of Ola meat and I have the kizayis of Ola sacrificial parts combined. Why? Because they all have the same, what's the word? The same. That's the wrong word, but they all have the same stacks. And that's what? They're all fully consumed on the mizbech, right? Because all the meat, the truth is treated no differently than all the sacrificial parts. All the sacrificial parts are burned on the mizbech, and all the meat is burned on the mizbech. So it makes sense, therefore, when it comes to, let's say, burning them outside of the base hamikdash, that half the kizayis of all the meat and half the kizayis of all the sacrificial parts could combine together to form the kizayis. The Gemara says about Shlamim law, but it makes sense to say that let's say a half a kizayis of Shlamim meat and a half a kizayis of Shlamim sacrificial parts don't combine, right? Why? Why wouldn't they combine? Because we'll say what happens to Shlamim meat, but that's Shlamim meat. Eat it. Right? And what happens to some sacrificial parts? They're burnt during the death. I understand why those two can't combine. However, I don't know, when it comes to that, again, Mer's making a distinction. When it comes to, let's say, again, attributes of sacrificial matter, right? Sacrificial meat and sacrificial parts combining. I understand why they combine in the case of Ola, not in the case of Shlamim. Because in the case of Ola, the meat is treated the same as a sacrificial. Everything is going to mean fail. When it comes to Shlamim, however, meat is consumed, sacrificial parts, I understand why they can't combine. But in other areas of Allah, no side to Tameh, but when it comes about like the Pigel, Noster, and Tameh, why would Shlamim be treated any than Ola. In other words, if you're going to tell me that by Ola, a half a kizayis of meat and a half a kizayis of sacrificial parts combined, or a pigel, no certain, then why in the world would Shlamim any different? So that's actually quite interesting. To which the Gemara says, but now we learn, Kala pigulim mitzdarfin, the Kala no sarim mitzdarfin. So again, first of all, the rice explicitly, the Mishnah explicitly says it. When it comes to pigel, all parts of the carbon combine, and when it comes to nosar, all parts of the carbon combine. So we'll say, so just understand, right? In other words, you're only chayiv for pigel. Remember, again, we'll say, what's pigel? A little chazar, what's pigel? Pigel, right? Pigel is a mindset, right? Pigel is when I'm doing some type of one of the avodas of the carbon I have in mind to eat it outside of the permitted time. So, for example, when it comes to pigel, if you have in mind to eat a half a kizayis to meat and a half a kizayis to sacrificial parts, it's not anyway, right? If you have that in mind, they combine. Same thing with no size. If you leave over from the carbon, ultimately, again, half a kizayis to meat, kizayis to sacrificial parts. The Mishnah says exclusively those combine. So, kasha pigel, kasha no, it's a contradiction. Because before you just said before, the Gemara just said before that when it comes to pigel, no strain come out. A half a kizayis of meat and sacrificial parts only combined by Ola, not by Shlamim. The Mishnah says that when it comes to pigol, sacrificial matter, kasha is contradiction. Which is what actually quite interesting. The Gemara says, pigol no kasha, contradiction. And the pigol and the Shavas pigol. So the Gemara says, some are two different things. One is talking about pigol itself, in other words, actual sacrificial pigol matter, and one is talking about the machshava, the intent for pigol. Look at Rashi, just a moment ago. This is Rashi on the first wide line, not the bottom wide line, but the first intermediate wide line is there. And the pigol come machshava, listen to this. So we'll say, when do you say that sacrificial meat and sacrificial parts combine? Like when you say they combine, it doesn't matter all the fun minute. When you say they combine, that's when it comes to actual consumption of pigol. If you're consuming pigol, like you're actually consuming pigol, so whether you're consuming half a kizayis of sacrificial meat and sacrificial parts, it doesn't make a difference. They all combine from the kizayis with chai chatos. The hard only in shlamim low. And when do we say that it only combines by an over, doesn't combine by a shlamim? When is that? The machshavas pigol. Listen to this. That's when we're talking about the intent of pigol. Shim shachat al zarat amanas lahachtir chati zayis basa olah chati zayis neimurim chos rizmano pigol. Adav b'shlamim ishay lecha olah hachtir chati zayis basa chati zayis neimurim lo pigol shemachshavas akila b'niktar. Okay, so we'll say to get a bit technical for just a moment, but actually still quite interesting. So listen to this. The Gemara says when it comes to pigol consumption, right? If you're actually eating pigol, then again, it doesn't matter what part of the carbon you're consuming, all the parts combined from the kizayis. So again, if you have a mass, right, a whole pigol combined material, right, and part of it is sacrificial meat, part of it is sacrificial parts, right, and you eat it combined kizayis, you're liable. It doesn't matter, shlamim, ola makes no difference. When is there a distinction type of the carbon? Listen to this. Well, let's say you're the Kohen and you're having a machshav pigol. So remember, you're saying the Kohen's doing Kabbalah. He's doing Kabbalah. He's doing Zrika, right? And he has in mind that he's going to consume this carbon outside of the permitted time. That's pigol. So listen, now watch this. The Gemara wants to suggest it makes a difference if it's a shlamim or an ola. How so? If it's an ola and he has in mind that I'm going to eat half a kizayis of meat and half a kizayis of sacrificial parts in 2 days from now, that works. Meaning that works and that it's pigol. Why? Because by an ola, the meat and the sacrificial parts are treated the same way. Everything is burned. So therefore, again, that will combine. Shlamim, if he has in mind that I'm going to eat half a kizayis of meat 2 days from now, and half a kizayis of official parts 2 days from now, that machshava does not combine. Why does it combine? Because by a shlamim, the meat and sacrificial parts are treated differently. Right, the meat is consumed, the sacrificial parts ultimately are going to put in his. Interestingly enough, so for consumption of pigol, everything combines. From machshavas pigol, ultimately again by ola, meat and sacrificial parts will combine. By shlamim, meat and sacrificial parts will not combine. Fascinating. So the Gemara says, nosar lo kasha. So again, it's not a contradiction by nosar. Kan benosar, kan bishini sosru, actual nizrak adam. Shabbos is also very interesting, a bit more technical for just a moment. Right? Furthermore, again, the notes is also not a question, also not a contradiction. One is talking about an actual, well, let's see Rashi. Look at Rashi. Rashi's in the wide lines, 5 lines in. Kan benosar, kan bishini sosru, actual nizrak adam. Listen to this. What do we say? That ultimately, again, all forms of nosar combined. That's ba'ocham nosar comer. That's what I'm talking about, actual consumption of nosar. You have nosar meat in front of you, whether it's nosar of sacrificial meat, nosar sacrificial parts, everything combines. And when do we say ultimately? I'm sorry. How do we say ba'ocham nosar comer? And when do we say that nosar only applies to ola not the shlamim? V'shenisosru me'ibot usreipa kigon avdu habasar v'imor kol nizrika. This is a very specific case. What happens if when the sacrificial meat was destroyed before zrika? Then ishtayer chatzis dayis mizah, the chatzis dayis mizah. Oh, listen to this. I will say, okay. It's actually very exciting. In order for zrika to be valid, there has to be at least a kizayis of sacrificial matter left over. In other words, let's say you had a case where you shechted a carbon, you did everything, but before zrika was done, I don't know, the carbon was accidentally incinerated. Right? Somebody wasn't paying attention on the job, they put it on the mizbeach. Right? Or it was accidentally thrown out. Right? So accidentally destroyed. If there's no sacrificial matter left at the time of zrika, the carbon is invalid. You need at least the kizayis of the carbon actually left over, actually in existence at the time of the zrika. So watch this. What happens if halach l'maisa, you have a half a kizayis of sacrificial meat and a half a kizayis of sacrificial parts? Do they combine to form the requisite kizayis, ultimately again necessary in order to allow for zrika? And what's the answer? It depends. What does it depend on? It depends on the type of carbon. If it's olah, then indeed the sacrificial meat and the sacrificial parts will combine because again they have the same being, they're both part of them is there. If it's shmamim, ultimately again, half the kizayis and half of meat and half the kizayis sacrificial parts will not combine so as to allow zrika. Okay, quite fascinating. That's right. The money of Yeshua, and who's the name is this friend of Yeshua? The sign of Yeshua Omer, called as Vasim Shabatola. She is trying behind kizayis butter. So let's listen to this. It's actually really fascinating. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says, so this is from Yeshua. Let's evaluate. Clearly, this is from Nafos, has some Adala. Coming attractions. Right, so when you get to Nafos, that's going to be like, oh, I saw that already. And it's welcome. That's very exciting. So here it says as follows. Let's say, yeah, there's a design of Yeshua. And Yeshua says, come on, welcome Shabbat Torah. So you're trying to decide. So any carbon you have, so again, we'll say, this is going in at Nahalacha, that I checked the carbon, right? And now something happened to the carbon, that is currently destroyed. As long as there is a kizayis basar, right? Kizayis, and kizayis basar, on the day, ukizayis chelav, right? Or kizayis chelav, zorik es hadam. So essentially, the Yeshua says like this. So the Rabbi says, as long as there is a kizayis of carbonic material left at the time of the zrika, you can go ahead and do the zrika. Now, interestingly enough, it could be a kizayis of sacrificial meat or a kizayis of chelav. Remember again, what do you do with chelav? You burn it on the mizbeach. So essentially, as long as you have a kizayis of sacrificial matter, you're good. That's the kizayis basar. I'm now 109B for end of the first. But that's kizayis basar, kizayis chelav. But what you only have a half a kizayis of meat and a half a kizayis. That's what you see what's happening in this case. In the first iteration of the Rabbi Yeshua said, either a kizayis of meat or a kizayis of chelav, you could move forward with the zrika. What happens if you only have a chatzi zayis of basar or a chatzi zayis of chelav? Ain't no zorik es hadam. Right? You can't offer up the carbon. However, listen to this. Chatzi Zayis Basar, the Chatzi Zayis Chilek, Zoik Es Adam, Mipnei Shekula Kolim. Oh, I will say, here it is. Watch this. Watch this. So again, now look, this is a very important halacha. So remember again, in order to go in Zrika, there have to be at least a Kizayis of Katman material that didn't exist at the time of Zrika. The Yeshua says it's either a Kizayis of Basar or a Kizayis of Chilek. Now what happens if I only have a half a Kizayis of Basar and a half a Kizayis of Chilek? Can those two combine? Because those are Chilek is an example of like sacrificial matter. So it's burnt on his back. So what if I only have a half a Kizayis of meat and a half a Kizayis of Chilek? Can those two combine to form the requisite shear of Chilek, of Basar sacrificial matter? And the answer normally is no. There's one exception, Allah. By Allah, they can combine. Why can they get in the room over? Why can they combine by Allah? Why can they combine by Allah? Because by Allah, all parts of the carbon have the same destiny, right? They have the same, what is it? Status. And sounds very ominous, right? You same thing with all parts of it. I'm going to work on this lesson a little bit. Same avoda, they're on the same avoda, but everything is burnt. So because everything process, thank you, right? Because everything is burnt, ultimately again, therefore, they can combine. That's what Yeshua says. That's incredible. Well, really, I will say, just before we go on, that's why, again, let's go full circle. How did we get into all this discussion? Like, I have absolutely no idea, right? I'm happy I know which recessor we're in. Right? So remember again, just to close the circle, where we got to this is, remember, the last line in the Mishnah on the beginning of today's daf. What was the last line in the Mishnah? Remember, in order to be chayiv for offering up a carbon outside of the Beis HaMikdash, how much carbonic material do you need? How much material do you need? A kizayis. What is if by an ola, a half a kizayis of meat and a half a kizayis of a more called sacrificial parts will combine. And this is now we'll say so it's the same thing. We see this thing. So by ola, because the entirety of the carbon is treated with the same process, i.e., it's all burnt on the mizbeach. Therefore, the different parts can combine to form the shear of kizayis. So therefore, if you burn a half a kizayis of sacrificial meat and a half a kizayis of sacrificial parts of all that's on the Beis HaMikdash, you are chayiv for shchutei chutz. You're chayiv for offering up on the outside. Same idea over here. The Gemara says that Allah Ta'ala, if let's say again you offered up a carbon, and unfortunately again the carbon was inadvertently destroyed. If you have, so Rabbi Yeshua says, as long as you have either a half a kizayis of meat or a half a kizayis of chilek, you're good to go. In general, right? If you have a kizayis of meat or a kizayis of chilek, you are good to go. What about if you have a half a kizayis of meat and half a kizayis of chilek? No, they don't combine, except in one case of olah, where they bind. So by olah, if you accidentally destroy the carbon over left over, a half a kizayis of meat and half a kizayis of chilek, which means a half a kizayis of meat and half a kizayis of sacrificial parts, they can combine to form the requisite shear of kizayis and would allow the zrika to occur. Same halacha. That's why it's being brought down over here. But the Rabbi says, mincha, afilu kula kayemes lo yizra. But I want to buy mincha, even if all mincha is intact, you can't do zrika. You must what? Mincha ma'avidik. What do you mean if the whole mincha is intact, you can't do zrika? The Rabbi says, one problem with that statement, which is, there's no zrika by a mincha. Right? Zrika is a blood service. It's done by animal offerings. It's a meal offering. We're talking about, interestingly enough, the mincha that is brought to the carbon. This is an interesting thing. So imagine the following situation. If you have a mincha that is being brought together with a carbon. And let's say again, the carbon, the animal itself, was inadvertently destroyed or discarded. But the mincha is still intact. Does the presence of the mincha allow you to continue with this riga? And the answer to that is no. The answer to that is no. The presence of the mincha does not allow for the zrika to continue. In order for zrika to occur, there must be a kizayis of actual sacrificial matter, sacrificial meat that is still left. In general, that means from all other kavanos, it's either a kizayis of basar or a kizayis of kelet. Ola is unique in that again you can combine a half a kizayis of basar and a half a kizayis of kelet. Incredible. Incredible. Mishnah. Alright, the seventh Hakometz, Vahona, Vaksoris, and Mishkas Kohanim. So what's this now again? Same thing. Same thing, liability for offering up kavanos outside of the Beit HaMikdash. So now what they're just going into the list of kavanos, or I call it sacrifice, consecrated items that are not animal sacrifices. So Kometz, I already know, right? Going into the fingers, and he goes ahead and scoops up flour, the oil, and what does he do? He shaves off the side. He offers that amount on the staff, and in general, as long as it's not the mincha of the kohen, the rest of the mincha is consumed by the garment. That's Kometz. Bona is the first instance. He told us. Now Rashi points out over here, which the Torah referring to over here. Rashi says, "Shebachol yom fast shacharis fast shabin ha'abayim." Shake it. That's going to happen. So again, incredible. This is not. So this is the everyday Torah, right? Every single day the Kohen would offer up. Another one. Know that the Torah is one of the most coveted of all. Why? Because apparently this was the Torah for wealth. For wealth. So therefore, again, the Gemara says that once the Torah had the opportunity to speak Torah, ultimately, again, you didn't get to do it a second time. That's what in order that everybody gets up to understand. Because that's what it also. You want to see slacha in your parnasa. So let's say if you want to see what's the skula for seeing hashlocha in the parnasa. So what's the skula? I'm sorry. First of all, the first skula for parnasa is there's no skula for parnasa. Right? Get up, work harder than everyone else. Get up, work harder than everyone else. Right? Get a second job, get a third job, do it and grind yourself and work hard. Everybody does it for a life hack, for success. There is no life hack for success. Hard working people who have a vision for what they want to accomplish will become successful. If you be easy and be successful, looking for a skula for parnasa, not going to work. Hard work is the key. The Zeach Apecha Chokal Lefen. You want bread, you want money, work hard, break a sweat. That's how you're going to be successful. Now, once you're putting in your shackles, other things that can help you be mafia in your parnasa, absolutely. One of the most important things one could do is Parshas HaKtoras. It is very important every day to recite Parshas HaKtoras.
His use of drugs,
kosher
like
for
his
parnasa, tremendous skula for
cocaine
parnasa.
kosher,
In
there's
fact,
nothing inherently unkosher about it.
You see this a lot.
What
God
about
wants us to be able to say it from the
what about
crop. Be able to say it actually for parts of the
DMT,
so one of the things we have
that
working
kind
on
of
here in the Hashem, like the framed crops, so that everyone could say Parshas HaKtoras from the crop, a tremendous school for parnasa. Just all on this topic, I'll tell you in the last, they call it ago, went the great Kober of Rabinovich. Also said that another tremendous school for parnasa, take your tefillin off until after davening is finished. He said that is a tremendous school for parnasa. So again, obviously, sometimes that gets in the way of the Zeach Apecha Chokal Lefen, right? Sometimes, again, a person, again, it's not to have to leave davening early. No one wants to leave davening early, right? But what Mike says, sometimes we have no choice but to leave early. Okay, that's one thing, but at least again on the days, perhaps where I don't have
if the
to
family
leave early,
thinks that it was
righteous
when it was not,
off until the end of davening.
and they only davened for
I'll touch this.
for 11 months, when it really should
Who
be
are not
12.
good about this, and they tell you stories. They're tremendous. I don't exactly know what the correlation is, but something else says that one could take it. So again, Parshas HaKtoras, keeping your tefillin on until the end of davening, and of course, but again, both sides. But to be clear, nothing ever replaces hard work. That is the key. The key determinant, ultimately, again, the tremendous Yad Lishmaya to one's success. Anyway, the Gemara says as follows: Sakometz halavona uminchas kohanim. Minchas Kohen. That's the mincha offered up by a Kohen. Or Minchas Kohen Mashiach. So this is the mincha of the Minchas Nisachim. So ultimately, again, a mincha, right? A mincha that accompanies the carbon. All of these, Shehikiv Me'achas Mincha Chotzchai. So we'll say, so that, again, remember, lest you think that Halal Maisa, that the prohibition of Karbanos outside of the Beis Hamikdash only applies to animal offerings. So the Gemara says natural, and it says natural, and it applies to all. Now again, this is not a kiddush to us. Why? We just saw it. Where do we learn this from? Whatever is supposed to be done inside, and you do it outside, you're liable for it. So again, therefore, these items. Rabbi Rothschild holds that actually after this clean. So what's interesting of Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Eliezer, interesting of has a different approach. Rabbi Eliezer says that halacha l'maisa, there's actually no liability for these items until you offer them in their entirety outside. Whereas the Tanakama holds that there's liability even for offering a kizayis. Rabbi Eliezer holds that halacha l'maisa, you're only tied if you offer up the entire amount outside. The sheer man kizayis, the kizam b'chotzchai, and furthermore, any of these items that were offered up inside of the Beis Hamikdash, and you went ahead and you left over a kizayis, and you offered it up outside. Again, you have two statements work together. The cooler checks the kosher, they can even and we'll say any of these items will be again constitutional. In other words, you left something off of the carbon. The seed which you offer that outside, and not be touching the wood. If you offer a touching and sacrificial parts outside of the Hamikdash, ultimately again you are liable. Incredible. So we'll say something else. So first of all, there's a lot to unpack over here. A lot to unpack here, which we'll see in the Gemara. I went through this a little bit quickly, but we'll see it all in the Gemara. Hamakir Kizayis. And I will say, Shita Mekubetas changes this the years over years. Hamakir Kizayis Kitoras Bachos. Changes it ultimately again. If a person offers up a Kizayis of Kitoras Bachos outside of the Beis Hamikdash, Katsi Pas Between. If you only offer, just note the change in Russian over here. If you offer up a kizayis of kitoras outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you are going to be liable for it. Ultimately, again, if you went ahead and you offered up katsi pas between, if you offered up pas means a portion. So if you only offered up a half a measure of kitoras inside of the Beis Hamikdash, you are potter. Okay, so let's say let's exactly this. The Gemara says, my potter. Now, what does that mean? What does that mean? You offered up half a measure of ketoris inside the Mikdash. Your potter, my potter. The Gemara says, potter zah. So the Kirshas, I see what it means is like, but if a non-Kohen, right, could did the ketoris avodah, which obviously the big note, right? The non-Kohen is zah, not allowed to do any avodah, but if a non-Kohen did the ketoris, but he only offered up half of the measure of ketoras. So if he didn't do the proper half of ketoras, then he's going to be potter. And that's what it means. But why? Amai haftarah. Why should he be potter for that? At the end of the day, that's still a haftarah. He's still burning incense, which he's not allowed to do. So the fact that he didn't burn the complete shear, at the end of the day, why should there be a lack of liability for that? My potter, potter, evil. So what it means is like this. We'll say potter tzibur. If you look at Rashi, my potter tzibur. Say it's in the intermediate wide lines of Rashi. Third, fourth line. In my potter tzibur, the yotzi the chalbasan the kizayis havi haktar. So this is very interesting. Watch this. We're going to see the minimum amount of ketoras that has to be offered is a kizayis. Right? And that's why, by the way, all these concepts are interlinked. That's why, how much we don't have to burn outside of the Beis Hamikdash in order to be liable? A kizayis. Therefore, the Gemara is saying is like this. If you burnt less than the required shear, let's say the Kohen burnt less than the shear, than the stipulated shear for ketoras, but he burnt at least a kizayis of ketoras in the Beis Hamikdash, you don't say. Or you don't have to do anymore. So if a Kohen doing the avodah of the ketoras in the Beis Hamikdash burnt less than the requisite shear, but did at least the kizayis, that's all the obligation. And there's no need to burn any more more chaos.
Our children halachically
Actually, hot question. There's something about the door about this. There was interestingly enough, Rabbi said about this, even Rabbi Eliezer. There was, and remember again, Rabbi Eliezer was the one that when it comes to non-animal sacrifices, one time there's viability is if you burn the full measure outside of the Beis Hamikdash. And the answer would therefore seem to say that a kizayis of Torah is not enough even inside the Beis Hamikdash to satisfy the requirement. The whole Rabbi Eliezer la hakari ta'amar. And I was saying ultimately again, I don't understand. Rabbi Eliezer was the one who said that if you don't burn the full measure of Torah outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you're not liable. Which seems to be according to Rabbi Eliezer, the only time that there is liability for burning the Torah is when you burn the full measure. If that's the case, how could it be that according to Rabbi Eliezer, the Kohen would discharge his obligation if he just burns a kizayis without burning the full measure? Which was Amarabah, when it comes ultimately again to burning the Torah inside of God, everyone agrees, never someone agrees. Take a look at Rashi. Amra tried to make out in the list line, second line. Shebachol Yom Shalom Ne'emar Boshir, the high class Shir Drabananu. Moda Beleza B'Kizayis Havi Akar L'Chayev Alav B'So B'Chutz. Although this is what they have us on the name. So let's say now watch this. When we talk about the daily incense offering, interestingly enough, with the daily incense offering, Rashi points out over here that halakha l'maisa, there is no share. The Torah doesn't give an amount. Hazal came along and gave an amount. So in that daily Torah offering, everyone agrees that as long as the coin dedicates the Torah in the Beis Hamikdash, you could right, even though the thing is supposed to do more. Similarly, if you burn at least the kizayis of Torah outside of the Beis Hamikdash on a daily day, on a regular day, even Rabbi Eliezer would agree that you would. So where's the machlokas? Oh, Iksuyi Ba'Torah D'Pnim. We'll say, where's the machlokas? This on the Torah of Yom Kippur. Wow, starts on Yom Kippur. Now, both saying that, take a look at Rashi. Keep the Yid, the Machlokas Ba'Torah Yom Kippurim, the Lefnai V'Lefnim Shene'emar Bo Shir. Now, let's say, now watch this. When it comes to the Torah of Yom Kippur, the Torah does state a requisite amount. The Torah does say ultimately what? Below Chafnot. Below Chafnot means a handful. A handful. The Matzah, below Chafnot, Dafka. So one says, one can use below 2 handfuls. That's Dafka, that is a shear. The other thing is ultimately again, halakha l'maisa, below Chafnot doesn't have to be absolutely explicit. Rather again, that even that itself is not an explicit shear. I'm going to buy it. Stacking a little bit in the topic, but interesting enough, I will say again, so remember, we're focusing over here specifically about halakha l'maisa. What is the liability of the Torah when it comes to offering up a kizayis, less than the requisite amount? Now, what we have established, interestingly enough, is a fascinating distinction between what we call year-long Torah versus Yom Kippur Torah. Year-long Torah, there is no mandated share. There's a rabbinic mandated share. Therefore, by year-long Torah, as long as you offer up a kizayis, inside you're good to go, outside you're liable. Yom Kippur, it says molo chofra, handfuls, 2 handfuls. The machlokas is ultimately again, is that an explicit shear or not? That's a machlokas. Both the clarification applications of Mishnah message we continue tomorrow side. Shprach. All right, everyone's have a great day, everyone.
Perfect. Let's go even deeper. We'll focus on what happens immediately after death. Talmudic versus Kabbalistic views. Effective cremation on the soul. Effective suicide on Gehenna.
All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. First of all, actually, thank you to the research of Josh Erez, the cover that gave the share while I was away. Be back with everyone. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this talk. All of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our Tamatola sponsors for the month of paydays. Abarim, Ocean, Maybe Schreiber, discuss over the fortune Yoruchal ben Miriam. Margaret Pinami of his father Yosef Shomo Moshe Shmuel. Then you can see Huda, his website is on top that name is sponsors for today. Marilitz and many of other Mindel Bash Shlosh Zikrono Rothschild and America Talmud Torah. All of the Nisham Savin Ali, the Samis and all those who were Jewish having to Kol Kol Yisrael. How like the firm should continue to send the solos to all of Am Yisrael. Those also it's important to recognize. Start out by also wishing everyone a happy New Year. A lot of times when we come to the secular New Year, we as Jews are a little bit not sure exactly what to do with this. On one hand, obviously, I'm not pushing anyone to see the Chassid's over, but at the same time, again, obviously, it would be ridiculous to think we live in this world, right? I would venture to say none of us are dating our sex, in accordance with what their date is, and again, in general, so we're living with the secular date. So there's a beautiful idea in general brought down in the Sun.
What's up, dude? I'll be with you in 2 minutes. So just stay here.
Why? Because in general, whenever in this world you find a koch of ischachos, you find a koch of renewal, you should always ride that wave. And the truth is, when the New Year comes, there is a feeling of newness. There is a feeling, right? You see people always making their New Year's resolutions. Right? People always trying to tap into this idea that a new year, like Mishana, Shana, Mishana, Mas, it's a new year. And when the New Year comes, it tells me, like, whatever was, my Hava, 2025 was 2025. And now 2026 represents really a whole pressure, a whole year, a whole chapter that has not yet been written. So even though it might not be the primary marking of pen that we follow and teach, and even though, again, for us, obviously, it's not Rosh Hashanah, right? Rosh Hashanah is Tishrei, but at the end of the day, there is something exciting when there's a newness in the world. And it behooves to tap into it. It behooves us to try to figure out what in our own lives we want to renew, what in our own lives we want to be mechanic, what in our own lives we kind of want to shake off a little bit of the lethargy and a little bit of just like the general thing, I think we go through life a lot and we do like what's the expression? Like the mouse on the wheel. What's the expression? Hamster on the wheel, right? The hamster on the wheel. And like it's kind of like Lahabyo. I don't know, like a stick of like Groundhog Day, for those of you who get that reference, right? So like kind of just like the over and over and over and over again, and it becomes a little bit depressing to ourselves, like how am I ever going to break this cycle? And the truth is, today represents an opportunity. It's a new day, it's a new year, it's January 1st, 2026. The world, the universe has never seen a January 1st, 2026. This is the first date like this ever. And because there is such a newness that is in here, ultimately, again, we have the power, if we want to tap into it as well. Just because it's not our, so to speak, Jewish New Year, doesn't mean that we as residents and as members of humanity cannot tap into the wave of newness that is here. And to kind of compound that, if you think about this, we have in the Mishnah, in the Sefas Zvachim, what are the chances that on the new year, a new Mishnah, and by the way, let's say, all kidding aside, a new Mishnah on the very top of Amud Aleph, right? That's unique. Not like a new Mishnah in the middle of the page. New Mishnah, top of Amud Aleph. And I will say, this is HaKadosh Baruch Hu giving us another one of these kisses. If you want to be someone different, because a lot of us have midos that are not good, but we've been living with them for years. Change it. A lot of us have behavior and optimal, holding you back. I can change it. A lot of us have many elements of our lives that just are mediocre at best. And if I want, I can change it. January 1st, 2026 is a new year. Mesechus Zvachim Daf Kuf Tes 109 has a Mishnah on top, a new Ischadshus. And I will say, certainly for us, that Yomi. Zvachim has not been an easy run. It's been fantastic. I think it's the best Masechta ever. But it has not been. I've heard some rumblings and grumblings, bordering on complaints, shtickle and curses even, right? But and again, let's say, you know what? Get it together. Get it together. We're nearing the end of Mesechus Zvach. Get it together. Time for big boy pants. Time for us to get this. Let's finish the Masechta strong. If you want to be whiny and distracted, you can be whiny and distracted. But if you want to say January 1st, 2026, Ischachos, I got this. Okay, maybe not the first 108 block of Maseches Tzvachim. But you know what? 109 to the end, I'm going to own this. Right? 109 to the end, I got this. You know what I'm saying? Everything in life is about your perspective, and everything in life is about desiring, identifying, and having a vision for the person you want to be. New Mishnah, new year, untold possibilities. Let's jump in together. Mishnah top of Kuftas and develop 109a. Echad kachim ksherim, ve'echad kachim soon. So Moses, we are continuing on the topic, which has been the topic of this particular parak, which is that. What happens with shluchos? What happens when you go and you offer up certain things outside of the confines of the Beis Hamikdash? So the Mishnah says, "Echad kachim ksherim." What are you talking about again? Karbanos that are kosher. Ve'echad kachim psulim. Or we're going to go ahead and talking about invalid karbanos. Shehayat pisulim b'kodesh. Rabbi say, if you remember again, this actually brings us back a little bit. Remember we had the sugya. I don't even remember when this was. We had the sugya about what happens if you put an invalid carbon on the mizbeach. Do you take it down or not? So if you remember again, the Gemara actually, the Mishnah made a distinction between a carbon that becomes invalidated inside of the mikdash versus a carbon that became invalidated outside of the mikdash. So again, the carbon that was invalidated inside of the mikdash, you put it on the mizbeach, you don't take it off. But a carbon that was invalidated outside of the Beis Mikdash, which essentially means it was invalidated from the beginning, if you inadvertently put it on the mizbeach, you take it off. So look at the Mishnah saying, Echad kachim ksherim. So what are you talking about? Karbanos which are kosher. Ve'echad kachim psulim. Or are you talking about the carbon apostle shahaya pisulim b'kodesh? But the psul, the invalidation developed inside of the Beis Hamikdash itself. V'krivan b'chutz. And then you went ahead and unfortunately you offered up this carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash. You are chayav. Now the idea over here is, what the Mishnah is highlighting to us is, in order to be chayav for offering up a carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash, it has to be the kind of carbon which could have been on the mizbeach, right? So there are two categories: either a kosher carbon or a carbon ultimately again whose invalidation developed inside of the mikdash. Because even such a carbon, although ideally you would not have put that on the mizbeach, if you did put it on the mizbeach, you would not put it down. Only a carbon that reaches this heightened level of what we'll call kashrus, if you offered it up outside of the Beis Hamikdash, there is liability. Good. Furthermore, if a person offers up a kizayis of an olah and the imurin. Now, remember again, an olah is a carbon that is solely consumed in mizbeach. Imurin refers to the specific sacrificial parts. So Rashi understands over here that what this is talking about is as follows: if you offered up a half a kizayis and a half a kizayis of its sacrificial parts, so in other words, you have an entire kizayis, but half of it is the olah meat, and half of it is a sacrificial part, and you offer that up outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you are chayav. So there's two halachas that's being taught over here. Number one, you're only chayav for offering up a kizayis of carbonic material outside of the Beis Hamikdash, and the novelty that Mishnah introduces, if that kizayis is made up of two different carbonic materials, in this case, olah meat and olah sacrificial parts, ultimately again they combine to create life. Good. So say let's analyze. Asher ya'ala olah or zebach. Any ela olah. Behind the rabbis in Muri Asher, they were katos. So listen to this. The Gemara says as follows: when speaking of the halacha of shluchos, of offering up karbanos out of the Beis Hamikdash, it's interesting to note how the pasuk is phrased. Right? The Torah says, "Va'aleim tomar ish mi beis Yisrael minager asher yadu b'sofam asher ya'ala olah or zebach." So it's interesting that, and then the next passage is if you offer up karbanos outside of the Beis Hamikdash, the penalty is kares. The Gemara is pointing out it's interesting to note that the carbon that is mentioned in the pasuk that you're not allowed to offer up outside of the Beis Hamikdash is an olah. That's olah. Therefore, the Gemara asks a very simple question. So the Gemara says, "Oh, I said, we're shut up, asher ya'ala olah." Denying the rabbis in Muri Asher. How do I know? So I only know that she can't offer up an olah outside of the Beis Hamikdash. How do I know that she can't offer up now? You might go through a whole list. A Muri Asher, the sacrificial parts of an Asher. The Muri Katos, sacrificial parts of a Katos. The Muri Kachek Avashim, or the sacrificial parts of Kachek Avashim. The Muri Kachim Kalim, or the sacrificial parts of Kachim Kalim. How do I know that there is liability for offering all these items up outside of the Beis Hamikdash as well? Therefore, the positive says Zevach. Zevach, I will say ultimately, or Zevach, I should say. Zevach. Zevach is a word that means carbon. Carbon. And therefore, again, it comes to include all of these other sacrificial items. Minayin Rabos. Minayin Rabos HaKometz. Vahalavona. Vachot. So now we transition into non-typical carbonic items. Maybe I think that don't really have like zrika, like blood associated with this. How do I know to include kometz, which I want to remember again is a 3-fingerful amount of the carbon in chalk, levona, frankincense, kitores, the kitores. Actually, that should put it. Well, let's go back to kitores, like minchas kohanim, so the mincha of kohanim, or minchas kohanim. So once I remember again, this is the specific mincha that's brought by the Kohen Gadol every single day. The Hananase, Shloshas Lugim Yayin, or a libation made up of 3 lugim of wine, or Shloshas Lugim, or the 3 lugim of water. That's what the rest of the command. That's how it is. How do I know that again, if we give any of these items outside of the Beis Hamikdash, that you are lying by yourself? The Pasuk says, one of the things is we do not bring it to its way off oil noise. Meaning what? Anything that is supposed to be brought to Pesach or noise, anything that is supposed to be brought to the entrance of the Mikdash, everything that's supposed to be brought to the Mikdash, and do it outside, ultimately again there's liability. So we'll say, this is very, very, very important subject. Remember again, what the Psukim indicates is if you brought an Ola out, and then that bringing, as we saw previous Mishnah, or 2 previous Mishnahs ago, there's 2 levels of liability. There's liability for Shvita outside, and there's liability for Allah, for offering, for sacrificing, for burning outside. So remember again, you might talk about it, so that wasn't just learning over there. You might talk about the Psukim, the concept of not being able to bring a covenant outside of the Beis Hamikdash, that's an explicit concept in the Torah. The problem we have is, the something that the Torah explicitly mentions is Olah. So I know I can't bring it all outside of the Beis Hamikdash. How do I know that I can't bring other covenants outside of the Beis Hamikdash? Oh, there's another word, Zevach. Zevach means an offering. What does offering include? Offering includes anything else under the umbrella of karbanos. But what about the other items that are functions but not karbanos? Ketores, levona, mincha, all these things, that comes from al Pesach or more Lordiano. That ultimately, again, it tells me anything that is supposed to be brought Pesach or more to the Beis Hamikdash, and you didn't bring it inside but you brought it outside, there's liability for it. So the entire subject of Shvita close just right over here. Incredible. Gemara says, the ain't a lakashin shir. So I only know, by the way, that this only applies to kabbanos that are kosher. Not a lot of students. How do I know ultimately again that this thing out that this applies even to hustle kabbanos? The most is very interesting. For example, halon v'hayotze. So say, for example, let's say I have a carbon. That was just inside the Beis Hamikdash, and when it was left overnight. Now that's a qualification. How do I know that even if I burn that carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash, there is still liability? Or yoter. Yoter means a carbon that was taken outside of its permitted boundaries. Or v'hakame, or a carbon that became kame. You can tell me that inside of this mission burning outside. Or Shanishka or pickle. How do I know that even a carbon is the intention? When is actually doing that? The intention is to eat it out of the time. Or outside of this place. And even that type of carbon, which is invalid, still is liability if you put outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Or Shekiblo Sulin, or for that matter, again, let's say the avodah was done by someone who is puzzled. The Zarko asked Damo, and they went ahead and they did it with or it was, for example, let's say a sacrifice where the blood application was supposed to be done below the red line, but it was done above the red line. Or it was supposed to be done above the red line, and it was done below the red line. Or the blood application was supposed to be done outside of the kodesh, but instead it was done inside, or vice versa. Or it was supposed to be done inside, but it was outside. Or for that matter, again, the blood applications of the Pesach that were done. This whole list represents kabbos that are invalid. So now again, how do I know that even when you have, so we'll say all of these are cases where the carbon is being done inside of the base Hamikdash, but something happened, one of these things happened as a result, the carbon is invalid. How do I know that there is still a prohibition to burn this carbon outside of the base Hamikdash? How do I know that? So the Gemara says, Talmud Lo Yitenu Las. Also, the Pasuk says, ultimately again, you did not bring it to the base of Mikdash to perform it. Whatever is supposed to be done inside of the base of Mikdash, and you do it outside, it is liability. So let's say, so this is incredible. So now, this, by the way, is probably one of the most important words that we've had in the last little bit, because this is a solid chunk of halakha l'masa. So I just learned over here is, number one, that the prohibition of burning a carbon, or even burning a carbon outside of the base of Mikdash, and carbon, that only does not apply to carbon, but it applies to what? It also applies to our local again, even non-animal sacrifices. Then it applies to all types of sacrificial items. Number three, it even applies to invalid carbon. So if you have a carbon that wasn't validated for some reason, whatever this you just saw all the list of reasons, right? There's no shortage of reasons for carbon to become invalidated. Even so, you still can't burn that. You take that carbon outside of the base, you burn it, you are in violation. You're in violation. So the animal offerings or non-animal offerings and even the invalidated carbonos cannot be burned outside of the base. Incredible. What's a solid chunk? Incredible. Let's go back to it. Thanks once again. How do you Mishnah end? This is very interesting. The Mishnah said that if you burn a half a kizayis of ola and umur, which means that if you went ahead and you burned a half a kizayis, ultimately again of ola meat, right, of ola meat, and sacrificial parts of ola. Now again, this might sound a little bit confusing because ola obviously is fully burned on the Gedach, but even in ola has umur, which are the specific sacrificial parts that are burned separate and distinct from the rest of the carbon. So the Mishnah told me was, right, there's only liability if you offer up a kizayis of sacrificial matter outside of the Mikdash. So if you have a half a kizayis of ola meat and a half a kizayis of ola sacrificial parts, those two kizayis combined perform the requisite unit for liability. Okay, Gemara says fine. Gemara says, but it's interesting. Ola ve'imura in shama ve'imura. So something is not been by Ola, and let's say not been by Shlamim. Right? So let's say by Shlamim, let's say the fact that the Mishnah illustrated this example with an Ola makes it sound like this is unique to Ola. But for example, if you were to take a half a kizayis of Shlamim meat and a half a kizayis of Shlamim sacrificial parts, and combine them together, that would not combine to form the requisite share. That's what it sounds like. You sent me. All of them start from the kizayis. Some of us also strikes at the more expensive. An Ola and the sacrificial of Ola combine to form the requisite share of kizayis, which again means if you take a half a kizayis of Ola meat and a half of Ola sacrificial parts and you bind them together, they form a kizayis. What are the ramifications of that? So for example, if you offered up that combined amount outside of the base of English, there would be liability. Furthermore, furthermore, combined amount ultimately again could also make you liable because of Pigel, no Sar, and Suma. Okay, so let's dissect that statement. Suklama, Vishma, Alos, Ola, Yikalo, in Shlamim, Lo. I understand ultimately again. Why, in terms of letting it up outside of the business. So I understand why I have to desire Ola meat and I have to desire some Ola sacrificial parts combined. Why? Because they all have the same, what's the word? It's the same, they all have the same steps. And that's what? will all fully consumed on the Mizbeach, right? Because all the meat, the truth is treated no differently.
There he is. I just have a question for you. Are you ready for my question, Zoo?
When it comes to, let's say, burning them outside
Are you ready to lose?
that have the kizayis of all the meat and have the kizayis of all the sacrificial can combine together to form the kizayis.
Zoo, you didn't answer your question.
It makes sense to say.
You got to answer my question first.
The kizayis of shlamim meat
I'm ready
and
for
have the kizayis of shlamim sacrificial parts. Don't
I'm going to ask you the most
right?
controversial
Why wouldn't they combine? Because we'll say, what happens to shlamim meat? What happens to shlamim meat? You eat it. And what happens to shlamim sacrificial parts? They're burnt in the guts.
Yeah.
I understand why
50% of marriages end in divorce, and your wife commits suicide. Is that still a successful marriage?
When it comes to, let's say again,
How do you define what a successful marriage is?
Sacrificial meat and sacrificial parts.
Binding in divorce.
I understand why they combine in the case of Olam, not in the case of shlamim. Because in the case of Olam,
Yeah, I would say so because you
the
didn't.
same thing as a sacrifice. Everything is going to be fair.
You didn't get a
When it comes to
divorce.
shlamim, however, the meat is consumed, sacrificial parts. I understand why they can't combine. But in other areas of halacha,
I don't think that was so controversial.
But when it comes to
I don't think that was so controversial.
why would shlamim be treated any differently than Olam? In other words, if you're going to tell me that by Olam,
If she committed suicide over you, then it's probably not
and
going to
half
marry.
the sacrificial parts
Yeah,
combined,
it's not good.
or
And
pickle,
you,
no certain.
then you have a bad way of determining whether a marriage is successful.
Any different. So that's actually quite interesting. Which the Gemara says,
Pickle and Adam was good.
Did he want money?
The Chala no son, it's starting. So again, first of all, the rice exclusively the Mishnah explicitly says it. When it comes to pickle, all parts of the carbon combine, and when it comes to no son, all parts of the carbon combine. So once you just understand, right? In other words, you're only chayiv for pickle. Remember again, we'll say what's pickle? Little chazar, what's pickle? Pickle, right? Pickle is a mindset, right? Pickle is when I'm doing some
Zoo,
type
baby,
of
you're
work,
up.
the boldness of the carbon I have in mind to eat it outside of the
Zoo.
time. So, for example, when it comes to pickle, if you have in mind,
I haven't met many people that don't want
and I
money.
have the sacrificial
Okay.
parts, which now anyway, right? But if you have that in mind, they combine. Same thing with no side. If you leave over from the carbon, ultimately again, half the kizayis of meat and half the kizayis of sacrificial parts. The Mishnah says explicitly those combine. Those combine. So kasha pickle up, kasha no side, it's a contradiction because before you.
Do you have a joke?
By Allah. The Mishnah says that when it comes to pickle, no serhame, sacrificial matter always combines. So it's a kasha, it's a contradiction. Here's what actually quite interesting. Gemara says, pickle, no kasha. It's not a contradiction. How so listen to this? Can the pickle, can the nachshavas pickle? So it's actually very interesting. Gemara says some about two different cases. One is talking about pickle itself, in other words, actual sacrificial pickle matter. And one is talking about the nakshava, the intent for pickle. Look at Rashi just a moment ago. This is Rashi on the first wide line, not the bottom wide lines, but the first intermediate wide lines there. Kan b'pickle kam nakshava. So listen to this. Hadik tanim mitzarfin ba'olcha pickle kalmar v'schayit chatas. So everyone say when do we say that sacrificial meat?
I'm just telling you right now, that's a terrible shot.
Combined.
One of the worst shots we've ever seen.
And again, it doesn't matter all the shlom. When do we say they combine? That's when it comes to actual consumption of pickle. If you're consuming pickle, like you're actually consuming pickle, so whether you're consuming half the kazayas, sacrificial meat, and sacrificial parts, it doesn't make a difference. They all come from the kazayas.
I mean,
That doesn't come in low. And when do we say that it only combines by oil? It doesn't combine by shlamim. The machshavas pickle. Listen to this.
Okay.
That's when we're talking about the intent of pickle. Shimshachat or Zarat Amanas.
Are you ready for what history of shots?
No.
Hozmano Pigo. Ava Shlami. He shaped Black Hole or Lahakir Fatsi Zayis, Basar the Fatsi Zayis, a Murin, low Pigo.
Rabbi, what do you rank that
Okay, so we'll say
Zero.
to get a bit technical for just a moment, but actually still quite interested in this. When it comes to pickle consumption, right? You're actually eating
You might have
pickle.
just got to
Then
zero.
again,
I
it
agree.
doesn't matter what part of the
That'd be
pickle
a
you're
one.
consuming. All the parts combined to form a kizayah. So again, if you have a whole
Rabbi, in a
mass,
better
a whole
position for me.
people of pickle combined material, right? And part of it is sacrificial meat, part of it is sacrificial parts,
Rabbi, who's in a
right?
better
And you
position
eat
for
it
me?
combined kizayahs.
I think I am.
Doesn't matter. Shlamim, Ola makes no difference.
Okay.
When is there a distinction type of the Kabbalah? Listen to this. Well, let's say you're the Kohen and you're having a machshavas pigel. So remember again, let's say the Kohen's doing Kabbalah.
What do you rank that one out of 10?
Not good.
He's doing Zrika. He's doing Zrika, right? And he has in mind that he's going to consume this carbon outside of the permitted time. That's pigel. So let's say now watch this. The Gemara now wants to suggest it makes a difference if it's a shlamim or an ola. How so?
That was a great shot.
If it's an ola, and he has in mind that I'm going to eat half a kazayis of meat and half a kazayis of sacrificial parts in 2 days from now, that works. Meaning that works and that it's pigel. Why? Because by an ola,
That's short.
the meat
It's
and
not
the
going to get over
sacrificial
hump.
parts are treated the same way. Everything is burned. So therefore, again, that will combine. By a shlamim, if he has in mind
Short.
that I'm going to eat half a kazayis of meat in 2
No
days from now,
way.
and half a kazayis of sacrificial parts in 2 days from now, that machshava does not combine.
I'm going to go
Why
out.
doesn't it combine? Because by a shlamim, the meat and sacrificial parts are treated differently. Right? The meat
Rabbi,
is
one
consumed,
more punch,
the
I'll just go
sacrificial parts
100%
also
in
get
now.
done.
I'm going to go out.
Interestingly enough,
All right,
so
that's a
for
cool story, dog.
everything combines. From machshava,
You know what's happening in Australia right now?
By Ola, meat and sacrificial
Everybody's
parts will
waiting for
combine.
you to go
By
out.
shlamim, meat and sacrificial parts will not combine.
Fringe festival.
Fascinating.
I was just going to say that.
No sir, no solo cash. Just doing it again. No sir.
Doug, are you ready for one of the greatest shots you've ever seen?
Everyone's waiting for me to make a joke about food.
Yeah, Doug.
Furthermore,
Oh, man, how did that go in, dude?
One is talking about, well, let's see Rashi. Look at Rashi. Rashi's in the wide lines, 5 lines in. Listen to this. When do we say that ultimately again all forms of nosar combined? That's ba'ochal nosar.
What the hell is that?
Actual consumption of nosar. You have nosar.
You're down
in front of you,
2
whether it's
holes to
nosar
none.
of sacrificial meat, nosar of sacrificial part.
Rabbi, did you see like a cow
combined.
spin on my ball this before?
Or this high practice. How do you
Oh,
tell
fuck. No, nobody
and
saw
when
that.
do we say ultimately? I'm sorry. How do you tell me something about Okam Nosar coming? How do you tell me Ola and Shlamim? When do we say
Weird.
that Nosar only applies
Okay.
to Ola and not to Shlamim? The Shani Silsru
My
straight
ball started spinning like it was on like fire.
What happened when the
That's
sacrificial
baller.
was destroyed before Zrika? The Nishtayer
Are you ready for the great show you? Okay.
No.
The Kati guys Mizah. Oh, listen to this. I will say, okay. In order for, it's actually very
Rabbi.
in order for Zrika,
Yeah, baby.
He's in a better position than I am.
there has to be at least
You are?
desires of sacrificial matter left over. Or let's say you had a case where you checked the carbon, but before Zrika was done, the carbon was.
You have to make this.
Like somebody wasn't paying attention on the job, they put it
Pretty
on the
easy.
staff, right? Or it was accident blown out. But it's accidentally destroyed. If there's no sacrificial matter left at the time of Zrika, the carbon is invalid. You need at least the
Calm down, dude.
of the carbon actually left over, actually existing at the
I'm
time of
actually
Zrika.
amazingly good at it.
What happens if you have a half a place of sacrificial
What do you mean?
and a half a kazayis of sacrificial part?
Yes.
Do they combine from the requisite kazayis ultimately again necessary in order to allow? And what's the answer? What does it depend on? It depends on the type of carbon. If it's ola, then the sacrificial meat,
Yeah,
the
baby.
sacrificial parts will combine because the same din they're both part of it. If it's shlamim, ultimately again, half the kazayis of meat and half the kazayis sacrificial parts will not combine so as to us. Okay, quite fascinating. Let's go. The Rabbi Yeshua, and who's the famous musician? The sign of Yeshua Omer.
That was amazing. Yeah, big dog.
So listen to this. It's actually really fascinating. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says, so who's Rabbi Yeshua?
My ball didn't go in the hole.
This is from the Nachos Tasamadala. Coming attractions, right? So we get to the Nachos Tasamadala, you're like, oh, I saw that already. Let's welcome Kuftes. Very exciting. So the Gemara says as follows.
Dude.
Yeah. Okay.
You lost.
And Yeshua says, come on, welcome Shabbat Torah. Any carbon you have. So again, we'll say this.
All right, are you going to go to the Fringe Festival?
I checked the carbon, right? And now something happened to the carbon. It got destroyed. As long as there is a kazayis basar on the base,
Dog, but I destroy you whenever we play.
It's really Okizayis Caleb, right? Or Okizayis Caleb, Zoyes Hadam.
Oh, okay, we're gonna put trick shot.
So the Rabbi shows us as long as there is a Kizayis of carbonic material left at the time of the Zrika,
Trick
you
shot
can
9
go
ball.
ahead and do the Zrika. Now, interestingly enough, it could be a Kizayis of sacrificial meat or a Kizayis of Caleb. What do you Caleb?
Did you say Pip?
So essentially, as long as you have a Kizayis of sacrificial meat, I can't see Zayis Basar.
Are you gonna accept my invitation, dog?
But that Basar, the Chatzi Zayis Caleb. But what if you only have a half a Kizayis of meat and a half a Kizayis of
Look how good this shot is.
the first edition of the Rabbi said, if you have either a Kizayis
Maybe the best shot ever.
or a Kizayis of
Okay, you don't even know what an illegal break is.
what happens if you only have a Chatzi Zayis
Terrible
of
shot.
Basar or a
Worst thing.
Caleb? Ain't no Zolik is Hadam.
Not even
You
kidding.
can't go ahead. You can't offer up.
One of the worst shots I've ever seen.
Listen to this.
Hit the ball, dog.
So the Chazidai Caleb Zolik is Hadam. Mipnei Shekula Kari. Oh, I will say, here it is. Watch this. Watch this. So again, this is a very point halacha. So remember again, in order to go in the Zrika, there has to be at least a kind of
Nope.
at the time of the Zrika. The Yeshua says it's either a half, I think, a Zayis of Basar.
I said it was not
now,
legal.
only have a half
No way you're gonna hit that.
Can those two combine? Those like Caleb is an example.
Boy, time is on.
Sacrificial matter. That's burnt. So what if I only have a half meat and a half the
Are you sure?
Can those two combine the left of Basar sacrificial matter?
No, that's
and
a laser break.
Yeah,
No.
baby.
With one exception, Ola. By Ola, they can combine. Why can they get? We'll see over. Why can they combine by Ola? Why can they combine by Ola? Because by Ola, all parts of the carbon have the same destiny, right? They have the same.
Rabbi fucked up the 8.
Okay, well, let's see your shot.
And sounds very ominous, right? Right.
Man, the most amazing trick I've ever seen on this
We
one.
do the same thing with all parts of the carbon. No,
That was
I'm gonna
really
go over
good.
the discussion a little bit. Right? So in other words, they all have the same avoda. They all have the same avoda, but everything is burnt. So because every single process, because thank you, right? Because everything is burnt, ultimately again, therefore they can combine. That's what Yeshua says. So it's incredible. Well, mincha, now, say, by the way, just before we go on, that's why again, let's go full circle. How did we get into all this discussion? You're like, I have absolutely no idea. Right? I'm happy I know which Masech that we're in. Right? So let's say, so remember again, just to close the circle, where we got to this is remember the last line in the Mishnah on the beginning of today's daf. What was the last line? Remember, in order to be offering up a carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash, how much carbonic material do you need? How much carbonic material do you need? A kizayis.
It's the only one that I think they've had like prosecution. No, I knew another. Well, I knew somebody whose dad was murdered in Northern California.
And we see now, we'll say, so it's the same thing. We see this thing. So by Allah, because the entirety of the carbon is treated with the same process,
Is an assassination
Yeah, dog.
therefore, the different parts can combine to form the sheer design. So therefore, if you burn a half a sacrificial meat and a half a sacrificial parts of all the English,
How do you define assassination?
the same idea here the Gemara says.
It's variable.
That Allah, if let's say again you offered up a fund, and unfortunately again the carbon was
so usually it's a high-profile individual,
if you have,
but it doesn't have to
says,
be.
as long as you have either a half a kizayis of meat or a half a kizayis of caleb, you're good to go. In general, sorry, right? If you have a kizayis,
I believe the etymology is Arabic, and it is
half a kizayis of meat and half a
well,
kizayis of caleb. No,
this
what
one is
is
a-
Sure, I tried it that night.
where they do combine. So by Ola, if you accidentally destroy the carbon over, but you have left over a half a kizayis of meat
You
and half
could
a
make
kizayis
that
of
argument,
caleb,
I think.
which means a half a kizayis of meat and half a kizayis of sacrificial parts, they can combine to form the requisite share of kizayis and would allow for Zrika to occur. It's the same halacha. That's why it's being brought down over here. But the Rabbi says, okay, mincha,
Someone pays money to murder you, is that assassination?
but I must say, by mincha, even if all of the mincha is intact, you can't use Zrika. You must what? Mincha mayavidite. What do you mean if the whole mincha is intact, you can't use Zrika?
It's usually
So one problem with that statement, which is, there's no Zrika by a mincha.
What was that, Zoo?
Is a blood.
So that was one of the worst shots I've ever seen.
Mincha is a meal offering. There's no Zrika. So you're talking about
blind shot, Zoo.
Interestingly enough, the mincha that is brought to the carbon. This is an interesting case.
No, that's what an assassin is. Someone who assassinated. The assassination made there has to be an assassin, right?
And let's say again, the covenant animal itself was inadvertently
But no one's
destroyed by the
contracted
sky.
to us.
But the mincha
Kill you,
is
that's
still
an
intact.
assassination.
Does the presence of the mincha allow you to continue with this Rika? And the answer to that is no. The answer to that is no. The presence of the mincha does not allow for the Zrika to continue. In order for Zrika to occur, there must be a kizayis of actual sacrificial matter, sacrificial meat. That in general, that means from all other kabanos, it's either a kizayis of bach or a kizayis of chela. Ola is unique in that it can combine
Zoo,
a half
you're
kizayis
done.
of basar and a half kizayis of chela.
It's over for you.
Incredible. Mishnah.
Oh, that would have been an amazing shot.
Well, I think I did have a good shot.
Liability for offering up kabanos outside.
I made it very difficult for you to let do anything here.
Into the list of kabanos, or I call it sacrificial, consecrated items that are not animal sacrifices. So coleman's, you know, most
You ready for the right?
Yes. Perhaps it's the greatest shot I've ever seen, but it's not the greatest shot in global history. That's a terrible shot. That's one of the worst shots we've ever seen. Terrible. Terrible. You should lose points for putting in the wrong ball.
I just gave you the easiest blind shot. I mean, you could go for a blind shot, or you could go for a different type of trick shot. In future, people are going to be embarrassed by that shot.
I agree with you, son.
Oh
my!
Did you see
There
that?
might be more embarrassed by that.
Your ball was
I
going
don't know.
in. Your ball was going in.
Embarrassing shot, million.
Doug, your ball was going in, and then it would stop.
Yeah. Who's your favorite button in the world?
I am.
That is human narcissism.
Good.
If you ever get married, you like your wife more than you.
No, I like myself more than anybody.
I'm sorry. First of all, the first
Pure narcissism.
It's good. I'm glad it is. I would have it no other way. I think it shows healthy self-confidence. Look at this shot, Zoo. Oh, come on. Dude. Bank, dude, Zoo. How'd you like that shot, son?
Still, Martin didn't know. If you had to press a button, if you went into a room, you had to press a button that saved a million lives or saved your own. Which button would you press?
My own.
Yeah, you are narcissist.
Yeah, baby. I mean, do I know that 1 million people, or are they just like random ass people?
They could be anyone.
Okay, they could be anyone. Well then,
Could be someone you know. It could even be someone you know.
okay. That's a good question. I might make the sacrifice, but I might not. Depends how I feel that day. Make it, Zoo. What would you do? Dude, that was one of the worst shots that we've ever seen. I'm going to show you.
I think a million lives are more valuable than my own life, so I press the button to save a million lives.
Okay. And what if you were tortured to death?
Tortured to death?
Yeah.
So again, obviously, sometimes that gets in the way of the Ziyas right? Sometimes
Dude, that was
again,
terrible.
Again, people have to leave davening early. No one wants to leave davening early, right? But what Mike says, sometimes you have no choice but to leave early. Okay, that's one thing, but at least again on the day.
There's an argument to be made that potential of 1 million lives or more are sacrificed when you orgasm.
Who are not good about this, and they can tell you stories.
Okay.
They can tell you stories.
What did you say?
I don't exactly know what the
There's an argument to be made that 1 million lives or more are sacrificed when you orgasm.
Keeping it going on until the end of davening. And of course, but again,
okay, well, I'm glad that you feel that way. At least potential.
You know what?
Why is that?
Why is that funny?
Why is that, Zoo? Why is that, Zoo?
Because when you orgasm, potentially you're only making 1 to 3 lives.
Not necessarily. There's the potential that every single sperm could eventually impregnate every single woman. There's a potential. I'm not saying it's high, but there's a potential.
That the prohibition of offering up carbonos outside of the only applies to animal offerings. So not true. Mishnah not true. It applies to all. Now again, it's not a kiddush to us. Why? We just saw it.
In fact, I'd make the argument there's a major reason to avoid it. Because it belongs to someone who can't make a clean joke.
So again, therefore, these items,
I would say that there's a lot of reasons to avoid it because it belongs to someone who can't make a clean joke.
There's actually no liability for these items until you offer them in their entirety outside. Whereas the Panama holds that there's liability even for offering a kizayis, that the Eliezer holds that.
Oh, come on. What?
Only if you offer up the entire amount outside.
Dude, look at how many points I got.
I'm very good at playing joke.
Any of these items.
What's your clean joke, baby?
That will offer out against any crush. And having leftover kizayis, and you offer it out,
Dude.
Outside.
Dude, I just dominated.
You are liable for that. Incredible.
Look at Luke. Zoot, look at the best shot. Look how good it is. What's an angry homeless person? A pissed off person without a house.
Something off of the carbon. We'll see exactly outside.
That's, you said roofless?
Yeah.
Ultimately, again,
Okay.
lines. Incredible. So let's analyze. So first of all, there's a lot,
Yeah, it's
to
not
unpack over here. A lot to unpack.
It's not really funny,
We'll
though.
see in the Gemara. I went through the Mishnah a little bit.
But I'll give you credit. You didn't come up with it. But if you had, then that would be your clean joke, dog.
Choose the ultimate beginning. If a person offers up a kizayis of kitoris, but what's outside of the Beis Hamikdash? If you only offer that, there must just note to change the lashon.
We usually have services that help to avoid that. I've met Jews who are down on their luck and like living on couches. But again, we have services, so that's not really a thing. It happens, but it's rare.
Okay. So let's see exactly
meaning you can go to these services and either we have a free loan society or we have soup kitchens. People will help other people by taking them in. We have a strong community. So, but are there homeless Jews? Yeah, there are.
Mark Zuckerberg claimed
Are you going to finish your sentence, or are you just going to sit there and just... Okay. Do you agree?
What does it mean?
Well, he didn't design it to grant him
That's exactly right.
Third, fourth line. In my part,
You're 100% correct too. He's never launched anything successfully. All his shit fails.
The minimum that has to be offered,
VR system.
right? And that's why, by the way, all these concepts are
It's
influenced.
double.
Why? How much dollars do you have to burn
You said
outside
he's
of the
still
business?
Facebook, he's still people Instagram, he's on. So
You burnt
him
less
steal
than
the
the required shear. Let's say
Right.
the coin burnt less than the
but
required
Instagram's
shear,
not
less than
anything
the
he
stipulated
didn't
shear for Torahs. But he burnt at least a kizayas of Torahs in the base. I mean, you don't say, burns not doing anymore. So a coin doing all of the Torahs in the base, I mean, burning less than the requisite shear, but did at least the kizayas fulfill the obligation. No need to burn any more Torahs. Already there.
Because his app already does that, and he probably wanted to avoid the argument that his company's a monopoly.
About this, even Rabbi Eliezer agrees with this. Now, also remember again, Rabbi Eliezer was the one in the Mishnah who said that when it comes to non-animal sacrifices, the only time there's liability is if you burn the full measure outside of the Beis Hamikdash.
Why is that, Zoo?
To say that a kizayis of Torahs is not enough even inside the Beis Hamikdash to satisfy the requirement. The whole Rabbi Eliezer lad haktari ka'amar.
Yeah.
Ultimately, again, I don't understand. Rabbi Eliezer was the one who said, if you don't burn the full measure outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you're not liable.
Snapchat had the
liability for burning
I agree.
If that's the case,
Dude, I have one question for you, and it's a really important question. Are you ready for it? Who's the man in the world?
When it comes ultimately again to burning Torah,
Just asked you.
everyone agrees. What does everyone agree with? Take a look at Rashi. In the widest lines, second wide line, Shebachol Yom Shalom Ne'emar Bo Shir, the high class Shir D'Rabbananu.
So that very could easily be you.
Interestingly enough, with the daily incense offering, Rashi points out over here that halakha there is no shir.
Zoo.
Doesn't give an amount. Hazal came along.
Give me a clean joke that you thought of.
Everyone agrees that as long as the coin did a ketores, you're good to go, even though rabbinically you're supposed to do more. Similarly, if you birth at least a kizayis outside of the Beis Hamikdash on a
I know.
on a regular day,
That's why there's a potential that you.
that you would.
All right, let's hear it, baby.
Keep pleading back. Where's the machlokes? This to this on the wow. Starts on Yom Kippur. Now, both say now. Let's take a look at Rashi. Keep pleading back.
Waiting for the rest of the joke.
Now, both say now. Watch this. When I take the cards of Yom Kippur, it does state amount.
It's absolutely true. And it's created more data than any human in global history.
One opinion says milk up 2 handfuls. That's dafka. That is a shear. Umar savar milok up nav lav dafka. The other opinion says ultimately again halakha l'maisa. No milok up nav doesn't have to be absolutely explicit. Rather again that even that itself is not an explicit shear.
Dude, I have a question for you.
A little bit in the topic. But interestingly enough, I will say again, so remember, we're focusing over here.
Can you tell me a clean joke?
About halacha l'maisa? What is the liability of ketores when it comes to offering up a kizayis?
No.
Less than the requisite amount. And what we have established, interestingly enough, is a fascinating distinction between what we call year-long ketores versus Yom Kippur ketores. Year-long ketores,
yeah, baby.
Mandated shear. There's a rabbinically mandated shear. Therefore, by year-long ketores, as long as you offer up a kizayis inside the
visual data is the
Yom Kippur, it says handfuls,
most.
The machlokes is ultimately again, is that an explicit shear or not? That's the machlokes.
Visual data, specifically video, is the most densely packed type of data there is.
But here's the thing.
What's the thing, Zoo?
I would argue that
Good morning. We've been given
streets in Toronto with multiple CCTV cameras that have created more data than needed
Oh,
on 24/7 for the last.
Oh, for sure, but they're not available to the internet.
No, yeah.
In memory of Mati's father, Joseph Stone was
I mean, they're not. Also, their streams are not archived, so you just can't go back and watch.
There used to be a TV station where I lived that just played CTV footage of like Adelaide around Adelaide. So just a whole TV station.
Okay, but again, it's not archived. What make? All right, take care, Zoo. Zoo, what's a clean joke?
4 lines before the end of the Gemara says the Mila, the anybody kazayas. Allah makes for a person to be chayav for Allah foot to bring up the carbon outside of the base of the mikdash. It has to be a kazayas. What happens is the Gemara person the Mila brings up after the Mizbeach. The anybody kazayas, that amount is between the Mizbeach, not to have the olive both sides. However, the estimate must be the kazayas. So you measure the whole thing together with the estimate, the bonus inside it. Who will be in other words, now look, it is all meat that's gone to the death. Bones do not have to go to the death. However, we do put them on the death together with the limb. Now, in this case, we have meat, which is not a diet, but if you'll measure it up together with the bone, the whole thing, the entire piece is going to be the size of the diet. So do you count the bone or do you not count the bone? Obviously, the question will be, in our case, first brings this piece onto the death outside of this. Tie it, foot, or do not have our foot, we count the bone, help you to do it. The rest of the Umar, the rest of it says, tie it, yes, you are tied, even though it's tie it, since there's a bone that helps you reach that amount, you are going to tie it, or stock it, which reads and says, Umar, Pato. You have to decide because it's a tie. You have to know tie it. You have to explain why do I think you tie it? Because Kikurin Olin, the Olin is part of the Olin. It is considered to be part of that Ola. And therefore, despite the fact that they don't have a give, the bones, the fact that it's connected, makes it part of the Ola. Therefore, you can have a desire of bone and meat together. Then you tie it for the Ola cook up the subject of the butter. Let's use the butter. Obviously, when you are routine with the Guru Olin, last Olin dummy, outside the house. Not considered part of the Ola, part of the carbon. Therefore, if you knock it down the hood, you're not going to tie it. Therefore, if you have to only says the following question. Mila, Rona, first head of a Yona, as we learned before previously, that when it comes to Ola for O, put the head up to the staff, but the Rosh Yona, so Ola, hello, so the person goes ahead and takes the head of a Ola for O on the staff outside this. The able to die. The head was so small to not have the size of an owl. However, Umela, Mashrimo, with the dice. As the button says, I call our particle, our call, our bone call, we have a head of an OSO, but you put salt on top of it, and now it does reach up here of the desire. Now, what's the halacha? A marava, it's kaya. You have to love of the Kazakh and love and the Kazakh is exactly the same discussion. Or is it just for the opening bucket? The opening bucket is not essentially part of the carbon. Here, and it's all part of the same piece. We have a hood, the opening bucket, weather, whether that will help you reach the share. So he suggests that perhaps it's exactly the Love Hamid Bukaj reveals much more says no, that's incorrect. Rather, to avoid reveal for those who violate the question is still be a good question, both according to opinion and according to opinion. And much more explain. To violate reveal for the question according to reveal for the controls can help you to share odd convoluted weird to say. Some can help you to share that they're not the desires. Allah accept the mean of the body. In that case, the bone and meat is still part of the same, part of the animal, part of that same limb. It's true that a bone does not have a few on the back. The bottom line is, it's still part of the limb. So on the limb, you have bones, you have flesh, you have muscles. It's all part of the same exact limb. So if you can understand, say that the bone can ultimately finish up that share of desire. Abel Melech, if you disagree and say, when it comes to the social life, it's not part of this chicken at all. In other words, you have this stuff. After a while, they hit the chicken. You have this little. We're going to go. Lav Mina Devar Yonah, this head of this Yonah of the soul is just not part of the head. It should be added on later. It's not part of the same name. Like, you would say that it's not good to do. In other words, it's possible for the Elson to say that bone will help you get to the required share of desires for a person to be highest, but salt will not, because the bone is part of the actual limb, but salt is not naturally had of itself. More says to whether it's like another question for a bucket, another bucket and says that the bone will not help you reach that share of desires. I can still understand salt will get you to that share of desires. I kind of look up this bucket. Also, weird bucket say the bone does not help you reach that share of desires. The highest, Ella, May, love, mitzvah, love. If it ultimately becomes meat, becomes disconnected bone, you do not have to put the bone under the you part with the left day. Here, when it comes to the salt on the carbon, now is the salt actually supposed to go onto the back? If you put salt on the carbon, you're supposed to skip up that salt and put it onto the back. The constant occurrence of the bucket, even though a bone will not help you use that share of the diet, because the bone really, in and of itself, is not supposed to go onto the back. It becomes disconnected from that limb, you leave it all to the back. Whereas salt becomes disconnected from the carbon, you do put it back onto the back. So the part of this will take low will be different, and therefore will not. Maybe it's not different. It's still the question. You not have an answer question of salt that helps the head of the dog reach the share of desire, whether or not that would put the person to take fire or a cook. Back in our Mishnah, the person goes to have track carbon outside the base of the is that because you don't drink that itself is a problem. You then take exactly the same carbon and you put it onto his back out of the base of the cup. Allah gives it to you now violate the separate problem of foot. One, they both all of this. No, that's not good. Carbon outside the base of the cup. That carbon right stamp is qualified carbon, and if you bring your qualified carbon onto the shaft, so that because all done was brought up the qualified carbon, and you made it for other stuff. Remember the mission of the carbon is to disagree. But a lot of times, the logic is flawed because it is impossible to ever bring the carbon onto the shaft and the carbon is qualified. Washington no mix. The carbon outside of the base, make it. But not what? It becomes qualified. So you'll say, carbon, and therefore there's ever going to be a field, it's always going to be a field on something which is disqualified. And your fact of qualified say that the common reason why you want to tie it, and some say the carbon outside and the carbon from the back and tie it. Both the two carbon. After all of this, just the ability said you only tie it for. Each of us, or all of us, both the carbon and the carbon asked the question of the century. So the carbon was qualified with the outside, and the real estate really did not respond. Did not say anything in response to the carbon. However, says the Gemara, this is the there. Patient, Rabbi, Takas, just like the Rabbi came to the defense of a Yosef Glue, and he said, now we're talking to this. There's a difference between something that's protected inside, and you're going to bring it up in the back outside. Why it's a place to lie, sounds like that. You always, in that case, it is a sounds like that. In other words, you want to as well. Sounds like that. That a carbon is right inside, but it wasn't always disqualified. There was a period of time when this carbon was eligible to be brought up under the so say it says that in the defense of guilty ideally, if you have a carbon that met all the requirements that made it kosher, that it could have been brought onto the Mizbeach, the fact that it later contracted some type of disqualification does not mean that it's essentially disqualified carbon. However, if you look at the carbon with the sensor outside, the knowledge of that you're going to bring it up on the back outside, the low height, so low, it never had a percent time of this one was right from the beginning. The moment that the carbon started being processed, it was already disqualified. So in such a case, to understand why it was carbon was disqualified all the beginning, whereas a carbon with met requirement for our carbon. You have a carbon that would have been supposed to gone to the back because you decide that's the case like to understand why you see it or all about that. Again, very quickly to answer the question, just as we were saying, the difference between the carbon with the receptors inside, but then being disqualified when it went outside is that carbon already got a check mark for our carbon in the back. It already met eligibility standards that it can be brought up in the back. Once it's eligible to go on the staff, you're not going to bring it on the staff inside. You bring it outside, that's going to be a deal. Outside, it's never meet eligibility. It's never going to meet the standard progressive requirements that it has to get to the staff. Therefore, there's no fear for all of us. But why?
He's on their Channel 5 show and he's talking about it. It's fucking.
Now, Hastings of the Luxembourg Senate occupation community, this Luxembourg Senate also be presented to this community, and he said, now it's subject to NIM. I'll tell you the difference between subject to NIM. You talk about bud. Now, it's NIM and now about bud. You can't tell him if it's subject about bud. This is something we don't see heard of. Now, there's something called in Allah Loyere. Sometimes there are cases where it's coded to Kabbalah. In other words, it's not supposed to go on through that. In other words, you look at a carbon, you ask the child, you put some of that, the luck is, no, don't bring nothing to that. However, if you did ask the child, or you asked the child and you forgot, if Allah went on to that, don't take it. Don't take it down. So essentially, the carbon that has a disqualification of Yoche, when it was tested inside, and then it went outside, that whole category of is Alu Lotair. So it's on the back, you leave it. Better if you're right. Before the fact, if I feel us, don't put not through that. Not supposed to use that because the way I was ever. If it does use that, because it's Pablo, it stays on the back. Whereas something that's tested outside goes up on the back, guess what? Get it off the back, not just to be there. So therefore, again, other defensive would be that outside, this is something that has absolutely nothing to do with that. It doesn't belong any of that. So therefore, if you belong to any of that, you will feel they're putting on the foot. Whereas the carbon defensive inside, that does have some connection to that. they're not easy to hear. Therefore, this is easy to say. I can understand why, even though it's qualified when it goes out, I would have a ear for all of our thoughts for something which is that. Now the Gemara says, okay, two different defenses of this. We imagine I want you says, Lila, it could be nice. Lila could be one of these cases. Lila, first in mind, the Rabbi stuck up the hand of Lila of the man, except for covering out inside at night. The hell of a thought, the wife of the high school times a year. Case like this, at night inside the base of Mikdash. So never had a consequence. He never met eligibility requirement to go to the at night. However, it still was that inside, and it would be a case of other. Well, the Kaya travel other. Although this would be a case we are not supposed to bring up however, it would be a case of other years, that would be the Rabbi and the
because kids are taking these.
Rabbi says another bit of degree. Give a look at the soul. You taught you down in the soul. Again, that's the question. Like Mr. Grazi, never became kosher. I will tell you the Kabbalah. It will stay on the.
That's why I was telling you. We are tested. It's like no, you're not.
Rabbi never had a practice. Immediately, according to the still not left to say Kabbalah is no longer Yerid, and therefore it would be a case of the say.
I've never done it. I had no idea.
More goes on to the next halacha in this halacha, Bein Kodesh.
Maybe they're having fun.
You mentioned the word Mishnah. In this case, going to the Mishnah, kind of, by the way, once we work about the project, talking about all of our thoughts,
well, that's what I think. I guess
that's what it was explained to me. About what was that? This was the person who summoned the first is upon the Mishnah, whether the carbon was Tamei or the carbon was Tahar, he has violated Shema is there's a fear of it.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I can't.
It's only true if the thing that it was Tahar. The thing that he was Tamei, then what do you do? Tamei, you just got the fear. Again, it's probably responsible to do your face. What you're saying doesn't sense. There's never going to be a case where a person is Tamei eats something and food and he's not Tamei. Why? Because no one eats it up. They become Tamei necessary. The Kata was possibly okay, that's the case which is not like that. The ultimate good thing is not having any response. It sounds like a very strong place to call it good. When they said it's impossible to have a case where a person is Tamei, you something with his car, and if you're Tamei, his car when it goes to his mouth, becomes Tamei. Again, Gemara says, stop or Tamei, they're part of the business really. Isn't that a very plain? Isn't that very China? That it's impossible for you're right. Anytime we're talking about a case of the person who was coming to go, the and then afterwards it's not basar, then became coming, who will please the science, how you will agree in your science case, just like the Muhammad said. Why? She came to us not to go, the person self-respect.
This. No, that's
all right. I have to trick myself. About focus, the Mishnah Basar, where the meat was coming first, the Akakak with the Magog, and after was a Sikuna Sekah. Before you go a little further, just going to explain two concepts that are important. There are two rules in Shas, which we have to something called Ein Isser Kal Ovis, which means that once something is Asar, it maintains the Isser status that it has, we don't start entirely on other food. One Isser is enough. However, the coming up with Isser Kolo. Isser Kolo.
Figure out a way to introduce that.
Isser Kolo means exclusive Isser over a bunch of different things. So Isser Kolo generally would be
you have to slowly but surely to get better and just throw it into the fire.
So it includes many different items. For something that's common, it includes many different items. And then there's a personal issue on top of it. It might be your hip, or it might be that you're tummy. So Isser Kolel is a broad sweeping type of Isser. Isser will be probably one of
How it's going to go every night. I don't know. I like that. I think it's good.
In other words,
I think
just to explain
like
Isser.
about loss, about failure.
It will ultimately be
Bombing on stage. I think bombing's good because
you have an Isser, in our case, there's an Isser of Achilas touching when a person himself is Kameh, and then those pieces itself have their own individual code. Let's see how this works out.
After I bombed. Like, I think it's important. Like, failure is important. It sucks, you know, like, you gotta go through that. Like, maybe you got...
What the Rabbanan say, Amina and Mina. The Rabbanan is going to say, since, again, the Basra became Tamei first, and then became Tamei Tzimah. So what happened first? First we have the broad sweeping type of Isser, which is all the meat became Tamei. And then on top of that, you're adding on his own personal type of here. I think it's a better example. A better example would be, let's say you have something which is not kosher. A dairy item which is not kosher. And then you become flaky. So now on top of the fact that the dairy item is not kosher, that's an Isser Kolel, which includes all the dairy with the you have your own personal Isser of the fact that you have to have these inflations so I can't go in the first place. So that will be an Isser no sense. And additionally, Isser Kolel Isser is just stacking one Isser on top of the next. Isser Nosa, which is going to talk to Isser Kosher, is first of all sweeping Isser, that this dairy item is not kosher. And then you'll have the personal Isser Nosa, which is the you person who happens to be kosher. And it's much better example, much more comparable to this case. Here you have something which is Tamei, because all the meat became Tamei, and then you have your own personal Tumah. So the Gemara says, according to Rabbi, we're not going to say that since it's
their timing was so good.
You add that on.
Yossi,
Hold on.
But after a while,
you will say that since it's already usher, you add on the other. This says we're not going to say this meat. As far as the case, this meat, okay, I can understand you're not going to say legal food add on this Isser. Tasty tumas aguf, the mirror, the takal tumas. Bottom line is tumas aguf. Back to tuma should be, and you should still be able to fall on top of the stuff. In other words, because it's going to Isser to fall on top of it. Rashi, you might tumas aguf tamura. Who said? Why are you telling me tumas aguf is the more to enforce the tamura? Maybe the tuma of the boss is going to be more strict because you know it's as a person becomes Sunday, yes, when you come down. But once you become Sunday, it's finished. You can't stop and get rid of the tuma. Just maybe that's going to be. In other words, that ultimately becomes this concept of for notice, as you see, notice when it comes to the tuma. In other words, again, the part ultimately acquiesces and says, when it comes to a case where the person was Tamei first, and then the meat became Tamei, everybody's going to be doing that. Where is this Nafot? Nafot says, when first the meat became Tamei, so that's a broad standing in the color on all of the meat, and then he has his own personal tuma on top of that. The question is, are you going to add that tuma on or not? So you won't.
not step by step.
We're not going to say the stomach so you don't have to know that it's
Didn't work out for him. Fox. Yeah, so that guy
Homer
was
Bashita.
headlining Cardio.
There's something with Hamor about Shah Niba Aliyah bringing it up like that. Kelly the so-called parrot. About speak about what and all of us says there are some certainties about Shita over Aliyah, but actually over bringing it up on his back, and Aliyah is a speaker of certainties about bringing it up on his back over Shita. However, Shita, what is more But I give the question for and she gets it. She takes carbon and he stresses it for her neighbor. The loss is tied. He puts that in the country foot. Even though it was for a check. But Mala had this person who's up on the staff for a head. Allah is Potter. That's not going to be a fear of all of us. Someone but Aliyah. There is a stringency. I spoke about Aliyah. They'll bring it up on the back. Like, what is that? Knives up to the second. If two people hold on to a knife. The shots are two and they shot it. They are puppet. In other words, Shita is only with one guy. Two people do it. Allah is their puppet. There's a lot of connections between the Sugya and the Sugya of time of the Shabbos. I don't think we have time to discuss that right now. But ultimately, when it comes to Shita, two people go ahead. That's the cover of the foot. They're both puppet. However, up to the Aver, two people grab onto a limb of an animal, and the limb of an animal is quite heavy, and like you can carry it on. The animal will bring it up on the staff. We have a stringency about Shita, stringency about Allah. The stringency about Shita is even if rejected for a private person, the love is retired, whereas like Allah is not the case, the stringency about Allah is two people who are retired, whereas two people who Shita is going too far.
That's one thing that happens.
Another time, Hella, because of the Hella. Because of the Hella. The person brought it up in a bunch of different pieces. Now, Rashi points out, Hella was Hella than no Hella. In other words, you see, he kept forgetting that it was us. So he brought it, and then he knew, and then he forgot, and he knew, and he forgot. Allah is, what does it say? Tayyib al-Kal Aliyah, every single time he brings up the here, give you Rabbi Shimon. This is the opinion of Rabbi Shimon. Mark was explaining it on today. What the under this is, it says in the time of Atam, the only time is once to bring up on the staff. In other words, you bring up a bunch of different pieces, the only time is once. Point out what it meant. Tomorrow is not clear what it's talking about. It's talking about two doors, a bunch of pieces. Carbon, one animal limb to work with get the right thing. Next point, Benatai Akiyal Lord the staff. We have to see the bring up on top of the staff. Give me the reason it says, give it over Akilu Hela Al-Fela, Al-Heaven, you can bring it up onto a rock or onto a stone, or make it to that with the again, that was the sinning. That's the formal is back and it's built outside of the Mikdash. That's the only thing we're going to do.
You're actually filming a 1 minute special the first time.
The first time you have a DIY job, it's a stone or a rock guy, so that's
we're getting fucking millions of views.
Now you want to begin. Maishna Hamala, Lahed Yitapaka. Why is it when a person brings a carbon onto a mizbeach for a private person in Paka, the sin? Lashem, the Pasuk says, Lashem, if you mention the Pesach Olamoid, lo Yitenu Lasos Oso Lashem. It says the Gemara, Nami. When it comes to Shita, it also says Lashem. It says the Pesach Olamoid, lo Hezio, Lashus carbon, La Hashem. Rosh Hashanah of a crow, Ish. When it came to the Pasuk of Shita, over there it says Ish. This is a Ish, which is the Pasuk says very clearly. Ish, with the Shah, Yishkak, Shar, I kept the A, the Machna, O. After Yishkak, the Shah, the Machna, is there, therefore, it sounds like this is something to go with the as much as hold on. Got me all the Navik Ish. When it comes to it says exactly it's just a repetition to what it is. It says Alam Amar. Next pasuk says Ish basis from an agar. So you're going to Allah Allah Zava. So it says it says it's just about cases. When Gemara says the problem is comes to Allah to bring it up on the back, we violate the same so Halu, the Eber Hayal. Over there, we can't bring up on the back. We use it to tell you do it together. Hold on. They paid off Konami. He boiled his knife. Exactly the same thing. Why are you saying it's so people who carry a little bit back? We're going to be tired because it says it's it. But when it comes to you don't say that. It also says it's.
Go there every night, late at night.
It also says it's there. Of a cross, it says in the pasuk Hahu, is very clearly lo ish Hahu to that individual person. Echad v'lo shnayim, but there's a stipulation of Hahu. The officer says, Hahu. It says Hahu, as well, remember, the Pesach Olmai, lo Yidian Lasos, also Lashem, individual, Amo. Versus no, yeah, eat already. The violate, Rimapute, Shogeg, who the person who is a Shogeg or a Muslim. One of these two, simply a person who does not know. Made a mistake. He thought it was Muslim. He thought that what he was doing was okay. And it's not exactly clear what it understood. Typically, the person who was forced against his will. He had no ability to control it. However, Toshers understand you can't beat. You have to have a special fucking to says, the Sema, high honor, Pratim, Omer Muslim. This is a little bit of a This is the person who he knows it's Muslim. He's one of those guys who knows. He knows it's Muslim. In other words, he knows he's the person who says, no, this is Muslim. I'm doing this person. So Shogeg is the person who doesn't know the Allah, made a mistake. Omer Muslim is the person who actually thinks that this is the case that's going to be permissible. So it's slightly different. The Muslim is the person who is tricked. The person told him that it was Muslim, but it's not. In other words, three different versions of the Shogeg. The obvious, that's the case of Hanami. Again, it's always going to go both ways. If you're telling me in one case you use the word, you can use the word Tahu to exclude a person who did it by mistake, then it will be relevant to the other case as well. Hanami, which it says, it says Tahu's wife. El Lashem level, he's 27 Allah. Now, of course, once you start with the lab, Lashem will start with the lab, that there is no key for person who definitely start with the lab. After you know what to start with the lab, you know the time, the left, you go, I didn't show one time. That's going to be responsible for making it a stupid book, or all of us, because it's not supposed to be bulletproof when it comes to the death of the person. Outside because the law doesn't the words of Torah law. There is a what is that? What was the stringency when it came to Allah? He said the stringency was that two people carrying it up. When it comes to pizza, two people accept it to be butter. When it comes to carrying it up like pizza, two people do it. He will be tight.
That has kind of got them into stand-up.
Ish. The Pasuk tells us ish, as we just mentioned, just mentioned before, it says ish. The Valim Tomer ish. He basically showed him in a guard. Asher Yadu L'Sokam Asher Yala Olo. That was talking about a person who's getting a covered ark to the staff. Not Talmud Lomar. The Rabbos. Why does it say ish twice? The Rabbos nine to up to the Aver. The hell. It comes to include two people while holding on to a limb to bring it up onto the staff. The Chayavim. But he will be tight. Why do you have to tell you that? I would have thought Alabinu. I could use my own logic to make a California. I'll say it's solid. We're not ourselves to when it comes to look at a case of a person who steps an animal from by the person, the Tayyib, he's Tayyib, he steps from by the person, nine up to the socket. Now, what it is, if two people step, you will be touched. Again, seems like when it comes to Shita, there's a stringency about a person who steps from by the person, and still he can be touched with two people do it. I would say, I'm not a Lahedi, the person who needs to come up to a Lahedi, he's going to be touched. I would say that there's this inconvenience when it comes to Allah. That's what I try to tell. I would say it follows logically dictate that two people bring it up to the part of the if they know that two people who bring up a cut onto the death outside, they'll both be tied. Even Rabbi Shimon using the word Shimon, Yossi says, Ahu, the boss says, Ahu, and there to Gashim Echad, was named only one person is about it. Okay. Of course, why have to confuse in the first place?
What the fuck are you doing?
He responds and says, don't get bigger Torah talk. Torah sometimes will speak. Human beings speak. Sometimes people say extra things for just to bring out the point. They'll reiterate
I said to him, I'm like,
that's what people talk. People speak that way sometimes. Sometimes it's to make the point. Sometimes it's because the person would like to speak with flower. But sometimes people double the language. Says,
that's silly.
Rabbi Yossi Gefar does that as well.
That's crazy. Yeah, I don't like that young guy coming up.
Reb Shimon, hi ha ho. First, Reb Shimon, hi ha ho. Mi baile the buffet shogeg on the again. It does say ha ho. So what does it do? It says ha ho. More answers.
It was literally like, well, maybe the word got out that I was like, never.
It uses that to exclude a person that will read a question. Reb Yossi may have who means who ha ho. He does learn that from that word, but he learns that from the ha in the word tahu. So the both mean tahu to exclude a person who does it by mistake. The question is it from the word tahu entirely or the hay? Shimon, who hahu lo dar. Look at that from Rabbi behavior. According to Rabbi Yossi, the double washing of his kid is not impressed. So because this is a part of the Adam, but the extra hay he does that. According to Shimon, the extra hay he does that to.
Yeah, I know.
No, according to Shimon, the extra hay does not that to the he does that. And another more asked. Rabbi Yossi, I mean, the high ish, when it comes to ish, when it comes to all over here, the talk for so many Adam. Now, how ish, not be talk for so many Adam. You know, just at the bottom of the discussion with Aleph, he asked the question, Ma'ishna Hamal had it to pass. Every darkening is the person will be tired for Shmita for a private person. The darkening over there. Why is the darkening over there? There's more said. Then the student decide again. The high is to the talk for some of the Adam. Who is this kind of difficult to talk about the Adam? How do you know that you speak for a private person who's going to be tired? Well, so had this in Malay, or a person is tired. This is masculine, dumb, say, well, ish, who. It says, who, dumb, it says,
oh, look who the fuck it is. I tell you, come back in 3 minutes, and you take your sweet ass time jerking yourself off raw. Zoot's been here twice. Yeah, twice, baby. Now here's my...
Like 5 minutes.
Yeah, of course.
Reiterate things inside of the system as well, kind of separate stuff.
Very abstract.
So where does he know that acceptance is the private person of the diet from the word tradition? Next, we mentioned the Mishnah. Hella, the Chazar.
Did it have to do with
bring it up once, bring it up again. What
marriage?
Machlokes in the Mishnah is the Daled, the Hay, Avarim. We're talking about four or 5
like,
different Avarim.
He's like, I have to ask you a very, the most, what the fuck, what the most controversial question I've ever had to ask you. Okay. He's like, do you consider a marriage to be successful if the partner like ends their life? And I was like, well, it depends how you define success in a marriage. And he's like, not getting divorced. And I said, okay, well, if it's just based on that, then yeah. And here's my question to you.
Everybody agrees.
Are you ready to lose in literati?
So again, according to Reish Lakish, you have one limb cut up into a bunch of pieces. Everybody agrees.
Doug,
if you're bringing up a bunch of different Avarim Shalemim, is there a give on each individual limb, or it's only a give on the whole animal? If Rabbi Yochanan disagrees, he says, no, my focus is Be'aver Echad. My focus is by one individual limb. The Marisavar Mukhari Nin. You have something which.
All right, baby, you gonna accept my invite, or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
Yeah, hold on.
What's the
Maybe.
And it popped off his
If you come in and remind me of it. If you come in here and stream it, sure.
You're going to be tired. Why would that be? Because inside of this mikdash,
are you fucking serious? All right, are we just staying up all night to watch it?
You have something which flies off the back from the intense heat, even though it's missing part of the limb. You put it back on. So what that essentially means is, even though it's closer, since inside it's going to go back on.
Yeah, that is bullshit. You know what else is bullshit?
The other thing is
the fact that you haven't accepted my invitation.
Several different limbs. Everyone would really go to the side. So the opposite. According to Rabbi Yochanan, they'll agree when it's different limbs. Everyone will be to the side.
No, I refuse.
This ultimately disagrees with the white Amar Ula. Hakomo, the
Psych, bitch. I'm gonna tear through you.
That if it came off of his back, and this is something the hell was brought up on his back outside Shekayim, you will be tired, and that's the true El Makar foot. The only machlokes is when you're talking about something which was burned outside, Shakashu, it's missing the hell of a foot brought up outside the Mars of a Fatim, that's of a Shekayim. There's where the focus is going to be in the Shekayim now. In other words, Ikita Amri, some learn Ula slightly differently, which is the Lishon of Asra. Amar Ula called Modim the Makar Echad. Everyone agrees when it comes to something which is processed and burning outside.
Yeah, it started, baby. You're up.
And you burn up outside Shuri Potter. Everyone agrees you're Potter.
Son, you're up.
Only when we're talking about something which is burned inside Shachas Halabakot that was missing. You burn up outside the Marsa of Potter. One would say,
everybody is waiting.
Ultimately, you have to keep your head together. This is the beginning of avoid the Shmuel. Alish Nakama, Shmuel, avoid the Shmuel is going to argue on Alish Nakama. Ula, why? How do you know that? It says very clearly.
That's one of the worst plays. That's one of the worst plays I've ever seen in the history of humankind. Terrible play. You know what your strategy is.
That argues with Alish Nakama.
No one knows what your strategy is.
Where you said there was no muscle.
That's what we played.
Again,
Trek.
We have
played Trek.
Several layers of machlokes in the Mishnah and the machlokes in the Gemara. Tuner's Lakish and Rabbi Yochanan, and then two different versions of Hula. Let's just go a little bit further. In the Chayiv Ad Shigala, you're not going to be Chayiv until you bring up on top of his back. The last thing we did in the Mishnah was machlokes whether it has to be a real mizbeach or a makeshift mizbeach like a stone or any other elevated surface is going to be good. Amar Buddha. Buddha says, nighttime at Rabbi Yossi. What's the reason why Rabbi Yossi says it has to be a mizbeach? Let's say, what did it say? That even off mizbeach Hashem. Noach get out of the teva. And he built a mizbeach Hashem. There was no Beis Hamikdash then. What did he do? He built mizbeach.
My friend, it is your turn, and everyone is waiting on you. And I just want you to know that no matter how many cheat codes you use, they're not going to help you. No matter how many cheat codes you use.
That his wife is going to have a baby, who's going to be Shimshon. He was so excited about that, and he went ahead and he brought a carbon to Hashem. Where Bayal al-Asor on a rock. So you see, clearly we're talking about the time
worst play
carbon outside. Obama could be the rock. Al-Asor al-Hashem.
That's I don't even know why you would do that.
How do you know the fact that it says it wasn't bad?
That's the worst. The worst play.
Not the case that talking my back.
How would you deal with the fact that according to Rabbi Yossi, the pasuk says Yikach Hanach and he put it on a rock? The Gemara says a rasha. That was just a one-time case where there was a ruling that you're allowed to bring it up on a rock. Alternatively, you could say, this is Tanya, Shimon Omer. Shimon says, Mizbeach Pesach Olamoid. The exact wording of the pasuk is, V'zarak Kekoyen Saddam al Mizbach Hashem Pesach Olamoid. So it says Mizbach and then Pesach Olamoid. In other words, the aim is Mizbeach for Bama. Mizbeach only needs to be inside the Olamoid, but not on a Bama, not in a private area. To speak of, therefore, Hela Ala Eben, Tai Yom B'Chaz. The requirement of Mizbeach is only relevant inside the base of Dutch, not outside. And the Gemara says, Taya, why are you saying Taya? Yotza mi violate. Say Yotza. Hello, so he's Yosef. More Shazaki comes. This is what we need to see. Fika, Bishas Isra Bamos. Therefore, at a time when it's also to have a private mizbeach, Hella I'll sell it to bring it on the top of a rock. I'll ever going to be tired. Why? Because that is considered to be a good enough mizbeach when you're not inside the Beis Hamikdash. Therefore, if it's Bishas Hetra Bamos, you'll be Yotzei. Bishas Isra Bamos, you're going to be tired. One more couple more lines. Where it goes to Penina, Keren, Mikevesh, Yisod, Rigua, now she Aku Gabam. According to the one who says you have to have this bad.
You played
qualifications of this bad.
till for 3 points,
horns on the top,
and you could have played
have to have the base on the bottom,
if for 15. Why would you do such a thing?
Hani, we learned in the Brisa, Keren, Mikevesh, Rigua, Yisod, Aku.
You played till for 3 points. When all you had to do is use your eye from till and put it on the triple word score and play if, and you would have scored 15 points.
But other places, certainly Shiloh makes a lot of Rashi says, but a private mizbeach does not have to have all the qualifications.
Do you need me to explain this to you further?
We'll be back tomorrow. It's a tremendous topic. Everybody have a wonderful day and a wonderful rest of the week.
Yo, dog, you're not using your headset, are you? Good. That headset is way too fucking loud. And I could even tell. But that's cool. My question is this. Well, I don't want to go on your backswing, so go.
What the fuck? Fucking distracting me.
Good morning. We begin by thanking our sponsors. Today's daf is Daf Kol Tetzvah Sefer Sefer. We begin by thanking Rashi and Schreiber for sponsoring all the shiurim. As a support, all the shiurim in Market Tavis is a special for Shleim for Yoel Club in Area and Rest of Shemesh representative for Shleim. Kana Leah Marley for sponsoring all the shiurim in Market Tavis in memory of Marty's father. Yosef Shlomo and Moshe Shmuel Ben Yisrael Yehuda.
Yeah, bang. It means to be a pimp.
And the families sponsoring the advanced learning today in loving memory of Elbaum on his name. Yaakov Kapol, Ben, Avram, Menachem. As the Shemesh Shemesh having Aliyah, and the families having a Chavis. So thank Chaim and Maki, who worked for sponsoring that Yomi today. His memory is the Yotzek of Judah, Beyok, Risha Bas, Aaron Akoyan, Rest Hashem.
What the fuck? Yeah, they need to fucking
as you saw,
They have to give way too much time.
What happens is the person's smiling brings them up to his back. The name of Kazayas, that outfit we bring up to his back does not have the olive on the side. However, that's the Mashkina of Kazayas. If you measure the whole thing together with the eczema, the bone that's inside it, it will reach the amount of Kazayas. In other words, now all meat has to go onto the
Alright, I'll fucking pass because you're a little bitch. But don't steal my spot. Oh, that's fucking no fair. That's fucking no fair. Dude, that's the cheapest fucking thing I've ever seen you do. That is fucking unfair.
Obviously, the question will be, in our case, the person brings this piece onto his back outside of his does she see chayiv for alles foot, or is he not chayiv for alles foot? We count the bone to help reach share kazayas. We have an Amar, the Yechon says, chayiv, yes, you are chayiv, even though there isn't enough meat for kazayas, since there's a bone that helps you reach that amount, you are going to be chayiv. Or Shtakish disagrees and he says, Amar, Pater. You're not going to be chayiv because there isn't enough meat to be chayiv. You have to explain why do I say you're chayiv? Because Kiburi Olin, which is connected to part of the Olin that goes up to his back, it is considered have a desire of going and meet together, then you will be tired for all of stuff and such a piece. So obviously, explains the more he is unbelievable. Something which is connected to something which is not is not considered part of the Ola, not part of it, and therefore doing Pachot. Therefore, a piece of it is not a Kazayas. It only reaches out, the bone is connected to it, says you're sluggish, the bone does not help you reach that shear, you will be part of bringing that up to the back. By Rabbi. Rabbi asks the following question: Amaila, top of the Testament. Rosh ben Yonah, person brings the head of a ben Yonah, as we learned before previously, that when it comes to the Ola Sa'od, you put the head up to the back. That's what Rashi says, Rosh Yonah, shall Ola Sa'od Shahalav. So a person goes ahead and takes the head of a Ola Sa'od on his back outside the base of the Mikdash. She'ein bo Kezites, but the head is so small, it does not have the size of an owl. However, Uminella, Mashlimo Kezites. As the Pasuk says, our carbon not get salt in every single carbon. So here you have a head of an OSO, which is not the size of an owl, but you put cloth on top of it, and now it does that share of the Kezias. Now let's have a
Yeah, I'm fucking serious.
So actually, Rabbi responds to Rashi and said, isn't this exactly the same discussion that we just mentioned?
Not a word.
NUG? How isn't it a word?
And it's all part of the same piece.
I know, how isn't it? It's not?
The additional piece in that case was a bone, in this case it would be salt. Whether that will help you reach the share Kazayas. So he suggested that perhaps it's exactly the same focus.
Dog, that's bullshit.
Where says no, that's incorrect. Rather, the question will still be a good question, both according to the opinion of Rabbi Yochanan and according to the explain.
Yes, that's it.
It's still a question according to Rabbi Yochanan who says that the bone can help you finish Kazayas is ad pan like Rabbi Yochanan also. We, Rabbi Yochanan, say that the bone can help you reach that shear, that they now have a Kazayas, Hassam, Ella, Etzem, and Nino the boss. In that case, the bone and meat is still part of the same type. In other words, it's part of the animal, it's part of that same. So it's true that a bone is not a teeth and that is bad. The bottom line is, it's still part of the limb. So on the limb, you have bones, you have flesh, you have muscles. And it's all part of the same exact limb. So you can understand why he'll say that the bone ultimately finish up that shear of Kazayas. However, Malach, we can disagree and say, when it comes to salt, it's not part of this chicken at all. In other words, you have this dog, this bird. Not sure why we're thinking chicken over here. You have this little, you're getting close to shadows. This head of this Yoda, of the salt is just not part of the head. You could be added on later, but it's not part of the same man. You would say that it's not going to improve. In other words, it's possible for Yotzner to say that a bone will help you get to the required desires for a person to be tired, but salt will not, because the bone is part of the actual limb, but salt is not natural to the head of the cell. The Gemara says, it's another question according to Shlokas. In other words, the Shlokas who said that the bone will not help you reach that share because I can still understand why perhaps it certainly will get you to a share of desires. Why this outcome of other Shlokas, also we Shlokas say that the bone does not help you reach the required share of desires for a person to desire. However, the parish mine la mitzvah la suke. If it ultimately becomes disconnected, the meat becomes disconnected from the bone, you do not have a mitzvah to put the bone on the mizbeach. The parish mitzvah la suke. Here, when it comes to the salt of the carbon, the halacha is the salt actually is supposed to go onto the mizbeach. If you put salt on the carbon and the salt comes off of the carbon, you're supposed to scoop up that salt and put it onto the mizbeach. So it's possible to encourage your focus, even though a bone will not help you reach that share of desires, because really, image of it is not supposed to go onto the mizbeach. You become disconnected, you leave it off the mizbeach. Whereas salt, it becomes disconnected from the carbon, you do put it back onto the mizbeach. So the power of mitzvah suke, law will be different, and therefore ultimately it's not. Maybe it's not You still have the question according to perspective. You still have the question according to Yochanan, and we not have an answer to the question of when you have 12 that helped the head of this dove reach the shear of Kezias, whether or not that will put the person to a state where his time were all his cooks. I will leave it as a takeaway. We will start again the question. Back in our Mishnah, we mentioned there's machlokas between Yosef and the Chachamim. There are two different machlokas, and we're going to address both of them. According to the Chachamim, the person goes ahead and shafts the carpet outside the base Hamikdash. So it's strictly a Chachamim. Then the Chachamim, that itself is a problem. Then take exactly the same carpet and you put it onto his back out on the base Hamikdash. Allah says, according to the Chachamim, you've now violated two separate problems of chutz. One shvivei chutz, second one ha'alos chutz. You go say,
Hey, that's my word.
You're lucky. I had the game, right? I had like the one more thing. That's okay.
My friend, do you have any last words?
Go for it. Yeah. Oh, wow. Man.
That's the biggest game. That's the biggest I've ever played. And it's the biggest you've ever had played against you. What are your thoughts? I don't hear you like talking about how amazing that play was. Why aren't you talking about how amazing that play was?
Give me another 50-point word.
Did you build your robot?
What?
Did you build your robot?
No.
Why not?
The lock and then come back and then here.
Okay.
I think it's possible to even build the bot that'll
Oh, for sure.
down Telegram.
For sure.
Get the name, fucking phone number so I can get Telegram.
All right. Well, their website you could do that. It does cost a little bit of money.
I know it's been through it. Enough more invested, like $12. and you have to do like a cap.
Oh, you want to? Yeah. I don't. Dude, that's a hard spot to build.
Sometimes.
I mean, I could do it. I could probably do it in about 8 minutes.
In other words, it's not supposed to go out from his back.
I'm amazing.
You look at a carbon, you ask a child, should we put this on his back? The luck is, no, don't bring it up to his back. However, if you didn't ask the Shiloh, or you asked the Shiloh and you forgot, if it went onto his back, no tear it. Don't take it down. So it says it was from Shimon. Everyone has a disqualification of Yote, that was shafted inside, and then we went outside. That falls into the category of in Alu Lote. It goes onto his back, you leave it here. In other words, you're right. Before the fact, look up Kila, don't put it onto his back. It's not supposed to go onto his back because they're out of this in the dish. However, if it does go onto his back, punish Makablo, stays on his back, and it's allowed to be there. Whereas something which is shafted outside, if it goes up on his back, guess what? Get it off his back. It's not supposed to be there. So therefore, again, another defensive risk would be that if you shaft the carbon outside, this is something which has absolutely nothing to do with his back. It doesn't belong on any of his back. So therefore, if it doesn't belong on any of his back, you can't do the chiyuv for putting it on his back by foot. Whereas the carbon which is shafted inside, that does have some type of connection to his back because if it went on you. But therefore, basically, today, that I could understand why, even though qualified once it goes out, I would a chiyuv for all of our cooks for something which is shafted inside, but not something which is shafted outside. Now the Gemara says, okay, two big defenses of this are really making. What's the difference between the two of them? However, the Elu says, Shkita Slaila Ikibinaya. Shkita Slaila will be one of these cases where there will be a difference. So, as Rashi explained, Rashi Shkita Slaila Ikibinaya. Keep in mind, the Rabbi shot back to him Balayla with man, if you shot the covering out inside at night, the hell of a thought, Papa watched the high school shots the country, get to the Shkita Slaila. Case like this, shot it at night inside the base of Mikdash.
I have 4 O's.
So never had a shot of kosher. He never met eligibility because because he shafted at night. However, it was shafted inside, and it would be a case of other loyal. This would be a case you're not supposed to bring it up onto his back because he never had a shot of kosher. However, it would be a case of other. That would be a difference between the defense of Rabbi and the defense of the Rothschild group. Rabbi says another difference would be if you caught the dam in Bichal, so again, kosher left, it says Rashi, it never became kosher. However, kosher Makabel, it will stay on his back. Again, another difference between Rabbi and Shimon, where according to Rabbi, he never had a shot of kosher because he was disqualified immediately. According to Shimon, still not lucky to kosher Makabel, it's another Yerid.
Oh, dude. Look how cool this play is. It like makes like a square, or like it completes like a circle. That's baller as fuck. Is that not the most baller as fuck shit you've ever seen?
Kind of just like, by the way, once we brought this up,
I don't know if I've ever done that.
What was that?
I'm sure I've done something similar because I'm so amazing. But nothing that sweet.
Whether the carbon was tamei or the carbon was tahar, he has violated the tumah, and there's a field over there. According to Bissi Aglili, he says, no, this is only true if the thing that he ate was tamei, then what did he eat? He ate something which is never tamei, so there can't be a field over there. And again, if the farmer responded to Bissi Aglili and said, Bissi Aglili, what you're saying doesn't make any sense. There's never going to be a case where a person who's tamei eats something and the food he eats is not tamei. Why? Because the moment he picks it up, it becomes something you mentioned. This is kasha. It's possible that you shove it, that someone could have shoved it down his throat, holding it on a stick. But okay, that's a case which is not so shtia. But ultimately, Bissi Aglili did not have any response. Again, it sounds very strong claim that the tongue makes Bissi Aglili, where they said it's impossible to have a case where a person is tamei, he eats something which is tar, and if it is tamei, is tar when it goes into his mouth. The moment he picks it up, it becomes tamei. So again, Gemara says, "Shopper, Kami, the Rabbi Bissi Aglili." Isn't that a very good claim? Very good taina. That it's impossible for a person who's tamei to eat something that the food will be tar when it gets into his mouth. You're right. Anytime we're talking about a case where the person was tamei, was tumasagor, and then afterwards nitma basar, then the meat became tamei. Everybody will agree that you're chayiv in that case, just like the Chachamim said. Why? Shekei tumasagor, the courage, the tumah that the person himself contracts. Comes in with the key. Courage, kli. Where's the man afterwards? There was a good. And before you go a little further, to explain two concepts that are important to understand over here. There are two rules in Shas which we have to connect to this sugi. Something called a iser tal al iser, which means that once something becomes aser, it maintains the iser status that it has, and you don't start piling on other isurim. One iser is enough. You're not going to pile on several other isurim. However, there's something else called iser kola. Isser Kolo does not mean that it's Isser Kolo. That's not what it's talking about. Isser Kolo means an inclusive Isser over a bunch of different things. So Isser Kolo generally would be, I think, example. Let's say something is not kosher. So it includes many different items. Or something is tamei. It includes many different items. And then there's a personal isser on top of it. It might be Yom Kippur, or it might be that you're tamei. So isser kolo is a broad sweeping type of isser, and kol isser will be piling one on top of the next. In other words, just to explain isser kolo again, it will ultimately be. You have an isser, in our case, there's an isser of achilas kachim when a person himself is tamei, and then you have those pieces itself have their own individual tumas. Let's see how this works out. That's my place in the Gemara. Hold on. Why is there a abundance? Rabbanan say, Amina Migu. Rabbanan are going to say that since, again, the basar became first, and then you became something to us good. So what happened first? First, you have a broad sweeping type of isser, which is all the meat became tamei, and then on top of you adding on his own little.
Father move.
I think it's a better example. I mentioned Yom Kippur. A better example would be, let's say you have something which is not kosher. A dairy item.
How'd you like that move, son?
And then you become flacious. So now, on top of the fact that the dairy item is not kosher, so that's an isser kosher.
What do you think of my play on Jaws, dog?
Like that. Your own personal isser of the fact you have inflation.
You weren't very impressed.
So
that was 84 fucking points, baby. I want you to continue to talk about it. How brilliant it was.
But this dairy item is not kosher. And then you'll have the personal isser nosa, which is that you personally happen to be kosher. It's much better depth, much more comparable to this case. So here you have something which is tamei. The whole of it became tamei. And then you have your own personal tumah that you've contracted.
What the fuck is OZ?
We're not going to say that since it's also with Tumas Kolo, you add that on. If you see, hold on. According to Rabbanan, you will say that since it's already Asur, you add other Isur. Basically, it says we're not going to say.
All right.
This
Are we really going to watch the fucking thing at 5 o'clock in the morning? Just do it. Just do it right now. I'll set an alarm, and if you come in here and stream it, I'll watch it with you. But I'm sure I'll fall asleep within the first 10 minutes.
Who said? Why are you telling me that Tumas is more of a strict tumah than
going
as
to be
a Canadian.
a stronger takia. In other words, that ultimately becomes my focus between
No, I get it.
and the
Oh yeah, can I tell you?
Oh, it's or no if I can say it's or no when it comes to the tumor. In other words, again, the Gemara ultimately acquiesces and says, when it comes to a case where the person is
and I just
first,
went on Twitter.
and then the meat became tummy, everybody's going to agree in that case. Where is this? My focus is when first the meat became tummy. So that's a broad spanning Israkolo on all the meat, and then he has his own personal on top of that. The question is,
you want to hear
going
about
to add that
the idea?
on?
I want to hear.
Partnership already.
You won't.
I want to hear all about it.
And
Yeah, Rabbi Rothschild. I get it. No big deal.
Because it's tough to assume on the meat is going to be more.
I think you'll like it.
I'm listening.
Chomer b'shchita. There's something which is more chomer about shchita mi'aliyah from bringing up on Mizbeach. Again, we can talk to this whole parak about shchita bakot and ha'olah bakot. Says there are some stringencies about shchita over liyah, that's about shechting over bringing it up on Mizbeach. And with aliyah the shchita, there's certain stringencies about bringing it up onto Mizbeach over shchita. Over shchita, what is more strict than shchita? I gave the person who shechts for an individual. So he takes the carbon and he shechts it for next door neighbor. This guy, there's still guys that
coin basically told voting right.
Even though it wasn't correct check. The amount that the person brings up onto his back for that's not going to be a fear of all of our foot. Someone for aliyah, there is a stringency.
Allow me to rephrase that.
About aliyah, but bring it up onto his back. What is that? Shnayim she'osu b'sakin. If two people hold up to a knife, they two of them, they are part. In other words, shita is only with one guy. Two people do it. They are part. There's a lot of connections between the sugya and the sugya of Shnayim she'osu and of the Shabbos. So we're going to discuss that right now. But ultimately, when it comes to shita, if two people go ahead, they're both offers. However, two people grab on two a living animal and a living animal.
I want you to
need two people to carry it on. So to bring up
this idea.
So we have a stringency about shita, a stringency
about
all of the stringency about shita is,
which I believe
even if you check for a private person, whereas all of them, not the case. There's a stringency about all of which is two people do it for time, whereas two people do
I believe that there's definitely
another time. Hella, the hella. The hella. So a person gathered up in a bunch of different pieces. Now Rashi points out
on the blockchain.
hella the in other words, this means he kept forgetting that it was constant. So he wrote it, and then he knew, and then he forgot, and he knew, and he forgot. Okay, is what does Mishnah say? Chayyim al kol aliyah. Every single time brings up his own individual chiyuv. If you're Rabbi Shimon, this is the opinion of Rabbi Shimon. The Mark going to explain later on today what this case is about. This disagrees. He says, "Ein echad ala akas." The only time you once to bring up on his back. In other words, you bring up a bunch of different pieces. You only time once. That's what it meant. The Gemara is not clear what it's talking about. It's talking about you brought up a bunch of pieces of the same carving from one animal, one limb, so the Gemara can get to that right.
Only one.
Next point, data type Akshial Lorsh has back. That's the bring up the top of his back. The reason it says, even over Afilu Hela Asela, if he's bringing up onto a rock or a stone, a makeshift is there, it's still going to be fast. Again, that's a form of his back that was built outside of this. That's all that is going to be a here. Jimmy disagrees and says, even if you have the DIY job, or just a stone, or a rock outside, still, that's something which you're going to
buy the token, and then
that's where it begins.
Voting rights
why is the person bring the carbon onto his back for a private person in his pocket? The sin. The Pasuk says, Lashem, as you know, we mentioned, Lo so Lashem. So now it says Lashem. When it comes to Shkita, it also says Lashem. It says Lo has the O. La carbon.
I want to be on.
It says Ish
ish.
Creative competition.
Since it says ish, which is the product says very clearly.
Okay. You want to know why that's the shittiest idea I've ever heard?
Therefore, it sounds like something even for
I like it. I think it's the best idea ever. And here, no. So you're basically saying like choose your own adventure for a person's life, right?
Yeah, like community is voting on
From Gemara says,
what the
probably up on his back,
Yeah. So it's like
bring up our we use
Choose your own
to tell you that
adventure using
will be tired.
Because originally the
Okay,
person
Hanami,
adventure
me boy, the Mishnah, the same
realized
thing.
it could be much
So
bigger
what
and
you're saying
there's
is
multiple
tell the
creators
people
that
who
were
carry a limit in his back.
or tell it to the community can vote on that idea like, okay, we want to see you go on a trampoline or
It also says
something like
there.
we're doing like some down bottle flip challenge or whatever.
Says very clearly,
Verified creator
that individual person
people like all competing against each other and they
it's a stipulation
claim
of
the reward
He also says
for
the Gemara, Gabi Kohen,
the challenge or scavenger hunt.
it says why all as well.
all right. So there's an issue with human
that individual
human.
that we need already.
What's the word for it? I'm looking, dog. Human behavior that I think you may run into. So, especially with groupthink, people will push the limit. So somebody might be like, okay, I want somebody to be in a hamster ball. And somebody, just to be funny, will be like, yeah, a hamster ball, but they're naked. And so it's like, okay, well, where do you draw the... Okay. So then... Okay, well, you didn't say that. I never at any point heard you say PG-13.
Yeah, I did say that there's a guideline.
Yeah, one of the guidelines that you should have included was that it's PG-13.
He's one of those guys who knows. He knows it's mutter, except he's wrong.
I said, like, it can't be unsafe or malicious.
So Shogi is a person.
You didn't say sexual. You didn't say sexual.
You're looking at your fucking iPad. Look at this iPad, folks. Look at this fucking iPad. Caught red-handed, live with a tablet fucking iPad. Okay, screenshot that. Been playing on an iPad this whole time.
No, I'm not. This is an Apple, or this is an...
Look at the size of that tablet, the size of fucking Saturn.
Dog, I got another one here.
You call me a cheater on a fucking tablet.
But I do on a fucking phone. But I played you on a phone. I don't even have Play-Doh on this.
Phone's like massive. Regular size.
This? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Way to take offense at everything, dog.
No, I mean,
I have never used a tablet against you, ever. Not once. Never.
If you want to try it, edit the metadata.
I don't need to edit any metadata. Just watch my stream, baby. You can see that I play Jaws.
What are you doing on that tablet that's so
I learned how to program on it, and it's amazing because it's better than my phones.
That's weird. I mean, I guess it works. Are you in the mouse clicker application?
Yeah, it's the best fucking idea maybe ever.
I mean, it can't be worse than
Doug, that's a new genre. You know that's a good idea.
look at a case of a person
create your own
who's an animal
story,
for private
be
person.
creator.
This guy is being chef for private person.
Okay, or global. So it's like Amazing Race, but the crowd gets to pick what happens, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to say that's been done. Did you ChatGPT it?
There's a leniency when it comes to Allah.
I haven't
researched
if this idea exists. I've never been
It's logical dictate to bring it up as we talk as well. Here for comes to say,
Yeah, it definitely exists.
they say no.
And it's been done, and it didn't have that much success. I'm going to look it up for you right now for your benefit. Yo, dog, what's a television show? It was on TV. It was on Fox something, where the crowd picked what happened to the person. It was like choose your own adventure.
Sometimes it speaks when you being speak. Sometimes when people speak, they say extra things for just to bring up.
Yeah, in 2000.
I've been done with like TV shows. I haven't been done with
people speak that way sometimes. Sometimes it's
for creators
to
that are
make the point. Sometimes it's because the person just likes to speak in flowery language. But sometimes people cover the language. Says Rabbi Yossi, the Torah does that as well.
No, I don't think it. I mean, maybe it has been done. I was just making that up. It had been done. I thought it had been done.
So again, it does say Apu. So what does it do with the fact that it says Apu? More answers.
Listen to this stuff. The reality that you're referring to is likely her daddy, which aired in Fox in 2005. The premise involved an adult who was adopted as an infant, being placed in a room with 25 men, one of whom was the biological father. The contestant had to guess correctly to win $100,000. The show was a choose-your-own-style reality series where audience votes influenced outcomes, making it interactive and sensual. So maybe that.
It's not impressive. So for the
I agree with you.
According to Shimon, the extra hate does not darshan, but ish, he does darshan. Nothing more asked. I mean, the high ish, when it comes to ish, when it comes to the all over here, never tries to show me
reality TV show where audience picks.
You learned, remember just a few minutes ago, at the bottom of the Testament Allah,
what's going to happen?
Everyone's darshaning ish, but the person will be tired for shkita or private person. So darshaning over there.
Oh, this is it. The audience. That's right. That's what it was. A crowd of 50 strangers follow participants for a week and make important life decisions for them.
How do you know that you speak to a private person going to Tayyib? They'll show people ahead if you know, like, more ask that question. The Tayyib, the Gemara says, not being dumb, Yechashay, Loish, Tapu. It says,
it's still going.
That person,
no, I mean it only happened like one season, but they didn't. Like they can always reboot that shit.
To that person, which sounds like even if it's checking for a private person, will be attacked. So again, everything's consistent. He does not darshan ish ever. He says the Torah sometimes speaks of people, and parentheses, people sometimes go ahead and reiterate things. The Torah does the same thing as well. It's not a separate Josh to learn. So where does he know? If the private person was the diet, or the word you mentioned the Mishnah. Hella, the chazar.
Did it?
You bring it up once, you bring it up again.
There have been projects and platforms
is the Dalit Behei Avarim. We're talking about 4 or 5 different Avarim. The Mara Savar, one opinion is the Kipsid Lassos Oso, the Kipsid Lassos Oso, Al Hashalei B'Tayib, on the entire thing, they know Tayyib al Hasar, you're not Tayyib al Hasar, which is missing. Which means, Al Kol Zehemuk, that was referring to the entire animal.
And therefore,
benefits
it's a little animal, and therefore you won't be chayiv on each individual limb. The Marisol called Aver is referring to each individual limb, and therefore for each limb you bring up, you will be chayiv on Aver. That's why Rabbi call, however, on one Aver, he says, Rabbi call in other words, you have one Aver which is sliced up into a bunch of pieces. Everybody agrees. If you take it up in 5 or 6 different steps, you're not going to have individual keys on each individual piece. So again, according to this logic, if you have one limb cut up into a bunch of pieces, everybody agrees only one key. The only question is, if you're bringing up a bunch of different Avarim Shlemim, is there a key on each individual limb, or is only a key on the whole animal? He says, no, my focus for Abraham. My focus is by one individual limb. You have something which is brought up in the mikdash. Shafat through something that Ellie Bakot brought it up out. What the talking about? He went out to his bath and it popped off his bath. We mentioned this before from the beginning. So gas burned a little bit. So one opinion is, sorry if being Shafat through Ellie Bakot, you're going to be tired. Why would that be? Because inside the mikdash, we learned you're supposed to put it back on. So it's called poking. We'll get to this in a minute. You have something which flies off his back and is pretty intense heat. Even though it's missing part of the limb, you put it back. So what that essentially means is, even closer, but since inside it's going to go back on, outside the Marisol, the other thing is, closer, you're going to be tired. That other thing, you're going to call tired, everyone will be tired. So you're the opposite. The other those three, when it's different limbs, everyone is going to be tired. Hopefully, this will be a little white up, a lot. Hakomo, the everyone will be part in. When it comes to things which are processed or burned, which have to be inside of the sink, it's supposed to be that if it came out of his bath, and you see something, the hell of a cook and burn up on the bath, outside you're tired, you will be tired. And that's what the hell of a cook, the only my focus is, when you're talking about something which was burned outside, Shatasu, the hell of a cook and burn up outside, the mountain, the focus outside, the people tired, there is really my focus is going to be on the inside or not. In other words, Ikidam, some words do it slightly differently. The solution about it. Everyone agrees when it comes to something which is processed and burned outside. Shachas should develop a foot, we're missing the part, and you burn it outside, should be potter. Everyone agrees with the potter. Well, that's here in our Mishnah. Elof and Makari agrees. Only we're talking about something which is burned. It's Shachas and Elof Bakot. That was missing. The word about outside the Marisol, the potter, what would say? That is not the survival style disagrees with the avoid the small. I'll listen to Kama. Avoid the small to and listen to Kama. Why? How do you know that? It says very clearly. Avoid the small. Cannot be talking. Who do according to who do
right.
return?
So let's pretend our person is Zoot. Okay, like Zoot volunteers. Could I have Zoot fight somebody?
In Ula, where he said there was no maflokes. Again, maflokes is actually here. We have maflokes in the Mishnah. Several layers to maflokes in the Mishnah and maflokes in the Gemara. And
okay, what do you do if somebody?
Also, I mean, it's
yeah, but you can't consent to something like you just can't like consent and anything can happen to the person. There are limitations to there are limitations to waivers.
And he built in his bath Hashem. There is no base of mikdash now.
So you can't just make someone sign it.
So clearly, you see, it has to be in his bath.
Exactly.
He says, well, I went a little further. I learned some.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I think
it says in the passage, after he had this revelation from the Mala that his wife is going to have a baby, he's going to be Shimshon. He was so excited about that, and he went ahead and he carved her to Hashem. Where Bayal
on a rock. So you see a little bit of a family members in the gush, and you bring your carbon outside. Obama could beat you correct.
What do you do if the person gets sick during it, like, and they can't participate?
How do you do with the back and the second in his back? They're not putting his back.
I mean, they don't
That was bad.
necessarily have to say, like, let's say, it's like the Olympics. Let's say, like, kind of like this, right? Like, have people from each nation that are eating, and then there's sport, but the sport is, like, voted
That
on
was just
by
a one-time case
sport
where there was a
whatever
ruling that you allowed to up on a rock. You might say, alternatively, you can say, how you carry you shouldn't be sleeping, you shouldn't be food. Shouldn't
find
matter.
a certain
It says,
object or
that's not all. The
and
exact
have
wording of the pasuk is,
structure or
Tadam al-Mizbach Hashem Pesach Olam. Pesach Olam. In other words, the Mizbach for Baba.
on your boat.
Mizbach needs to be inside the Olam, on the Baba, not in the private area.
Okay, what's the grand prize?
Therefore, Hela ala Sala ala Eben, Chai will be given Mizbach, the bar with the Mizbach inside the Beit Hamikdash. And the Gemara says, Chai, why are you saying Chai? Yotza Mizbach, say Yotza. Hela, so he's Yotza. This one needs to say, Sika, the Shas Isra Bamos. Therefore, at a time when it's also to have a problem,
Okay.
Hela ala Sala, the meaning of a
And
rock. All Eben, you're going to be tired.
Let's say it actually gets a bunch of users, then
When you're not inside the
companies
business.
would probably pay
Therefore,
out
if the
their
Shas had to have almost
thing
maybe
then.
Yotze,
oh, like the putt championships?
One book up for a line, part of yes, Kanina, Karen, the Kabash, the Yisod,
Yeah, like the greatest
Mao,
idea that
according to the one who says
PGA
you have to do that, you have to have all the qualifications of the back, you have to have horns on the top, you have to have a ramp, you have to have the base on the bottom, you have to have the oil to be perfectly square.
the augmented reality
Under
version.
Virginia, how do you learn the Brisa, Karen, the Kabash, the Yisod, the Yisod, the Akim, the Bama, the Dola,
That could definitely happen. All right, so
they're not relevant to private in this base as any other person might build in their backyard.
so isn't this like
The answer is
kind of like
yes,
fishbowl?
by Bama Gdola and Novin Givon, but other places it's certainly Shiloh based. So Rashi says, but a private mizbech does not have to have all those qualifications.
That reality show where there's like a house with a bunch of cameras in it, and
have a wonderful day.
nobody's allowed like electronics inside. It's like a Big Brother like house put on by this like one comedian guy.
Good morning.
I mean, I wouldn't really say it's like a drama TV show where they're just like very short, just watching people, stalking them, and finding a big dramatic episode.
Okay,
Creators are
so where is this gonna air?
probably both on YouTube and website.
Okay, so it's that.
The website is linked to the YouTube video.
Okay,
Wherever they're posted, multi-platform posts.
so you get, let's say you get Bitcoin Obama. What stops him from, like, you said it was going to be like the Olympics? How many people are participating total?
Just to mention quickly, briefly before we begin,
That's a good question. That
someone approached me
haven't
and said to me,
can't say I fully have the answer to that. How do you decide how many people can participate? Do you have to have X amount of followers? Do you have to
So, mention
what
right now, people
criteria
will
do you have to meet?
definitely share
Can anyone potentially participate?
pretty fast still. So Stevie drinking coffee now because the fast has not
That's
started.
kind of a like you can go down a path where there's one person's life, Obama, everyone is just voting on content that he was creating, but the issue with that is that we're just like, what if Bitcoin Obama beats, then
That suspicion.
how do you
Drinking coffee on the
how
fast
do you
that started
stop that from happening? creator, because they're a limited audience, you hope not to multiple creators competing against each other, then you get the exponential outreach of those people, and it's not going to fall apart if one piece of the puzzle disappears. But that kind of completely dodges your question of how do you decide to get them or not. I believe, the community could ultimately vote on that, but they have to be aware of, is there any conscious lens of diluting it too much or having it oversaturated with too many creators and loud expectation. Competition, if I only have a 1 in 500 chance of winning, and I only have a model making TikTok for this random cryptocurrency.
Okay, so the comedian who I was thinking of in the fishbowl is Sam Hyde, and this sounds like it's not exactly the audience. It's a British reality television series that premiered on Channel 4 in 2012. The show features 50 strangers who follow a participant for a week, listening to their personal challenges, such as whether to break up, change careers, or and then collectively decide how they should resolve the life-challenging dilemmas. The format emphasizes real, unscripted decision-making by an impartial group, aiming to provide neutral advice compared to emotionally based input. Like, all right, do you want me to eat a birthday cake or do you want me to eat ice cream? Right? And then they would choose. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is done. This is already done by.
I'm sure that it has been done to some degree. Like if we're just vote on which thing I would be
Right. A common concept within the influencer realm and live streamers. So they'll say, like, what should I do? Or they'll have a poll or something like that. So your version of it.
I mean, I don't know if that's been really done in crypto, but yeah, the art actually is gamifying
Yeah, it's done within crypto, not like in a whole reality TV series, but cryptocurrencies certainly say we leave our decision making or some of our decision making up to the community. So you can choose you can vote on different like designs of things or perhaps projects that they'll work with or where people donate. Like that's kind of already.
No, I mean the majority of crypto projects, like a ton of crypto projects are at least gathering community input. Some degree, probably.
Right.
But I mean, they're usually focused on a cryptocurrency goal, and this goal is like so outside of, it has nothing to do with cryptocurrency necessarily, just using that as a voting mechanism. But Ask Good Hand is just kind of funny because it's like telling some random person, like, choose your own story, as you put it, which is very descriptive. Which path they're going to go down. An interesting social experiment.
I love shitting on your ideas. I love when you have really good ideas, actually. And then I love when you have really good ideas and I shit on them, but I do so gently and just amazingly. But I mean, this is a good idea. Okay. I don't know if I love it in terms of a cryptocurrency, but it's a good idea if you just had an influencer and you voted on what they did, and it was crowdsourced, and the management team
could like ensure that it wasn't like you have to jump off a building or eat glass. Like exactly. So like basically would say like, hey, we were like 50 different things of what you should do tomorrow, and we're gonna choose 2 of them, and then to have the audience vote, and that'll be like what your day is. That I think is a great idea. It really is, and I would do that. Like that's a great idea.
Which are the facts of
Like it's just from a social experiment perspective, it does remind me a little bit of your trajectory, a little bit of like you're going down a very specific road, just like a different road that someone's life could go down.
I've talked about this on stream before. That when I go viral, I will give people the opportunity to choose where I go, what I do, and just give the chat, so to speak, the power to make decisions in my life. And like, but I get veto, basically, like I don't want to do things that are going to harm myself or harm others. But I've talked about that's what I want to do. I think that would be really fun. I have seen influencers do some things, though. I mean, a lot of it has to do with how much money do you have behind your project. Like, if I say go to Tahiti or go to Bali, that's a lot different than drink a Coke or a Pepsi. But I would like to give people that type of freedom to like choose my life. Now, in terms of, so it's a good idea. I'm not denying that. I think that it's really an excellent idea. It's not new, but it is new in terms of cryptocurrency. We'll talk about that. Okay, so with the idea of crowdsourcing people's desires for what you to do, that's great. And Riser, that's a really good idea. Now, how do you make that into a cryptocurrency? That part I don't understand as much.
I mean, just in order to have
Oh, okay. Okay, that's a good idea.
Pretty simple in that it probably maybe have transaction fee like fund the actual event for that person to do, but fund hamster balls or trampoline parks
But that's different than what you said originally. You were like, it's going to be like the Olympics, and that people will vote on people be kicked out and stuff.
Well, I mean, that's what I was saying. There's 2 different paths. It could be focused on just one person, and they like are just doing what the community votes on. Or, I mean, like the community could tell that one person, okay, we want you to do it this year hunt where you have to find like red string or something. But, or it could be have a bunch of creating for like a sound fee that's like, okay, scavenger hunt, first one to juggle whatever or find the red string. In AI, it might be a little problematic.
Okay, I mean, I like your idea. It's not as good as ambush podcasting, but but it's if ambush podcasting were like a 96 in terms of the greatest ideas from 0 to 100 of all time, this idea would be like a 92. It's very good. It needs a good name.
Your ambush thing isn't great in my opinion, but he said maybe some Twitch streamers or that are like unpopular will be down to just like jump ship immediately and jump in your podcast, but I really highly doubt that anyone with 100 million likes or whatever, like with a large following, you just go into their chat, you might get banned for spamming you to try and get their attention, which I know that you don't care about at all whatsoever. But I'm just saying, like, trying to actually get someone's attention is going to be a battle, and that's having them drop whatever they're doing. I mean, again, maybe I could be wrong. Like, as you build momentum, I think you can say, click your profile and you're growing into that.
Let's talk about it for a second. At the beginning, it will be difficult, but I can tell you, even as someone who, was seen as an anti-good person, like I don't want to say a bad person, but like the kick community, of who I am or what I do, I was able to get a bunch of people with like 10,000 followers, and that was in my first, week of doing it. Which, if I were to do it for 365 straight days, you can bet your bottom dollar that you're going to get some of their biggest streamers on it. Because here's the thing, at the top of the streaming charts, all those people know each other, and they're gonna basically they communicate with each other. And somebody will be like, "Hey, I was on Riser's podcast. Oh, no way, I'd love to be on that. How'd you get on? Oh, he did Ambush." And the thing is that makes his podcast. That's what I'm talking about. Exactly, it would be. It's a new genre, but instead of, here's the kicker with it. Once you get popular, you don't set up streams with people. You don't let them arrange them. So, like, I know previously I said, oh, and if somebody really wanted to be on your show, they could, make a request or whatever. But that's the thing. You wouldn't let somebody do that. What you would do is you basically have to catch them in the act. So when they're streaming, you come into their stream and you make their career. Like, it's actually a really great idea. So you have to catch them in the act, which makes your podcast even cooler. And dude, I mean, you could do it. You could have it be an open-ended conversation. You could have it be, I think what I did was really cool, that I asked everybody the same questions. Then people could compare people's different answers. And I'm not saying it's the most interesting thing ever, but it's quick. It like, to answer 73 questions or whatever, and they weren't my 73 questions, they were Vogue magazine 73 questions, so they were already pretty famous. But to answer them, it took like 20 minutes. That's it. And you get a really good sense of who someone is. None of the questions are really difficult. You can always pass, and I always tell people that, like, if there's any question that you don't want to answer, you can just say pass, or I want to come back to that one. No one ever passed on a question. No one ever asked to come back because we never passed on anything. And then at the end, they get to plug all their shit, and you move on to the next person. Let's say you do 3 of those a day, which isn't that's like maybe less than 3 hours of work. You're going to have 1,000 podcasts in a year. That's a lot of content.
More celebrity status people, I think that maybe it's harder to catch them on the fly, so I think that people plan their days more, and
Wait, no.
The whole thing is trying to get them to immediately drop what they're doing. And I mean, it can be live streaming already, but then that also limits your potential people that you're going to be able to find. Because I follow a lot of people on Instagram, like 6,000 people, and 0 of them practically live stream. I see a live stream rarely.
Wait, but those aren't live streamers. Those aren't streamers. Let's say you had somebody, I don't know, William Montgomery.
who doesn't normally live stream, but you could say to him, all right, all you have to do is just be live streaming anything you want. You playing a game or whatever, and let me the hours that you live stream, and he'll be like, okay, I'm going to live stream this week tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. And you'd be like, great. And then you randomly come in during one of those streams, and then you do the interview. That's only what you get to a. Yeah, but it's still the idea that you don't know when it's going to start. So there's the surprise aspect of it. Wait. Or you could just not do it. You could say, look, I can't guarantee it to you, but if you start streaming for a week, I may come into your stream and do an interview with you. It's like what is it like? It's either a reality TV show or something. It's like one of those things where they surprise someone at work, and they're like, surprise, or whatever, and then they take them on vacation, or they do whatever. They pamper them, or they won $100,000. They win some kind of prize, or they win a car or something, whatever. It's like you're surprising somebody when they're not expecting it. And as you get bigger, people will talk about it almost like how would I describe it? Like what is it in society? Okay, so there used to be this thing in the United States. I don't know if it was in Canada, but it was called Publishers Clearinghouse. And it was this thing where they would just randomly come to your house and give you a check for $1 million. And then they would make a commercial out of it. And everybody was always in the United States making a joke oh, it could be Publishers Clearinghouse. The same way it could be the Riser Ambush podcast. You're gonna surprise them while they're doing whatever they're doing. And if they're like, oh, I can't do it right now. I mean, if you're really big, they're going to drop everything possible to do it. But let's say they're doing something else. You can just say, okay, that's all right. There's the potential I might come back. It's like you're almost like like an internet, what'd you say?
Scammers frequently impersonate Publishers Clearinghouse.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that's what you do. I'm saying that you're like an internet, I
get it. I get the idea.
Yeah, but what's like you're an internet publicizer, so or you help increase someone's influence. And then think about it. You got people to start watching your shit. I mean, the big thing about this is all these people already have audiences. And that way you'll be able to get popular really quickly because all of their audiences are already really in touch with the web and will watch your shit. And it's not like you're okay, I don't know, some old actor, you're trying to have that person on and none of his or her audience is internet savvy and they're never going to check this out on YouTube. No, it'd be this would be a big thing. And on top of that, if you live stream it on your end, you're going to get people who okay, it's almost like you're going to get people who want to, you could even do this, just like your idea with crowdsourcing of people's ideas. You can say, all right, chat, we're going to interview whoever's on the Kick front page, buddy. And what I want you to do is come up with basically a what do you call something like that? No, not a spam message. A bonus question. And once I ask all the questions, then we're going to ask our special audience bonus question. And people could ask, I don't know, it could be any question that the audience wants, but you could have them vote on it. And it could be interactive. This is this is the essence of ambush podcasting. It's really ambush interviewing, but oh, okay. So, did you ever see the show Ambush Makeover? I didn't either, but I think the premise is somebody's just like working their normal day to 9 to 5 job, and then all of a sudden these people come in and take them from that job and give them a new haircut and new makeup and get them all. Oh yeah, that is what they do. And they get their clothes all changed and everything, and they come back and they're like totally different. And in the same way, you would just ambush interview them, but you would add a bunch of influence to them, and you would get to be able to use their audience for your to like increase the size of your podcast footprint. But in the end, Riser, if you're going to do anything on YouTube, well, I mean, your brother knows he has a very successful business. Like, you sure your brother's never bought any YouTube subscribers? He, even when he first started, he didn't buy any. He started with like 0 people. Okay. And how many followers does he have now? 200,000?
He has multiple channels. One of the channels has like 1 million.
All right. Well, you should ask him about the ambush podcasting question, and he would say
the same. I mean, I understand that you're literally hacking into like the live stream or whatever, but and I agree. That's why I told you on multiple occasions, like the same thing of why podcasts are amazing through their exposure network, because we get to tap into all these people's audiences and aggregate, multiply, and whatnot. I mean, I would just argue, again, nothing against going another people's experience of the same. Like, even if you have a non-streamer on your podcast, like it happens all the time. Someone will go on podcast and then they'll take clips from the podcast, maybe 1 clip, maybe 2 clips, maybe 4 clips or 5 clips. And they'll post those clips onto their Instagram and Facebook, Twitter. And then they'll advertise and say, hey, I'm on this podcast. And then, again, the person's audience is going to see that as regards they like the person and the person interviewing, and they'll watch the podcast. So yeah, sure. I agree.
excellent. Everybody podcast is the same. It's let's find a time and perhaps a location, and I'm going to interview you. Everybody's that way. What makes this different, and different ideas sometimes break the mold, is hey, we're going to create an audience on your end. We are going to have the audience vote on who we're going to ask to be on our podcast. We'll go to the Kick front page or the front page or the YouTube front page. We will, eventually it'll be big enough that like anybody will be like, yeah, I'll do your podcast, but they'll feel like they were featured. And you're going to feature that person for 20 minutes. All they have to do is answer some questions, and then you move on to the next person. You don't have to have a studio. You don't have like hosting costs. It's the cheapest way to do a podcast.
I have one other major caveat that I forgot to highlight. Your premise is that like there's a whole build up and like the hunt and the chase of finding your next prey, you're live streaming that, then you make that damn unentertaining and not boring. Because there's anything that is true in this world is that this generation has very short attention spans. And if you're not likable enough and entertaining enough personality, people are just gonna look away. They're not gonna wait 1, 2, 3, 4 hours until we find someone to interview for 20 minutes.
I absolutely agree with you.
Probably the biggest.
I agree with you, but you'd get people who would be like, "Hey, my friend's streaming. Come to their stream. They'll do it." Like you'll get people who give you advice to on who to go to, and if you want to, you can. Riser, do you want an invitation to bowling with that? Riser, do you want?
Of course. Yeah. I'm saying that like the foundation of this podcast, or whatever ambushing, like you need to have entertaining legend behind it if it's going to actually gain traction. In my
I agree with you. I think you need that for any influencer.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. I've watched Miss Aquarius and she was a streamer.
I would too. She is a streamer. She streams on a different platform. Miss Aquarius, what do you stream on? You now?
Meet me.
Meet me. Thank you.
Why do you choose me? That sounds like a
Because I'm in a community called Link Up, and I'm a head announcer for them. So, yeah.
Oh, come on.
We confused, to be honest. But okay.
I've been on Meet Me ever since it was my yearbook. Have you ever heard of my yearbook?
No.
Yeah, you sent me my yearbook. Yes, my yearbook.
Miss Aquarius. What a strike.
Let's go.
What a strike. She's gotten 2 strikes in a row, folks. If you're watching at home, Miss Aquarius has gotten 2 strikes in a row.
I'm actually bowling phenomenally,
Yeah, you
What
are.
about you, Riser?
Yeah, you are.
Yes, there. Are you streaming?
I mean, I'm streaming like with proxy through Rabbi on 59 different platforms, tablets. I guess.
That's true. He does have a lot of content on my streams, like 300 hours or something, like a bunch of hours. And he has a podcast, so he has some content.
Nice. I want to check it out.
Oh,
Yes, babe.
the Gucci podcast.
It's called what?
Why'd you?
No, you made me hit a gutter ball.
Well, you one did it to my car, but what?
Exactly. What? Why is it called that?
Podcast is because on the William Montgomery show, if you've never seen in your life, practically, you've seen like nothing because you're not seeing William Montgomery fan.
Why are you putting me down? Why are you putting me down? You know I'm a giant, the biggest William Montgomery fan ever. Okay, go ahead.
Well, you don't ever watch any William Montgomery, so
I watch him as a stand-up comedian, which is what he does. Now, come on, answer Miss Aquarius's question. Why did you call it the Hoochie Podcast?
On the William Montgomery show, there's a quote of this idiom that was, nothing beats the good old beach buzz and a bottle of
Bro, come on now.
Nope, sorry. Thank you.
The domain was allowed to be shackled in the mass out there international it's on Facebook as well. The point is just as you shackled in one place, this would be wild. Person shackled in carbon.
Yeah, so there's a line in the show, nothing beats the good old beach buzz and a bottle of hooch. And a bottle of hooch means like rum or alcohol.
Doug.
And
Yeah, we know what hooch is, but hoochie means like sex.
means
No, hoochie does too. Hoochie coochie means like sexual activity.
Any cuts or any cup on the city there.
No, hooch means alcohol. Hoochie means like have sex with somebody. Miss Aquarius knows. Miss Aquarius.
You can't. No, I did not just hear.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. We're gonna look it up. Oh yeah, or that, or she's hoochie means that it's like a slutty woman.
Yeah, female, trashy, and appropriate.
All right, Miss Aquarius, great job. Now I'm gonna just quickly look up. I'm looking up the. I'm looking it up. Hoochie. Hoochie is a female who appears to match a set of characteristics including trashy, often inappropriately tight dress, with or without pudge overflowing waistband, eyebrow shaved and penciled back, in a dramatic fashion, heavy, mostly monotonic makeup with lipstick, large, gaudy, costume-grade jewelry, frequently accompanied by multiple children from different fathers. See baby daddy. Damn, did you see Estella's sister at the side show last night? Sporting a camel toe through her jeans, cornrows. You know she's a straight-on hoochie. Let's see here. So all of these hoochie, a young woman who has many casual sexual partners, or dresses in or behaves in a sexually provocative way. So boy, everybody's saying it's a hoochie. Is like a sexually like.
Oh gosh, that's what my podcast was called.
That's why when you said it's the Hoochie podcast, Miss Aquarius and I were like, what?
You thought it was because you named it to the alcohol?
Miss Aquarius, you're up. Miss Aquarius. Yeah, you're running out of time. Exactly. Miss Aquarius already a champion.
Yeah, I'm already a champion. I need you to rap out again.
That's right.
Are you gonna wake up at 5 a.m. or you can sleep until 8 a.m.
It's going to be a problem. Why? Because I might have a rough model.
I've never seen it. That's not how bowling pins work in real life.
What's the total concerned about? It's concerned about footsies. The neck is outside, which can do it outside. I would rather.
I'm on the fence. I feel obligated.
The animal is entirely outside. It's a horrible thing. In other words, not coming through necessarily the roots. Okay, so the animal is mostly outside.
Mr. Quick couldn't hear what you said.
I said, Liza asked, was you waking up at 5 a.m.?
Oh, I thought he was asking you. I thought he was asking you that. I told him.
No, I'm not waking up watching over there. I'm working.
I know. I told him that
I'm gonna get my sleep.
I would, even if I did awake at 5 a.m., I would fall asleep in the first like 10 minutes.
Let's go.
That was really great, Riser.
That's only considered to be squinting hooks
That was
Rabbi said to watch the final with me, and then now that I'm like, oh, we have to wake up at 5 a.m. later. I mean, he did say I'll wake up and then wake up all.
right, exactly, and absolutely, and I didn't know it was going to be at 5 in the morning.
I thought it was at 8 a.m. I was like, cool.
Dude, I watched the Women's World Cup in 2022, 2024, and I think it was 2022, and all of the games were on between like 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. and I got really into that, but that's my hours were reversed, so it was like easy to do. Thank you, ma'am. With my hours being generally normalized, at least for right now, that I mean, that's not crazy early. It's not like 2 in the morning, but soccer's or hockey's not that exciting to me. But though for a gold medal game, it might be. Wow, Riser! Look at you guys, you both. And I just had to not continue to speak.
They would build it from outside because once they put it up, then they're as soon as they finish, they're standing inside the color to color check. You can't just be standing there.
Yeah.
Wait, how is Mr. Aquarius at 52?
That's how Miss Aquarius is. Just when you blink, she comes shining through. And now she's got 70. And she got the spare. She's going to get at least 80. This Aquarius is dominant. Dominant.
Come on, see what you got, Riser. Let's go. Come on, strike it.
Oh no.
Eliezer was just telling us what you
Whether the
he just was repeating what he learned. So why did they put up these curtains?
Nice job, Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius, you've been on fire. You win, I win, I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Undefeated in friendship.
Good job.
You win too, Riser.
And Riser wins. So, Riser, Miss Aquarius and I are very nice to each other. I don't trash talk her. She doesn't trash talk me. We always leave on good terms. And that's just how we do.
If you see the city, the whole state which we're talking about.
Riser, do you play mini golf with Rabbi?
Today, Ryan goes today and say,
Way too much in my life.
I don't like that game.
Everybody agrees the Kedusha is still there today.
That's so good.
I think it's appropriate for us to
I'm
remember.
learning the other game. What's the other game, Rabbi?
Karam,
Karam?
Karam, yeah.
I like that better than mini golf.
Miss Aquarius does pretty well at it.
Yeah, that's like that mini golf, but he gets retired. So yeah, I'm pretty okay.
She's more.
I just play because Rabbi liked it. So I'm like, you know what, I like it. So that you do.
Absolutely, 100%.
So yeah, I like Corona now. So I'm gonna learn that.
Excellent. So, Riser, did you get anybody to be on the Uchi podcast? Wait, that's a good idea. Calling it, that's a nice name for it, the Riser podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
Let's call for safety like that. That's my dog. And I got a Mario. What I've been calling my dog in public to people. Like I literally, sometimes spooky. My dog's nowhere to be seen, and there's like people on like a trail. That just think
Good morning.
the word.
To begin to get down, brand new parent in the second
To give you the equivalent, it would be like yelling at your dog slut. Slut.
Right. Yeah. He didn't even know about it.
I know. Exactly. So.
So you heard her name is Fuji?
No.
Right.
Dude, you should see how many of the Urban Dictionary entries are about that. I mean, that's just in the normal dictionary. Exactly. I mean, that it's just in the dictionary is hoochie is a loose woman.
And anyone can go in there like mostly about Shkita and Ha'ala.
Well, no, I'm saying in the dictionary, it's just pejorative. Yeah, it says pejorative slang, a woman who dresses scantily or in revealing fashion, pejorative slang, a promiscuous woman. I've also heard it though. The hoochie coochie is like having sex with someone.
Might be helpful for us to be able to follow along. This is helpful to parent Yud Zayin.
I'll give you some literati, son. Just one moment.
In Sefer Vayikra, I will point you to the right part of the
What is that?
Parent begins as
Literati is like
person who slaughters or shafts a
it's like
outside of the base of Mikdash, so there's a law, and it's also to do that, and it's a fee of colors for a person who does that. Halacha is
okay. You need a name for it.
He's tied two separate lavin. One for slaughtering the animal outside of the base of Mikdash, and another individual fee of in Chatas comes along.
Why don't you like choose your own adventure?
Knock the carbon on a mizbeach, on a bama outside of the base of Mikdash. You look at Rashi. Rashi said in the very first verse in the parak Hashem, he touched it bachot, the ha'elon, bachot, and he brought it up on the mizbeach outside of the base of Mikdash.
Yeah, you want to stay away from that word though for a little person. It's seen as pretty offensive.
I don't think so. There's a separate insert.
No, I mean, like in Western society, it is seen as an
Again, we're not talking inside American, Nigerian.
okay,
but disagrees and
it's considered derogatory, offensive, and it's considered derogatory and offensive now. So I mean, I don't even use that word.
However,
Wikipedia and the dictionary.
The carbon on the mizbeach outside the base of Mikdash. Potter says it's going to be not to be tied for the ha'ala. Why shlo hela ela dam?
I mean, everything's subjective, dog.
Which is possible. In other words, this really is a fundamental machlokes with the Tanakama about this case. What he says is,
I mean, even in Oxford, the Oxford Dictionary, it says an offensive word for a person who is very short because of the medical condition dwarfism.
And still, you will be tired. You're going to be obligated to bring a chatas or perhaps courage. If you bring that animal on the base of Mikdash, on the back outside the base of Mikdash,
not really the type of
carbon's already possible. Once you shut it outside, the carbon's ready disqualified. So what type of carbon do you bring outside? You brought a carbon which is disqualified? That's not such a big deal. Therefore, you should be tired of contest. I will learn the Torah responded to it said, our Pashot is the clear amount of Bachot. The Torah said this is unavoidable. The carbon is always going to be disqualified. Once once it goes outside.
Now,
Even if you check the carbon,
Yeah, but it shows your
and then you
laziness
bring it
and
out. Once you take it outside the
inflexibility. You
Mikdash,
just say
it
little
becomes
person.
disqualified with the Psalm Yotze. In such a case,
I know what you mean when you say little. I know what you say. I know what you're saying when you say little person. I get that.
The comments say the fact that the carbon is disqualified does not bother us. And therefore,
Yeah, but I mean,
even if you shefted it outside
it's easier to
and
just
became
knock it
disqualified by
by
virtue of the fact that you shefted the carbon outside, still, if you're going to bring that carbon up on his back outside of his you're still going to be tied to bring a carbon or perhaps tied cars if it was done.
Okay.
I'm not saying that you can go out
even
a
though
little
it's
person
disqualified because
actually
that's how this
bully
works.
them.
On a football, it's always going to be disqualified by the time it brings it up onto his back.
I mean, I think that if you wouldn't say it to someone's face, you shouldn't say it behind their back.
Remember, we learned.
So, like, for
I
instance,
mean, I explained until right now,
before the
so
fact
you
that
didn't realize that it was
and that's okay. 25 years ago, it was commonplace. In fact, there's a pickle, I believe it's a Clausen's Pickle Company, that even calls their little pickles the M word. Or, you know, they use that term, and they haven't changed it. Of anybody who would change it, like a corporate company, I would think would change it. But they haven't changed that word. But over the course of the last 25 years or so, people have just exchanged that word for little person. It's the same idea as the R word for someone who's mentally challenged or especially able. Just people have moved that out of lexicon.
So much so that if you bring it onto his back, get it off.
And I'm just advising you in the future, you will sound better when you listen to yourself 20 years from now on this stream, perhaps, and you'll be happy that you just don't use that term. But look, I'm not saying that there aren't others that perhaps are used that are, like, I can tell you 3 terms that are currently used but are offensive, and I do my best not to use, are, and I'm doing this for, no. I'm doing this for educational purposes, but the terms moron, idiot, and imbecile, like normally they're just supposed to be like stupid people, but they actually used to have a like it was an IQ range. People who were of 0 to 25 IQ were considered idiots. People of 20 to 50 were imbecile, and people of 51 to 70 were morons. So these were actually like terms that were used, and then they just became commonplace to just use those to call somebody like who you just felt wasn't smart. But I do my best to not use those terms, even though maybe as a kid I would use them because that's just like that was just a common place. But I've learned to change my ways on those things, and I did the same with the M word for a little person, and the same for like an R word for a someone who might be mentally challenged. And that doesn't mean in the future they won't change the term again, and I'll just be flexible. Whatever it is that I can say, so long as it's reasonable, I feel it's reasonable to not offend someone, I'm okay to do it.
You're telling me that if a person is tame, eats something which is kosher, whether that food item is tame or tahar, no.
You know, one that you do and can't. I understand. One that you. You know, one that you guys do in Canada.
Even a person who is tame.
One that you guys do in Canada that sounds off to the American ear a little bit is you call it was indigenous people, but now you call them First Nation people. And like in the United States, I'm just saying this for educational purposes, it used to be you would just say Indians, then it was Native Americans,
And now it's become, I think, more that I think the preferred nomenclature is First Nation people, just like Canada had it. But I mean, you referred to people of that background as indigenous for many years. Am I not in Canada, right?
And the guy, the Thai person, opened his mouth wide. The person shoved it all the way down. Therefore, the Thai person never touched it.
And even in the States today, there's the Department of Indian Affairs. They still haven't changed that at a federal level. But even just as I've known it, it went from Indian to Native American, then maybe some indigenous, and then First Nations people. And if they change it again, then they change it again. And so long as I can, it's not like overly ridiculous, I feel, that I have to say like 25 words or something like that. If it's reasonable, I'm fine with it. I mean, it's happened with a lot of people. Yeah, exactly. It's happened with a lot of people. And the last thing I want to do is offend somebody or show myself to be ignorant to the changing pace of what words are. And so, there you go, Mr. There's
no obligation in that case. Why
I will say this though, with the LGBTQ IA plus movement, they add a lot of things to that, and I can't keep track of them all, and not everybody goes by them. So I generally just say the LGBTQ plus, which is still a lot, you know. But it's like LGBTQIA or LGBTQIA plus. Like any person who is LGBTQ, exactly. But no but no person. Yeah, and if I say that LGBTQ. I even sometimes will say plus or IA or whatever. Wait, I do. I think the plus is really important. Oh yeah, definitely. And nobody knows what it is, but I'm taking it. I'm plus. I just say that I'm plus because I'm amazing, and I want everybody to be amazing. Thank you. But basically, that one, I'm not saying I refuse to do it. It's just it hasn't. That group or that collection of groups hasn't aligned on one acronym yet. It still changes. Like I get LG. Like back in the day, it was just gays and lesbians, and they wanted to be called gays and lesbians, and that was fine. And then it was lesbian. Oh yeah, way back in the day, you would just call people gays and lesbians. Like way back in the day. But then bisexual, LGBT, and then trans, and then that was another one that changed. It used to be just trans, and then the word, it was trans and then sexual, and now it's transgender, which is absolutely fine. I can roll with that punch. So it's LGBT, and then Q. For questioning, which is fine. I feel like that's
queer. It's for queer.
Oh, so wait. That one hasn't aligned either. It's been both. It's been queer and it's been questioning. So there's that too. Absolutely. And then there's IA, which is there's asexual, and let's just look up what it is. Yeah, asexual are people who aren't attracted to men or women. Oh, and so LGBTQ. That's right. So heterosexual, somebody who likes the opposite sex. Homosexual is someone who likes the same sex. Asexual is just somebody who doesn't like either. So LGBT. Certainly. They just like to be on their own. They're not really sexually attracted to anybody.
new to me.
LGBTQ is an acronym that stands for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer, or questioning. It's both. And then there's I, which is intersex. A for asexual or aromantic.
I is intersex.
Yeah, and then the plus represents other identities not explicitly pansexual, non-binary, gender fluid, two-spirit, and more. And like whatever you want to be, that's fine. What I'm saying is that I also know that they do add, when I say they, like some of the groups that use this acronym, add other letters to it. And I just don't know all the letters, so I'm fine by just saying LGBTQ plus, but I will say LGBTQI times two.
But we learned that the words Hishamar Pen Baal are really.
And they added something to it. They added the number 2 at the beginning for two-spirit people. Which, let's look what I don't even know what that is. So it's no longer LGBTQIA plus. It's the number 2 LGBTQIA plus. Two-spirit means.
We really have the warning not to check the carbon outside of the base of Mikdash. Amar Kodmar says,
it is a pan-Indian umbrella term used by some indigenous North Americans to describe individuals who fulfill traditional third gender or other gender variant social roles in their communities. The term was coined in 1990 to replace the offensive anthropological term Burdach and to distinguish indigenous concepts of gender and sexuality from non-native LGBTQ plus identities. Cultural significance. Two-spirit people have historically been represented as healers, visionaries, ceremonial leaders, and keepers of oral traditions. Okay, that's baller. That's really cool. I don't know what that has to do with sexuality, but I like it. They were often seen as possessing double vision, able to see from both masculine and feminine perspectives. Oh, I see. So the fact that they could like tell stories and they lead ceremonies in both men and women, or masculine and female perspectives, that's where it becomes sexual. Okay, that's cool. I could be two-spirit. I'm sure Mr. Aquarius could be two-spirit. I'm sure Heiser.
Say it again now. What is this going on? You in the chat GPT.
No. It just means that you can tell a story from both a masculine sense or a feminine sense. And I'm sure we all could do that.
But the plus one?
No, it's called two-spirit.
How do you know that he's tied?
Absolutely. And I've heard both of you tell stories from that kind of sense, where you tell it from a masculine perspective or a feminine perspective. It's just like normal human behavior, but that's considered within that as well. It doesn't mean that you like boys or you like girls or anything like that. It just says that you are someone who is a person who is a healer, visionary, a ceremonial leader, and keeper of an oral tradition. And we all do that. And you're seen as possessing double vision, able to see from both a masculine and feminine perspectives. And anybody who is really empathetic with an individual has to be able to do that. And you're both very empathetic. So whether you want to be two-spirit or not, all right. Well, that's great. You basically had a podcast called The Slutty Podcast with Riser. Oh, that's cool. All right. Well, to the untrained ear, the Hoochie Podcast sounds like you are interviewing like prostitutes around the world. which actually would be an amazing podcast.
Extra carbon outside the basin. So according to the way we're learning now, we do have a source that gives us both a warning not to shaft outside the basin mikdash, as well it gives us a punishment if the person shafts up as a miss. So everything works out. Problem is, a captain says we do need it.
Oh, you can't post anything in here. I get too many bots in here that post all kinds of stuff. And
That's not right, Rabbi.
no, that's locked up too. No.
Let's just give it a very brief introduction so you understand what we're talking about.
I put in there, so I was fine with it, but I learned about a way that you can get somebody's Discord banned, and I didn't want somebody using it against me. So basically what you do is you go into someone you don't like's Discord and post your own address in there, and then report the Discord for doxing, and the whole Discord can go down.
At that point in time, it's called Shas Heter Abamos. Now is the point in time where people are allowed to build a private mizbeach.
It's pretty brilliant if you're trying to take somebody down, but I didn't want somebody doing that. So they don't post my address, they post one address, and then they report that from a different account, and then you lose the whole Discord.
That's another crazy thing about. So people live through several different statuses, and then they have a Heter Abamos, a private altar, and then it became usher again. So now what happens if a person sets aside the carbon during Shas Heter Abamos? And then there's the chance of grand opening. So at that point, they say, no more bringing carbonos on a private mizbeach. What's the law for that carbon? It's already designated at a time that you're allowed to bring in carbon on private mizbeach. Are you still allowed to bring in a private mizbeach? The answer is no. So what we're going to do over here is we're going to show sugya that get an issue for a person to bring in carbon on a private mizbeach during
The most you can really get out of one account, I've experimented with this a lot, is about 5 per IP address. And Google has a thing that basically won't let you flag or put negative reviews on a single business using a single device for more than about 5 of them. I've talked to you before. I've spoken with people about Yelp. I've spoken to the people from Yelp who the Yelp Mafia. We should watch that documentary sometime, The $1 Billion Bully. It's incredible. You want to watch it right now? Doug, you got to rest up for 5 o'clock in the morning. Your country relies on you. But we'll add that to the list. It's an excellent documentary, dude. And when you see how it works, you'll be like, oh, no way. This is literally like a 21st century mafia. Like, no longer do they go to your little boutique and say, hey, you need to pay us hush money or protection money or we're going to burn down your business. Instead, what they do is they just call you and they keep calling you and call you and call you and call you until you start advertising with them. And if you don't, all of a sudden you get negative reviews. It's incredibly corrupt. Well, they have been sued over it, and a lawyer sued, and she ended up, somebody put a negative review, and I want to say she lost, and so the precedent is, and I think they tried to appeal it to the Supreme Court. It went to the Supreme Court of the state of California, but the Supreme Court of the United States did not take it, and
so we're at this precedent where you can basically say what you want on that platform, but it is, I cannot tell you how corrupt it is. The salespeople they have there, they keep a file on you, on anyone who calls in, and like they take notes even though they're not supposed to do that. The telephone call with you, at least in some states, California being one of them, it's a two-party consent state, and nevertheless they still do it. And the way that I found out about it, I had this employee who went to Yale with someone who went and worked at Yelp, and the person at Yelp would tell my employee everything that Yelp was doing, and it was like, yep, there's a huge file on this company, and basically every time you guys call in, and like I wouldn't cuss at them, but the owner of the business would cuss at them, and that would all be trapped. And then what would happen is they also have this thing like, okay, so can you pay for reviews? You're not supposed to. And if you did, they put this big red bar on your page and says this warning, this company has been accused of paying for reviews. And our company never got that, but our competition got that. And then the competition started advertising with them, and that red bar was taken off their page. Like, how corrupt is that?
This is the only one that has currents, which is person who designates the car button during the time of Isra Bamos.
It's basically like saying, hey, we're going to extort you for money if you don't if you don't pay us, or like if you're not intimidated into this extortion racket, then we're going to ruin your online reputation. It's incredibly corrupt. And I know we'll watch the documentary sometime, but you'll just have like a mom and pop business, and they'll be like, we've been in business for 40 years and everything was fine, and we were one day we got this call from a company called Yelp, and we'd never heard of it, and they said that they could advertise for us and boost all of our metrics and things like that, and we were like, we've been in business since 1972, we don't need your help. And we basically hung up on them. And then we got another call from the next day from somebody else, and we said the same thing to them, and the same thing to them, and the same thing to them. And then our daughter went looking on the internet one day and saw all these negative reviews about our business. And if you look, we have very positive customers. We have the same 50 customers for the last 35 years, and none of them have any reason to want to post negative reviews. And I can tell you, the company, they would post negative reviews, and you didn't even know if they were right or not. And I could talk about that company for a long time. It's very corrupt. Oh, okay. It's very corrupt. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom. Riser, are you gonna watch the hockey match?
Just logically, they're both the same case, right? The only difference between the case that the Gemara uses the pasuk for and the case we want to use it for is whether the carbon was designated b'shas Isra Bamos or b'shas Heter Bamos. Now, if the pasuk is there, the warning is there, even for a carbon that was designated b'shas Heter Bamos. That it would be that warning would be relevant.
Yeah, because I got to start time, right? What time is it where you at, right?
Person designated b'shas Isra Bamos, and then proof of the place.
It'll be past my time. 5 o'clock, so it'll be 3 hours behind. Right?
A correspondence.
8,
So that
11.
means it has the
Yeah.
dictates that
It'll be later.
but to apply to a therefore we should have our Azhara and our Gemara, before actually this type of drasha, this type of drasha is everywhere. Rashi in Cain.
Right, so we have to watch $1 Billion Bully. We have to watch the one on the bear suit guy, and we have to watch Walking the Amazon. Okay.
But Israel Caleb gets certain facts of the animal are prohibited. Gemara says, in Cain, if that's the case, that we could make this type of Kalvachomer, Lo Yomer Lav B'Chaleb, but the Torah does not tell us that there's a prohibition to eat Caleb, the Tetziv Kalvachomer.
All right. I mean, if you give me the name of it, I'm pretty sure we can find it.
I'll say the following. Not the Vela. Let's look at the Vela. There's no key of currents for eating the Vela.
Well, when we watch it,
there is a prohibition.
I understand, but I mean, I need something. I need to be able to search for it. You should know. Okay, we'll be able to find it. And then I also want to watch Aristocrats with you, because it's about stand-up comedy. It's about they say it's the oldest joke in existence. Whether it is or not, I don't know. But it's the joke that I've seen that made me laugh the hardest of any joke. I've never laughed harder. But I was in this like one really interesting mood to watch it. Like, I watched it the first time and I was like, oh, this isn't very funny. But then I watched it again and it was like so stupid to me that it just made me laugh hysterically. So our list is Walking the Amazon, Word Wars, the Bear Suit Guy, the Aristocrats, and $1 Billion Bully. Riser, did you ever watch did you ever, I said that was the first thing that I said. Did you ever watch McMillions? It's about the McDonald's, it was an HBO series. It was about, yeah, exactly. It was fascinating. I think they're going to make it into a movie. McMillions, you know the McDonald's Monopoly game?
Oh, yeah.
So during the 90s, basically none of the normal people ever won $1 million or won a house or a boat or any of that other stuff. Basically, one guy in Florida who wasn't associated with McDonald's, he was associated with the security firm that ran the game, gave those pieces to like his friends, and all his friends won all the money. And it's that story.
However, Caleb is not also Bana. You're not be able to learn the love of eating Caleb from the answer of eating Klai Karev and Arla, because those are also Bana.
Yeah, and so during the 90s, that's correct. And so during the 90s, McDonald's had to come out and say that game had been rigged by someone unassociated with the company, and they had to give away a bunch of free French fries and free small drinks and stuff.
But again, in the case where it's also teaching the fact that there's a law that tells you not to eat shmita produce, why don't you just carry that law over? Logically, to Caleb, where it says no, shvius also has a frequency. Malish shvius you keep defenses to now. Shvius is something which is unique. When you sell shvius, the money that's used to buy the shvius now assumes onto it the halacha of shvius. Shvius has a lot of restrictions.
What up, big dog?
Look at how you have to treat it. If you, in most cases, you're not supposed to be buying shvius, but if you do find a way to buy shvius, then the kedusha shvius transfers out the money. Think about shvius, and therefore,
right. So, what'd you say?
halacha, or I should say, the prohibition to eat the produce to the prohibition of eating sand. Truma, why do we learn that for Truma that for a non-Kohen Truma? Where it says, no, you can't like Lutheran, Truma never have any exceptions to the rule. And therefore, this is true with Caleb. Caleb does have access to the rule. We are the exception to the rule.
I think
Caleb, the only time there's an instant to Caleb is by Behema.
I think one creator is probably the best way to do it. If you could really get behind somebody you trust, like someone who's been streaming for a long time and have a following, and they're willing to do. Well, here's the thing: you can't say no matter what the crowd says. The person has. It would basically have to go to a team that says, hey, is the here's the top 5 suggestions, and we're going to choose between them, because you're going to get people who really push the limit, and you don't want your creator doing something with which they're uncomfortable. Now, if you were to say, I understand, but even there are going to be people who toe the line. So they'll be like, okay, you said that the person can't be naked. Okay, fine. So they'll say, all right, the person has to wear a G-string. And then you say, no, okay, that doesn't count. Then the person's going to say, okay, well, then they have to be then they have to be in a Speedo. If you say, no, not that, then it'll be like, okay, then they have to be in a pair of bun huggers. And they'll be like, no, you can't say that. And then it'll be like, okay, well, then they have to wear like a spandex. And they're like, no, you don't want to do that. Like, basically, you get what I'm saying? Like, people will keep going. Okay, but I mean, then they'll say, okay, then they have to wear a mesh net wetsuit, see-through material.
So we don't really have a good kasha. Maybe Abai is right. Maybe Abai is correct. You could drag the lab from a carpet that was designated to Shasatra
Before it even goes to the vote.
Maybe he's right.
But if you have one creator, your audience,
that we learned into person that's being called a person a male has to be a bris milah. You're a mixed out. Now take also Rabbi Moshe. What have we learned out from the Kabbalah from the Itzer? No, so what would that look like? I think the following. Not most there. Certain.
I can see it both ways. There's
over a carbine. No bonus of courage over a carbine. And still, his year, because it's in the Torah not to leave it over. Pesach Umila from a Pesach.
Apparently, that's AI.
Shanash. This is the card. The person is not being called Pesach. The person is not getting bris milah. There's a Chiyuv Kares. Eno Din She'ezir. Wouldn't that say that there should be a prohibition as well? Now, these cases have nothing to do with each other, but the idea still really would be that if Rabbi is correct, when you have an answer which is
Doug, that's a terrible idea to partner with Bitcoin Obama.
Serious punishment. I don't need to have a warning. Because
Of course he likes the idea. He's gonna. Did you hear that he called Zoot for money today? I know, but he
said in this chat he's not begging, he's hustling.
Dude, and you know what? I can't blame him. I cannot blame him. One time we had him cornered in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu discussion. I had him in he was in my Discord call, or not my Discord call, my Telegram call, and he's in there, and I said I was interviewing him, the community has given you like $100,000 in the token, and we know your wallet address, and we know that you've sold it, and now you're asking for more money. Why would you sell something and then you say that you would never sell it, but we have it like proof that you sold it? Like basically we've got you cornered. And he says, life. And what are you going to say? It's the perfect answer. Oh, did you think he could be trusted?
And so if it's going to be true, let's try to apply the logic in many other cases. Ultimately, we couldn't apply it anywhere else to show that it's not going to work. Now the Gemara just asks the Bob Kasha.
You sent him tokens, and then what did he say?
Does such a Kalakoma work? In other words, we learn Seth's Makros.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Ain't Ochiminadin. Ain't Ochiminadin means if I find a low level, yes, sir, comes with a high level punishment. So now saying a high level Isser will certainly come with that punishment. And it's not focused, Mesechus Makros, when they say Ochiminadin. We don't say Ochiminadin. We talked about this previously. However, everybody agrees, what I was going to say right here, even according to Matt will give someone a punishment through a logical inference. You can't give a warning Minatin. I did see that
exactly, you can't.
They bring down Hatam Sheimas here we did. Kavachomer, we'll get there in 1 second. The Rashi actually addresses this, but the idea over here is everybody agrees you cannot warn a new warning as far as doing this just by making a Kavachomer.
No, he says that he wants to buy like a 2012 Mercedes Benz.
Mechanics that we use to learn an Isser. He erased everything he said. We're ultimately going to have the Asmara, not the Shef Kakar Bachutz, Elton of Yelton, the Amar, Amar, Asya, Hava. We're just going to make it zero. Shava. It says on Pesach, low, if you look at Rashi, Asya, Hava, above the last Rashi on the page.
You know, that's a good question. I think that Zoot told me, but you could have told me.
Since it's open, Mufti Lakach, Haredi Kamisha Mefarish, Bob the Ainzem and Adin Kalachomer Shadam Dame Atzma. Says Rashi, you can make it a Xera Shava. You have the word Haba, you can learn it from Ha'ala. In other words, you're right, there is no pasuk that tells you it's
I would go with single.
However, you can make Xera Shava, the word Haba. Just like the Allah, there's an Onish and there's an Ashara.
I just think that it allows you to focus all of your energy into one project, and you don't have to worry about people branching off. And to me, it's just logical to like build up one character than like multiple characters. But that doesn't mean that if it didn't get big enough with an audience that you couldn't do, you know, like a whole team, like you were saying, like the Olympics. But to start off, I would just do it with one person. And somebody like Bitcoin Obama would be a very good person to do it. He's extremely, well, he'd be terrible. He would just rug the project immediately, and you'd never hear from him. Okay, so that's interesting. Okay, so what happened? What happens to him? Let's say the
It'll be funny.
Just like when it comes to
A lot of
carbon,
them
there's
will
no punishment unless you can.
like imagine just all the very modern people
When it comes to
basically
especially
brain
warning,
weird
warning, you learn over some from
That day.
Allah to.
Oh, wow.
So we'll stop here, but just to get one quick recap. What we learned today is
Oh wow, right.
that there's a separate insert.
Right.
The carbon outside, there's a separate insert to offer the carbon
You're
outside.
talking about
Here
it.
is the warning.
It's not Zoot, it's Riser.
So the punishments are written individually.
Oh, right,
You only
right.
have that
And
by
what you do?
Allah. A buyer has no problem using logic to carry it over from Allah.
We're just talking about this premise
Not really. A
for
buyer will carry over
an
the warning
idea where
from
basically
the
there's
case
a
of
community
a designated carbon
gets
shot sets
to
Rabbanos to Shas Rabbanos.
vote
And
on
according
what
to
a
the last
certain
two over
creator
here, we have from Rabba and
has to do,
from
and then that creator will
Rabbi Yochanan.
create a video content based on the idea that the community
Rabbi Yochanan's halacha and from Yonah's halacha, all you learn from Xer Shava or from a Hekesh, you bring over the warning from Allah. We'll stop here. We had a number of questions that Mar asked about the carbon.
I'm not. And the fact that if you make it with a cryptocurrency where that's how you vote on it, that's really creative.
Okay, well, burgers or hot dogs, right? So burgers or hot dogs?
I'm gonna have to go with burgers on definitely. I mean, I do like. I have to say sausage or hot dog. I also choose sausage every time.
Different. It was not about animal being partially in and partially out.
Let me ask you a food. Which one is better?
Oh, this animal from bringing it. Involved in the process.
Pizza or pasta?
Three of them went out.
Pizza!